If I die in police custody, I did not commit suicide.
They hate me cause I'm black and proud and unapologetic, and I wear the crown, and they cannot forget it. Yes, I'm. Feel me? They hate me cause I'm black and proud and unapologetic, and I wear the crown, and they cannot forget it. Yes, I'm.
You know they study your genetic code, then give it to the highest bit of soul. Fish out the fire like a Bendigo. The devil diggers cause we been the gold. Melanated bodies on a sugar boat. Document December with no winter coat. Now they buck breaking on the whipping post and put a foreign language on a nigga though. Hella black, hella proud. A vibe you could feel when we come around. A Babylon fear us and gun us down. The skin is the weapon that harness power. I pity the fool if he act funny. Disrespecting the queen, we act nutty. Came through with the Mac dumping, all praise due to the black woman. Unapologetic, fuck who got a problem with it. My life in the scripture. It happened cause I said it, now I manifested, so I'll be painting a picture. Niggas breaking bread and they drinking blood now. That shit look like voodoo. I feel empowered every time the sun come around. Do you?
They hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm proud. They hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm they hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm proud. They hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm black and I'm proud. Black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud. Black and I'm proud. They hate me cause I'm
that energy, niggas couldn't put a price on it, no dollars. I am T'Challa, Kamanga, wrapped up in the finest linen, no collars. All the gods the same, Jesus, Jehovah, Kukulkan, Buddha, and Allah. All war names, just to separate our people, divide and conquer. So much more to gain, cause we suffer through all the rain, through the hunger and all the pain. Still we open up doors and things, cause we are the people, under the eye of the eagle, ready to ride on the evil, that shit I've been trying to teach you. Dying to reach you, cause nobody fly and regal. Yeah, black and I'm proud, never lacking a lot. I created that bush, it's a God I'm allowed. If you on that bullshit, it's whacking them out. Booking these shows and we packing them out. I don't act for the clout, you know what I'm about. System designed for us not to get out. We must be divine, I'm not finna doubt.
They hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm proud. They hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm black and I'm proud. Black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud. Black and I'm proud. They hate me cause I'm black. Black. They hate me cause I'm proud. So proud. They hate me cause I'm
Yo. What's up, family? Hey, remember, man, as you come in, hit that like button, share button, subscribe button, you know, all of that good shit. Like I said, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and make that happen. You know, if you haven't hit that like button, let's go ahead and make that happen. Yeah, I can move this. The link is in the chat. Y'all want to pull up and let me pin that comment. But yeah, y'all want to pull up and chop it up with me? We here, man. Yeah, we here. And I just want to show appreciation to the people that's been coming through lately, man. Chopping it up, been having some nice discussions, you know, heated at times, and sometimes we just shooting the, you know what I mean, just shooting, talking shit. But I appreciate y'all, man. Really appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to the Reanimator, man. So if y'all know, man, if y'all know about the Reanimator does some good shit, you know, for the channel over there on G Block. Does some real good shit. Some good animations of the conversations that's taking place on G Block. You know what I mean? Shout out to G Block. off the top. So let's play Reanimator's video. I like it. It's dope. Hold on, let's. Yeah, it's ready. Yeah, let's share this, man. Let's check this out. Sometimes you know what I mean, you get what the fuck you asked for, and that's what happened in this case for me. Let's rock though. Good video. I like it.
99. Just wanted to say hello. It's been a while.
Dress up yourself, Whitney. Sexy lion. Long time no hear. You good?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, just saying hi. It's been a long time. So you're good. You're well. Everything's okay. Cool.
Yeah, man. I'm giving thanks. Thank you.
I don't understand now why I didn't get a sexy like any animal. You could have called me a sexy any animal when you came out.
The jealousy is real from Born Rich.
Yeah, I mean, not jealous, but anything. I could have been a squirrel, the sexy squirrel, like just.
Oh no, I don't feel no way, baby. It's only because he was a sexy lion in the Reanimator. That's all, baby. Don't worry, man.
Yeah, there was a guy called Reanimator. He used to make animations about debates on G Block back in 2020. So he made me out to be a lion, basically. That was it.
Reanimator, don't make me nothing horrible. If you're gonna put me on there,
Reanimator.
Me out.
Oh god! I got Reanimator's email. I'm gonna get him to do something.
Yo, Reanimator. Since it's 2021, bro, I was wondering, could I be a black cat this time? Just curious.
Oh, what are you at the minute, Brad?
Could I be a different?
I was a white. I hate how the white.
I have to object to this whole bullshit. You guys are worried about black or white cat. I'm a fucking hippo with a rubber ring around them.
But that's so far he's got them pretty. I haven't seen your one, DC Brad, yet. I need to see yours.
Yeah, I'm a white cat. It's the thing is, I love how my voice matches the facial expression of the cat. Like it's so.
Can we
like, the
play
cat
one?
looks like...
Someone put up a Reanimator video while we're waiting. Give us a laugh.
Yeah, I reckon like he thought, what's gonna annoy DC Brad the most? Make him white. About what it was, just make him white.
Oh man.
Oh, Reanimator! I want to be a genie in a bottle. A pretty one, no?
He doesn't do pretty. He doesn't do pretty. Everything
he doesn't.
He's like horrible.
What's their name's pretty? Lady Divine.
James
and,
yeah. It's from Lady Days. Yeah.
And melanated.
Subscribe to the Reanimator and hit the notification bell. Like, share, all that good stuff.
Yeah, man. Shout out to the Reanimator, man. You right, so we made it. I fucking talked myself into a hole, man. I said I want to be a sexy squirrel, and Reanimator made it happen. So shout out Reanimator, man. Real, that's talent, man. I like that. Sosa wanted to be a genius. Sosa's voice is perfect for animation. It is. Me too, Sosa. I hate my voice too. I don't know, it's just slow and I don't know, it's boring. But but hey, man, but thank y'all for tapping in. Yes. Where am I at? The question: can black people be considered culture vultures by other black people? Oh boy, this can get sticky. This can get sticky. Click that link. Somebody come in. Jimmy, you won't pull up. Ah, shit, I still got the wrong link. Copies. Let's get this link in the chat. Jimmy, you want to come through us? I just want to know, man. You come in trolling. What's going on, James? That's you? James, is that you, man? Or is you a
yeah,
what up, man?
What up, homie?
Yeah, what's up, boy? They said you ran the G Block today doing a victory lap. Is that what you doing? You go right over there, you ran the G Block and said you won?
Wait, I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, like, wait, you know what it is, yeah? Hey, boy. Hear what I'm saying, yeah? You know the last time I come on your show, yeah? The one before, when Lady D was on. and she was trying to stick. Oh no, I'm lying. It was on. I think it was when Nine did a show the other day, and she was like, "Oh, who are these fake pro-black people you're always speaking about?" And I was like, and I didn't, because she was being nice to me. I didn't want to hurt her feelings, so I was like, I don't know, man. I was like, if the cap fits, wear it. But you know what bugs me out? Yeah, tell me I'm lying. I don't want to hate on the boy. Yeah, because he was a victim. Because he's a victim. Yeah, but the rhetoric that the man was speaking, the guy that came on yesterday, Goddard Jacobs, little cousin.
Bo Diddley.
Yeah, Bo Diddley. Yeah, which that's an interesting name in itself. But I guess we'll touch on that. But what the rhetoric he was speaking about, that's exactly what Nines and Lady D and people like that, they oppose that view, right? Am I mistaken?
I guess I think they're coming around to the idea of it. I think
because that was really,
especially for Nine. I always like Nine. I've been hearing Nine like supported for I don't know. It's been for a couple months now. I don't know what her
that guy's rhetoric. Tell me if I'm lying. Yeah, tell me if this is right. His rhetoric is niggas ain't shit. And the reason that niggas ain't doing well is because niggas are niggas. That's pretty much what he was saying in a nutshell. Do you agree or disagree?
That's a very broad statement, but because I don't want to, misquote the brother, but the brother was saying it's not a system why black people are in the position they are. It's because they're dumb and stupid. So
right.
Ain't shit. That was his exact word. So you take from that, what you will. But go ahead, John.
So that is usually what people push back on. Like, so for instance, if James Jones makes that argument, right, people are like, "This is why I hate you, Jody." Right? That's usually what they're gonna say. But if anyone, and this is what I mean by fake. I mean, but you're not really standing on any principles. Then, like, you're in this YouTube claiming that it's some kind of political liberation struggle you're fighting, but really you just got personal beefs with people, bro. And really, you're just out here doing what most people do. And I don't lie, this is what I'm doing too. Gossiping, bitching, chatting shit, killing time, Fuck, you know what I'm saying? Just having a laugh. Like, it's nothing serious about it. But when people get emotional, upset, they pretend it's serious. They pretend it's of the utmost importance. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I was just like, whether I won or lost, it doesn't matter. So it's up to your opinion, and it's whatever people think. But I was disappointed in some people that didn't jump on and challenge, because they were like, "Oh, you're trying to create infighting amongst black people out of their own paranoia and their fear." But how about you address the argument that's on the table? This guy's saying that you're lying, that all your views about white supremacy, systemic oppression, racism existing, collectivized racism against black people being in their socioeconomic position because of unfair treatment and unequal opportunities. He's saying you're chatting shit. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I was good. It was a great conversation to be had, for real. It was a great conversation.
I agree with a lot of what that guy says. You know this as well. And I agree with like quite a lot of what he was saying. I agreed with. It's just the I guess sometimes they drink too much of that right wing Kool-Aid over there. When they make you feel like a special Negro, sometimes you forget yourself. You forget that you're meant to have your own thoughts and you're meant to be independent, and you get caught up in this idea of being special and privileged. Because when you actually stop and think about who is a victim in that whole discussion, the person that's criticizing people being victims, he became the victim. Because at the end he said, "You're a white supremacist agent. This is white supremacy." You know that, right? He said that at the end. You remember that? That's why I want my flowers.
Yeah, I think he was being sarcastic, but yeah, he started saying that. I think he was being more sarcastic than anything when he started saying that, though.
I really don't.
By that time, the brother was, was a little upset. By that time,
yeah, I mean, he was definitely upset. Like I said, he's a victim, but like I don't think it was. I think the reality is that is actually how he thinks, and I think same like a lot of black conservatives, they believe that they're distancing themselves from negative stereotypes. But boy, like, I ain't a hater, right? Like,
what do you mean by? Hold on, real quick, James. New panelist.
I mean,
that's Turok Buddha. Is that you, brother Buddha?
Yeah, man. Big up.
Yo, big up, Turok. Big up, Born Rich.
Big up.
I'm surprised to be hearing James Jones up in here talking the most.
Hey, why y'all saying that? Hold on.
God damn.
Diamond that is paid.
But like I said, When I finish my thought though, real quick, yeah.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
you know, no, I'm saying like I'm not a hater, right? Like I give flowers to those who deserve it, and I big people up. And I don't hate on people's cultures, right? Like so, I'll say that what I think is a negative aspect, and I'll say what I think is a positive aspect, right? Like I subscribe to your culture more than you do to mine. That's a fact.
Yeah.
But I don't know who this guy thinks he is because no one's going to be able to discern him from any of these ignorant niggas he's talking about. He sounds the same. He looks the same. He acts the same. He had like 10 minutes on a panel, lost his rag, and told you and Leo to go suck his dick. Like I don't know. He's talking about these ignorant niggas that are making it bad and hard for black people. What does he think, that he's in some class? He's in some, like, maybe if DC Brad said it, I get it. He's a little bit more eloquent. He sounds a bit more refined. But this guy don't sound different to any of the people he's trying to disrespect. He was using black names, Daquan, like, if any of these niggas go for a job, they're not going to get a job because they act like niggas. Like, but what do you think you are, bro? You think you're some fucking refined, regal, imperious African-American male? No, bro. You just sound like a black American. There's no distinguishing you from anyone you
distinguishing, though. Big up Sosa.
No. But I'm saying he's talking about white people giving preferential treatment to, in quotes, good black people, but not to niggers, and it's niggers that are the problem, or black, or whatever he refers to as ignorant people. And I'm saying to him, no, I say it's my oven still. But I'll say to him, like, I didn't want to say, I didn't want to be cringy.
Recording this. Go ahead, Jan.
But no, I didn't want to be like, I didn't want to be rude, cringy. I didn't want to insult people like Bourne who weren't on his side of the argument. But bro, you don't sound any different. Like he's almost making it seem like someone like you. He said you had a mental illness.
So let me try and grasp what you're saying here, because I didn't hear the conversation, but I've heard what you've said. So you're saying there was a young individual, God of Jacob's nephew, was it? Okay. And he came on here.
Buddha, we can't confirm that's his nephew.
Okay, all right. So this individual, nevertheless, he came on and he started saying that it's black people's fault for the way they've been treated in America. So I can't speak for people in England because we're treated a different way because we put ourselves forward a different way. Let me be honest with you. James Jones, Turok, Born Rich. Well, not Born Rich, but James Jones, Turok. I don't know anyone within my circle who delivers that kind of conversation or that kind of speech pattern. And so if anyone's say again, how'd you say ignorant? If anybody's ignorant, it's that individual that came up with that kind of conversation, to be fair.
No, but I think he was being on point though, because I'll be honest, in the community, what describes himself as their melanin, they don't want to talk about the real issues, and they're very sensitive when you talk about the real issues that affect that community specifically. And I think that brother was just plain straight, and he delivered his message quite well.
Yeah, I think he thinks. I mean, but he's pretty much said it. He think that black people complain, about white supremacy. It started off. Do you think racism, white supremacy, or what else we were saying? Systemic oppression exists, and he was saying no. He was saying no, he don't. And his thing was, black people are in the position they're in because they're lazy. They don't want anything better. And I'm telling him maybe so, but we can't say. Go ahead, but I'm saying. Hold on, sir. I'm saying it does exist. Now, like I was telling him, I don't wake up in the morning and say, yo, I can't go to work because the white man is holding me down. But since I believe it exists, if I am out there in my day-to-day and I see some bullshit and I'm like, yo, this is racist, or this is the white supremacy shit I'm talking about.
He said you had a mental illness. Let's not forget that was his argument.
Let's be honest.
Anyone that complains about systemic. Once again, I beg, yeah.
Sorry, go on, bro.
I was doing something. I wanted to respond to what Buddha said. He said anyone that has the opinion that systemic oppression exists, and this one, Born, yeah, it's been said about you before, and at least you're consistent. So I'm not being disrespectful or negative. I'm just saying you sometimes you're neutral to a point that you can't commit to an argument. So you shouldn't even bother saying that you believe white supremacy exists, because you're not going to push back on any point someone says. For instance, when man's saying that, I'm saying to you, but get the definitions up then. He's talking about his grandmother told him what real racism is. And I'm like, but your grandma may have referred to a definition that exists, that's independent of her. So let's look at what the definition is, because he said prejudice and bias has nothing to do with racism. Real racism, he used extreme examples of like not being able to share a water fountain and being hung from a tree. And I'm like, but no, we can say that racism may exist, or systemic racism, or institutional racism, or systemic oppression of minorities, or whatever, can exist, and it not be as extreme or aggressive as what your grandma may have faced. Of course not. Like, that's easy to say. He didn't want to accept it, and I was like to you, but get a definition up then, because he's like, nah, bias ain't that, but this ain't that. Then he's saying anyone that holds the view that it does exist, right? So that if anyone uses an actual textbook definition to say it exists, they've got mental illness or they're victims. But I was trying to say to him that even though I agree with a lot of what he said, I agree with a lot of what Rhetoric says with culpability, autonomy, self-responsibility, or accountability. At the same time, bruv, if there's an institution like let's say an independent inquiry that proves an institution is racist, we can also say, without being victims, okay, well, the findings from that, there's an objective standard that has adjudged these people to be racist. That don't make me mentally ill. That don't make me. I'm the least victim of anyone, bruv. I don't complain about that shit. I'm usually arguing against it. I'm on his side. But I'm saying, but don't be dumb and call man mentally ill. Like, he just wanted to argue with black people. That's literally all I took from it. Because what kind of outlandish statement is that? And then when anyone tries to pull you on your definition of things, you go, my grandmammy tell me. Then when I quote your grandmother, you say, don't talk about my grandmother, nigga. You make me upset right now. Like, what? That's fucking retarded. Then you don't want to have a conversation. You want to take right wing talking points. No, but I'm saying, but he wants to take right wing talking points and beat up on black people with them, like you see in the YouTube videos. But what he doesn't realize is those YouTube videos are really.
James Jones, hold it for a minute. Boom, Rich, is James Jones doing this individual justice? Is this an accurate portrayal of what this gentleman was saying?
It's being real.
Yeah. No, James, that was pretty much the conversation yesterday. He said, victim. The premise of the show was victim mentality. So when he first came in, he was like, yeah, I do think black people suffer from a victim mentality. Well, most black people suffer from a victim mentality, and it's a damn. What was he saying? A mental disorder.
Do you think Africans suffer with that victim mentality from the continent?
Yeah, but I'm sure the white people though. Look at all these white guys running around talking about it's the Jews. It's the Jews responsible for everything. Like, bro, everybody
but be honest to yourself. Like, I don't really hear a lot of Africans with this sort of narratives and certain things. Don't get me wrong; they talk about colonialism and things like that.
You know why that is, Turk? Some people don't even realize it, and the smart ones of us, we don't even care. Do you understand? We shouldn't care. We should do what we're doing. I can give you countless of examples of what I mean, right? We should be doing what we're doing and not care about what people look or feel or fucking think about us. Because if we're reaching, we're reaching. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the most important thing. And these are the things I take away from like the Chinese community, the Jewish community, all of these communities. You think these guys never got cussed and dissed and disrespected, yet they persevere and continue. Do you understand? And the people around me are the same mindset. You with me?
No, but it's not to say that the Jews don't do this or the white ethno-nats, but I'm keeping to what the brother was saying. He was saying the black community, and in America you have all different types of black people. You have the Caribbean black people,
There's a guy
have
streaming
the
the fucking
Spanish
lawn
black
outside
people.
at 1:15 in the morning. Like, wait there.
See, he's mowing the lawn. Yeah, I got them good drugs over there.
You have all different type of black people in America, and you have like say Africans that come over to America, and even though they might face a bit of racism or a bit of suppression of some sort, it's a different type of mentality or a different experience what Black Americans have gone through as a nation of people. So when they do say the black community, I think they should actually just talk about their specific experience, because the brother was trying to ask James, oh, where is he from? Where is this? Where is that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all good, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be from his family and his own sort of American experience in a sense like that. And I think this is where we have to try and be honest to ourselves and say, look, there's loads of black people around the world, but each and every different community is suffering in their own different way.
Yeah, but that's not I think that I agree with that as well. Like it's a unique experience, isn't it? Being a Black American is a unique experience, and that's probably why the world is so intrigued by the Black American struggle, isn't it? Because it is very unique. And some might argue it's like, I hate doing this victim Olympic shit, right? But we can't really. It's not easy in the modern era to be able to say that another group has sort of has persevered through what Black Americans have, right, and have been subjected to what Black Americans have. So yeah, like 100%. But on the flip side of that coin, it's almost naive. And brother, I proved it many times. He's not a debater, as he pointed out many times, right? So I'm not. It's not like a win against him doesn't really mean anything to me, right? But he, like, many times he contradicted himself. He contradicted himself with the brother Leo, where he was telling me that you can't have like theoretical you can't have theoretical knowledge, or theoretical knowledge can't compare to this concept of lived experience. And then literally when he was arguing with Leo, started making the opposite argument. He also said white supremacy is a mental illness, and then accused me of being a white supremacist, right? Like, which is just like in itself a joke. Like, there were so many times where really what his argument was I don't want to debate this because I haven't done the research, and I just don't like the Black people I deem to be lower class or less than or inferior to myself, or responsible. Rather than blame white people for my issues, I would rather, which is what he's essentially doing, blame other Black people for my perception, even though I sound identical to them. That's like, that's my issue with what he was saying. Because really, if I bring you a statistic about the independent inquiry,
I'm not quite grasping what this guy is saying, and I'm trying to understand the points he's making. But to now, I don't really understand it. I mean, look,
like he's saying this, but quickly, yeah.
James, one moment, James. So I can understand the complaining issue and the self-pity and the victim blaming, but we need to take responsibility for some of our shit. If we're walking around at 3 o'clock in the morning getting stopped by police for certain reasons, then the onus is on us. We need to stop doing that. You understand? So get yourself up early in the morning and go at 7:30, go sit down in a coffee shop, drink a coffee, and do what you got to fucking do then. And then you don't have to go about 3 o'clock in the fucking morning to. You know what I'm saying? There's no point in actually screaming and shouting about being stopped every time at midnight at 3 o'clock. And the onus is on us. We got to be better than that. Or not?
No, but another good point is that he has to live there 24/7 in America. Everybody else who comes there, whether you're from the Caribbean or South America or Africa, you can just leave anytime when you don't feel happy and things like that. This brother, he's got roots there that goes back generations. So,
but that all of this means absolutely nothing to the main point. Like, he's saying white supremacy. Bob, I don't believe white supremacy exists, especially in a way it's described majority of the time. He's saying not only does white supremacy exist, but you're insane.
You done lost your mind, James. You done lost your mind. White supremacy don't exist. Come on, man.
Like I said, that's a separate discussion, but not in the way that it's put forward. Born Rich gave me his definition. He said systemic oppression in which white people are least likely to suffer from it, and minorities, but in this case we're talking about Black people, are more likely to suffer from it. So be oppressed systemically or at an institutional level. That was his definition. I said, yeah, I don't mind you having that opinion then. I'm not going to push back on that claim. This guy was talking about white supremacy like there's some cabal of white people that are pushing this race politics and making sure that Black people are subjugated all around the world. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think there's a lot of white people.
True. What are you talking about, bro? Come on, you're not that stupid. That is true.
Well, I mean, why are they doing it?
James, let me give you an example. The board of British Petroleum. How many people on that board do you think are Black that sit on that board?
All right, but okay, not a lot.
Answer the question, James. Play along.
I said not.
Answer the question.
I said not a lot.
None. Let's just go with none. Okay. So here we have a company like British Petroleum dictating foreign policy in another country, creating all kinds of bullshit so they can corner the market and monopolize the markets within said countries in Africa. So can you see where the gentleman has a point? There is a cabal.
No,
look out for.
I don't agree with that. I mean, he didn't. That wasn't his definition. That was a caricature or like a straw man, if you like, that I made. But I don't see that point, not at all. Because in that you have to believe that they're subjugating people because these people are Black, for it to be some system of white supremacy. How, for instance, if they elevate, right, a certain group of black people to further their cause or goal in some specific instance, well, their sole goal isn't to subjugate black people, and not even a byproduct of their goal isn't actually the intention to subjugate black people, it's to make more money. Similarly, if the Chinese do it, is that white supremacy? If the Chinese use the exact same tactics to get the exact same end, to get to the exact same end, white supremacy. The point I'm making is the concept of global white supremacy is a tough sell if you're marketing it from a racist standpoint. If you're marketing it from, like I said earlier, if you listen back, the whole thing is Born Rich's show, everybody listened to it, it's from yesterday. I said that my conceptualization of white supremacy, which I'll countenance, is something like the majority of executive positions are filled, like Born Rich can tell you if I'm lying here. This is what I defined it as. The majority of executive positions are filled by white people, right? So, and then because of inherent biases that all people have, all human beings are tribal, it is very likely that as a byproduct of that, other groups, so non-white people, are going to be seen as inferior to white people around the globe, and because of the biases, are not going to be elevated to such positions, as in they're going to hog the ball, if you like. Amongst those minorities, black people are treated the worst by every metric we can. So they're the least preferred race by all the other races. That's my understanding of systemic oppression, like based on bias, and that's also my understanding of white supremacy. That I'll happily give that to anyone. That's just a fact.
Well, all right, then, but can you say that the same white supremacy what black Americans have faced, they have done that in Africa?
Explain, Troy. Sorry, I don't understand.
So, like, would you say the same white supremacy what black Americans face for like 400 so many years? Is it the same type of white supremacy Africans on the continent face?
What? Say it one more time. One last time. Sorry.
I'm saying, the white supremacy black Americans face in America, is it the same white supremacy that Africans face on the continent of Africa?
Oh, I mean, no, I would say it's just different, innit? Like, so it's categorically different. But sorry, let me rephrase that. It's just different, right? So for some black people, for some groups of black people, let's say, for instance, in the case of Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Is it Tulsa? I think it's Tulsa.
Yeah, Tulsa.
Yeah, you could argue that was a genocide, right? But then if I point to some genocide in Congo or somewhere, or Rwanda or somewhere, I don't know, or Kenya, and I say, you know, are these things equal? I mean, obviously the body count
King Leopold
taken may be different. The way in which what's the word? Like the reconciliation period between whatever may have been different. So is it the same? No. But could we say that some were worse? Sometimes it was worse for Africans, yes. Sometimes it was worse for Americans, yes.
So where is the black supremacists in Africa then?
Explain that to me. What do you mean?
Like you have like obviously black supremacists in America. Who are the black supremacists on the continent of Africa?
What do you mean black supremacists in America? Like who? Like Black Panthers?
Loads in America. But who are the groups in Africa as black supremacists?
But give me an equivalent though. So the American one.
You know who I'm talking about, Jay.
No, I said we talk about like the Black Panthers. You're saying give me an equivalent like the Black Panthers. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like black supremacists, like with certain things, but they fight white supremacy. So is there like organizations like that in Africa on the continent?
I just told you that by my definition, white supremacy or supremacy over a different group would require you to occupy some kind of authoritative position to have dominion over these people. Black people don't, in my opinion, black people don't have that anywhere in the world. So when people talk about global white supremacy and you're being factual about it, and it's not about some conspiracy theory that you believe white people are behind every single one of your shortcomings, and you're just saying like, if we go on average, it's the same people when you say about Jewish people. Like, do Jewish people occupy or wield a disproportionate amount of power relative to their size and population on this planet? Yes.
All right, I'll give you a few then. I'll give you that brother that is in South Africa. I forgot his name. Julius Malema. Is it Malema?
Yeah, EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Yeah, him. He's definitely one.
Yeah.
I could give you. And who else I could say? Boko Haram.
Huh?
Boko Haram.
What, Boko Haram are black supremacy? You're silly, bro. You're silly. Nah, I don't know. Black supremacists. If you just mean the ideology that black people are better than what was that woman's name? And we had a argument, me and Shaka, over her, and she believes that white people are the progeny of she believes white people are the progeny.
But the point I'm trying to make here.
Hey, real quick, Turok, hold on, real quick. Bo, is that you? Yo, Bo, is that you, brother? We can't hear you, Bo. Is that you?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Oh, big up Mo the Crow.
Say Mo the Crow.
Oh, I thought it was Mo the Crow. Oh, Bo did leave. Big up, Bo. Big up, Bo.
Hey,
yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, brother, I'm here.
Hey, let me ask you this, right?
All right.
Like I say, right? I don't understand the premise of your show, right? And the way you run it, right? And you run it how you run it, right? And whatever relationships you already had before I came in here, I respect it, and that's how you go, right? So what I want to say is, can I address my points to the other two brothers, Buddha King and Turok? Because I know that this dude up top is an agent of confusion, and I don't even respect the fact that you would bring him on your show to make a mockery of ADOS, as you say that you are ADOS, but I respect your decisions, though, right? But I'm saying, would you give me a opportunity to address the other two brothers, Buddha King, who I believe are brothers, and I believe that dude is a cracker, and just an agent here for confusion, to really elaborate my stances and what I meant by him, because he's mischaracterizing what I said and creating his own narrative while making a mockery of ADOS.
I'm sure. I thought you'd do that, but go ahead, bro. Do your thing.
No, I'm asking the host, right? Because
you good, bro. Y'all don't have to address each other.
I know how this condescending. I know how this dude is condescending, and he's just gonna keep interrupting me every time I talk to try to agitate me. He's an agitator. So I'm asking you.
So, Bo, my advice would just be take it with a grain of salt. You know, let it roll off your shoulder. This is a guy that's out in the UK. He cannot affect your day to day, brother.
No, my point is that I don't want to have to fight to make to express myself and be constantly mischaracterized and cut off. That's all I'm asking.
No, you're gonna have the floor to speak. Everybody, we're not doing that shouting over each other. We're gonna everybody.
Yeah, I can't take that, bro. I can't take the shouting because I go left field like I did last night, and I don't want to bring that energy to your show.
Like, is that you, Shaka? Did I hear you say something? All right, cool. All right, Bo. Yeah, man. Everybody's gonna have a room to speak, man. I don't want to spend too much time on last night's conversation, but
I don't want to be misrepresented on what I said.
No, you was addressed, so you got the floor, bro. But
so I'm gonna start with.
Hold on, let me say this, though, Bo. Let me say this. After you do this, brother, I want to try to move on to tonight's.
We gonna move on. We gonna move on.
Go ahead, bro.
Nah, first of all, when I say white supremacy and racism is a mental illness, what I mean is that because all of our experiences are different, right? And in America, I feel as though, and what I was saying was that amongst Black Americans, and which is why I say, see, he said that I said I don't want UK people and all that speaking on my experiences because they're lesser than me. That's not what I said. I said I don't want to speak on it because they don't understand. Because they don't understand the experiences, right? So when you minimize my grandmother's experiences and my lived experiences to tell me what you read on a piece of paper, now it's as though you're making a mockery of my culture, my people, and our experiences, right? In a condescending way, condescending, combative way, like some know-it-all little liberal white girl like you would see in America that I'm sure exists in the UK. But the mental health component is that when you have a group of people, right, who can't see anything past racism and white supremacy and systematic oppression, they start blaming that on everything. And they're unable to see the realities of what's before them that may be affecting a lot of things in their life, but they automatically revert back to this racist, and it becomes almost a boogeyman, and it makes it impossible to have certain conversations. So that was when I said it becomes a mental health condition.
Real quick, Paylo, is that you, brother? Say something, Paylo. Just want to make sure it's you. Paylo, you in the building?
And shout out to Paylo because he understood everything.
Peace, brother Paylo.
Paylo,
Bourne.
you gotta say something, brother. Hold on, James. You know how the people they'll do some bullshit on the channel. So
Yeah,
Paylo, please, brother, if your mic working, say something, man. Or I'm gonna have to put you in the background till you show your face in the background or something, Paylo. I know you ain't messed up with showing your face, Paylo. So when you get a chance, I'm just gonna stick you in the back. Damn, pause. I'm gonna put you in the background and just show your face, bro. I know you.
man.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
But I know before he goes, I just want to say two. I'm out. Yeah, obviously, sons and that. So I know he might be speaking for 45 minutes. I'm just gonna need like 30 seconds to respond to everything he says. Yeah, but go on, bro.
He explained the mental illness. You was done explaining what you meant about mental illness.
Yeah, that was because I heard the other two brothers like, man, I can't believe he said that. There must be more to it. And it was like everything he just said in the middle was almost a lie or an exaggeration, or it came from him not even understanding our experiences. And that's why I'm kind of disappointed in you, host, because you understood a lot of the stances I was taking, whether or not you agree with me or not. So to let him mischaracterize what I said is like, come on, bro, you off code, and you say you ADOS, but you let him come on the show with a cracker with his middle finger up, and his name is ADOS. Like, I mean, what we doing?
Because that don't. But Bo, I keep
you right. That's
I've
why
been
I
doing
say
the internet
different,
thing
though,
for
brother.
a long time. That don't bother me, man. I could come. You could have came and said West African. Some people look at your picture and say, "Damn, bro, you mocking the thing with your picture,
You
bro."
right.
Like, come on, Bo.
I feel. That's why I say we just different and we had different perspectives, bro.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, just
No,
quickly.
that was directed to Buddha Bing and Taruk Yaruki.
All right, yeah, okay.
One of
In the
them.
same way,
Like, I'm not
okay.
interested in talking with you, brother.
All right,
I
so
really
just
ain't got
mute
no
then.
rap
Why
for
you did this last time? You can mute, bro. You don't have to jump on when I'm on as well.
All right, man. Y'all
Mute.
take it easy, man. I just wanted to elaborate
back
on
to
what
me.
I meant, a couple of my stances, and
Okay.
I'm not really.
You know what? To be honest with you, Bo Diddley, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you. Maybe a little bit, but I don't. You've actually got something there. To be real, you've got something.
All right, can I just quickly like I said,
man,
teammates.
man, I'm gonna let y'all.
Let me get into the next topic with you, Bo.
Hey, listen, Bo, don't worry. I'm gonna be gone in a minute anyway. You can jump back on. Don't worry. So it's gonna be safe.
I don't have no rap for you. Like, I feel like
All right, no problem. But you don't have to at me then, bro. You don't have to jump on speak about me. You don't have to do that.
So I'm finna let y'all little thing that do. I just want to clarify my stance.
Right, okay, all right.
Right? But I'm not debating you. It's not to win or lose.
So just stop there now. No, but just stop talking then, bro. And stop addressing me. Like, it's just so weird, bro. All right. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, cool. Like, bro, the show's there. Anyone can go listen to everything he said in detail. He was insulting the other gentleman that had a disagreement with him before I jumped on anyway. So he can, all that combative talk, he started all of that. And he's well aware. I was really polite and accommodating until the final point that he was just getting cheeky. So I got cheeky back and he didn't like it. The thing about the liberal white girl, like, that's what he reduced whatever my response or me pushing back to. That's literally exactly what I mean. That in his mind, when these people don't do real research and they don't ever consult any studies or anything, all they've got in their mind is these little snippets of YouTube videos where it's Democrat versus Republican. And in their mind, those little arguments, that's the extent. So there's never any real pushback. There's never any real criticism or analysis of their data or whatever evidence they provide. So it always looks like, oh, it's easy to beat up a Democrat. Oh, it's easy to prove systemic racism doesn't exist. When you get any pushback on it, look what happens, bro. You fucking internally combust.
Hold on, James.
Hold on. I know, but please, let me just finish this. 30 seconds, I can do it real quick. Another thing is,
I want to do 12 hours on.
I know, so let me get it all out, yeah? He also said I dissed his grandma. I didn't diss his grandma. If anything, I said the opposite of everything. I kept saying big up. I apologize if it seems like I've dissed her. I'm not. You keep referencing her, and I have to keep critiquing what your grandma said because that's what you're putting. And I'm not even critiquing what she said. All I said was there can be different types of racism. So I never insulted his grandma and I never insulted her experience. All of that contributes to the victim shit that I was talking about. He came on to say black people are the victims, and literally all he did was cry, moan, complain, bitch, and whine. Literally jumped on, jumped off, really in his feelings, upset, telling people to suck his dick and all that. Like, he was the only victim there. The black people he's criticizing, they weren't the victims. No one dissed your grandma. Big up your grandma, auntie, mum, everyone that you quoted. I just had to criticize some of the things they said. with regards to there not being enough policing when black people are being arrested at alarming rates. That was it, yeah. And then also thing he said, I said that he called English people inferior. You guys are all on the panel. I never said that. I never called anyone English inferior. I never said he said English people are inferior. I said he said he's not debating with any English people, and that English people cannot use statistics and facts or anybody outside. He even said immigrants, so Pelu as well, who's talking about him. He said no one can use facts and statistics or objective standards to criticize his lived experience, even though Bourne and Leo both said they believe white supremacy exists and they're black Americans. I'm done. Thank you.
Lived experience is going to be different. Because you was kind of part of the reason. So just let's get into
Rich, you sound fucked up, man. Your connections.
Computer love. Me, man, the connections. Yeah, you're doing computer love, boom. Computer love.
Yeah. I feel the individual, James, has a point. I mean, what I took away from it is this, a metaphor, if I may. So you could be placed in prison as an innocent person. There's a number of things you can do. You can sit there and say, oh my God, this is racism. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Ultimately, what will that actually achieve? Unless you hit the books and hit the law and launch an appeal and gather evidence and do something constructive, sitting down, moaning about your situation can be negative to your own being. So he does have a point. We know that
I agree with that, brother. I agree with both of you. If that's what all he was saying, I agree with him. And what you just said and your position, I think, generally speaking, when it comes to a lot of issues, me and you, like, you take a sensible approach. Some things you go and say, like religion, but generally you're sensible. So I agree with most of the sensible things you say and him. The problem is, what you guys don't see is this is what usually happens. And I don't want to relate it to like bullying, but he was really cheeky on the panel before I jumped on, you know. He was like proper, leaning on this idea of good blacks and bad blacks. That's literally what was happening. And I managed to reconcile both of them real quick when he realized that there's black people that can articulate systemic racism in a way that isn't victimy, like, oh, the white man won't let me get a job, blah. Like, it's not that. It's just sometimes you can literally look at statistics and data and prove that black people are being, there is a bias against black people in certain institutions. The Stephen Lawrence inquiry is evidence of that. So when you provide evidence like that to someone who's hell-bent on making this, pushing it into this sort of political dichotomy of Republican and liberal and Democrat, in his mind, he just short-circuited and he didn't really have another argument. And he literally reduced it to something like, my grandmother told me what racism is. You can't say racism exists because no one's being hung from trees kind of logic. And I was like, that's stupid, because your grandmother, you know, God bless her, whatever, she experienced racism that no one should ever experience. And granted, the racism someone experiences today may be far less severe than what your grandma experienced. I'll concede that. But you can't say to this person it's not racist when they're being discriminated against solely because of the color of their skin. That is racism. It's just a diluted form of racism. And he doesn't seem to comprehend that, because I guess at the fucking Confederate rallies he goes to, they don't really accept that narrative there. It's not cool to say that systemic racism exists.
Yo, how's my sound now? We good, or I'm still fucked up?
It messed up a little bit, but it's better. It's way better though.
It's better than what it was, yeah.
What in the fuck, man?
And if I told a lie, Born Rich was there and there's a video there. So if I told a lie, you can highlight to me and I'll happily accept that I was wrong, and I'll apologize to him for any point I misconstrued. But he was literally saying at every turn that there is no such thing as any kind of institutional racism or he was literally saying it. He also said white supremacy doesn't exist in any capacity. So when he ended up calling me a white supremacist, I was shocked. Then when he said, fuck it, I believe in white supremacy, I was even more shocked. Bourne says it's sarcastic. I don't know his humor to know if it was sarcastic. I feel like probably deep down, he knows a lot of what Bourne and Leo were saying is true. He has experienced racism at such a frequency that it probably is unlikely to be individual instances, but he likes being special, a special black conservative, and it doesn't really fit that narrative. So he doesn't really, you know what I mean? He doesn't explore that further. That's my opinion. I may be wrong.
Nah, I don't agree with your opinion of Bo. Don't get me wrong. I don't think Bo. I don't think Bo is coming on with the right attitude. I don't think he's coming on with the right attitude. I don't think so. That's a fact. I don't think he's coming on with the right attitude. But it's like when you actually live in America a lot of the things you hear is such one-sided propaganda so much that some people they get in that box. How Bob? I don't want to call it a box. I'm using the box because I have no better way of saying it at this moment. Some people get in this box of, you know what, we have to reject the mainstream narrative at all costs because it's propagandizing our people not to be able to think straight. Because even me, yeah, do I know do I know I mean, I personally don't like the word white supremacy neither, because I'm like, how can you, by saying white supremacy you're implying that you, and by harking and by pressing on it you're implying, I mean, to me is a psychological implication that whites are somehow superior, and I don't buy that. So I personally don't like that word neither. But if I were to say that there are biases that are built into the system against blacks that have been there forever, and it's going to take it's going to take a massive correctional endeavor to correct it. Yeah, of course, it's going to take a massive correctional endeavor to fully correct every single problem against blacks. And then also, I mean, that's a legacy of American history. You have people that are implementing these policies still as a legacy of American history, and this, that, and the third. Yeah, so I know that. But in a basis, outside of propaganda, I'm gonna say what I've seen in life, and I'm sworn to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Black people, is main problem is their own self-destructive behaviors. A lot of it is.
Yeah, but hold on, my friend. Listen, those self-destructive behaviors are bestowed upon us. Don't think that we go out to look for a betting shop. Don't think that we go out to look for unhealthy food, or we go out to look for drugs or whatever. Those things are specifically put within our hands and within our reach to guide us into that devil's fucking path. Do you get what I'm saying? So don't. There is always a reason behind it. You go to somewhere, I don't know, what's a prosperous area? Let's say Connecticut in America. How many chicken shops are on the corner? How many off license and bookies and them kind of things?
Look, I don't buy that, because I grew up in the hood my whole life. I live on Martin Luther King. Like I'm telling you right now, I live in. I'm not talking about somebody from outside. I'm talking about somebody who lives inside. I live inside the black community, inside it, inside. Right? I'm not talking about. I'm not talking from the outside.
Can I say something to you? What, and this is what keeps happening in these discussions, yeah? That when people keep them out. Can you mute for a second? I think I might have been a nudger. But this is what keeps happening. This is where the disconnect happens, right? What Buddha said is very logical. If you say, okay, it's not okay, the issue is not black people, because, you know, wealthy black people don't commit crime at the same rate that impoverished black people do. Okay, cool. Then you say, actually, you know what? And the way to judge that is we say, so regardless of knowing how much someone earns, we can just point to this person lives in the ghetto. The ghetto, there's more crime in the ghetto, and they do more crime in the projects or whatever. And it's not nothing. It's not about their skin color and people being prejudiced. It's that they're persecuted because they live in the ghetto, where the ghetto, there's more crime in the ghetto. That's why they're more wrongly arrested. Who put them in the ghetto? Like, you agree with redlining? Like, people say, okay, pre-civil rights. Hold on.
You do not pay attention to the point I'm making, bro, whatsoever. You're not even listening to the point I'm making. Nothing you say had nothing to do with anything I said. Had absolutely nothing to do with anything I said whatsoever.
But hold on, bro. Like, just to be clear, you disagree with Buddha. You disagree with Buddha, and that's what Buddha was saying. Buddha's saying that the situations that you currently are in.
I wasn't disagreeing with Buddha. I was speaking about Bo and what I was speaking about Bo and how I see Bo. I was speaking about how I see Bo. Stop lying about what I'm saying. I'm like lying.
No, I'm not lying, bro. You guys got to stop being emotional, bro. Buddha made a point. Buddha, am I corrected? Did I articulate your point well?
Don't lie. Record the record.
So, Mr.
Everything I said is on record. Everything I said is on record. It's on record on the thing. You can go back and rewind the record.
Hello, Mr. Brady. Listen, just give me a second. Sorry, just give me a second for a minute. So, what I'm talking about is the system itself. If you look at the CIA and their endeavors to flood crack cocaine within the neighborhoods, and this is on record. You can ask Freeway Rick Ross. He'll tell you about how the CIA purposefully flooded heroin and crack and cocaine into deprived black neighborhoods. This wasn't done by accident. This is done by sophisticated means. Yeah, you know, so you got to look at certain things. Look at the numbers game. Why is it that the numbers game big in the black community and not in the Chinese community or the Hispanic community? What, you know, you got to open your eyes and look a bit bigger. Okay, certain things are bestowed upon us.
My brother
No,
Buddha.
I agree with that. Don't get me
My brother
wrong,
Buddha,
but
you know the
we have to
maddest
be
thing is
honest
I
here.
hear you in
Drugs has been a big effect to the black community, especially in America. But at the same time,
Okay, let me touch
is a lot of our
from a
own
guy who's
people.
based in the UK, innit?
Oh, is that Young Shaka? Big up Young Shaka. Big up Melanie. Big up whole chat, by the
Oh,
way.
big up, big up.
Big up.
Yeah, but
I
we
can't
have
chat
to
for
be
America
we have to
them
be
things, innit?
honest. Like a lot of it, we have sort of created ourselves because of the
Man, just
media
cut me out, bro.
and because of the effects of drugs and things like that. So
I was gonna hear you.
these are, but these are a big how
Well,
can
this
I say
brother just
setback
cut me
to a
out.
lot. Hold on, 2 seconds. It's a big setback to a lot of communities when drugs are involved and certain things like that, and where a lot of our people were not used or how can I say experiencing the things of like drug epidemics and addiction and all these types of things. A lot of our people are like only recently now are coming out of that and understanding the effects of a lot of these types of things. So it's like it happens to any community really. It happens to the white community, it happens to the Italian community, the Chinese community when drugs and certain things are involved.
But the only
Like
issue is the only thing that's different is
drugs are not
we the
racist.
okay, black people, we're the only black people are the only people who actually celebrate the kind of like the for example, okay, if you look at the Italian people also do get involved. They've been involved in the drug grind for whatever, but it's like an underground industry which is happening, but it's underground. We're the only people who actually celebrate and make the underground lifestyle of drug dealing a fashion statement in it. Like we celebrate that lifestyle, the gun culture, and this is what. Of course, I hear you, my brother Buddha, that we did. Who gives us the guns and the weapons in is the European whatever. I hear that, but why do we still celebrate this shit when a brother who is at uni or who's not in that lifestyle is seen as weak and not really a bad man, or he's seen as a weak brother, or he's not on it, or he's not strong?
Shall I tell you why, bro? Shall I tell you why?
I'm saying that's the issue with my community because we
Oh, but
celebrate.
let me tell you why that is. Let me tell you why that is. Okay,
that's our problem.
And I'm speaking from I'm speaking from a position of knowledge and experience. Okay, the young black man in the class, he's sitting in the class. Okay, he's got a whole heap of shit to deal with at home. His mother might be an addict. His father's not there. There's a whole multitude and plethora of excuses and reasons as to why the young brother can't concentrate in a class. But guess what? He can be good. He can be good or he can be bad. When he looks at the guy that is achieving, the black brother that puts his hand up and answers the question and comes to school with his homework, he hates that person. It's a form of self-hate. I hate myself for being stupid. I hate myself for not being able to. Imagine this. I left school with no GCSEs. You understand? Yeah, I've attained certain things in my life that I never thought I'd achieve. Okay? But when a certain black man's in a class and he sees, well, Melanie.
Did you understand my point,
Yeah,
though, brother?
big up. It's melanated.
All right, so I'm just trying to show you the point. Why do we celebrate?
Did you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Why is it we celebrate the drug dealing style, the gang banging style, and we don't celebrate the university and we don't celebrate the education and the achievements of academia? I understand that, and I'm trying to put that forward as to why we don't do that. There's more people, there's more of our young brothers and sisters that are not academically in tune. But that's changing now. That's changing a lot now. But we never got well, I can speak personally. I never got the push and the encouragement to do well academically.
Me neither, my brother. Me neither.
All right. So, but that's changing now. Okay. But what we got to celebrate? We can't celebrate being intelligent. We can't celebrate having a nice car or having any of these things unless we got money behind us. And the only way we can make money is to hustle. When I was a kid, I didn't have many opportunities. I hustled. I didn't have a choice in certain things. I had to fucking survive. Do you get what I'm saying? So I had to do certain things that I'm not proud of now. But
How do you say that? I think the main point, regardless, is there must be deficiency. You know what? People use culture, I think, too blasé at times, yeah? If you could just reduce culture to something like collective learned behavior, right? Or collective traditions, if you like, something like that. Values. Then we can obviously say there must be a deficiency amongst the unsuccessful groups. So groups that are collectively unsuccessful, there must be a deficiency somewhere in their culture. And I think that for the only person that's going to be able to, because
why must there be a deficiency?
It's logical, unless you're saying it's genetic, unless you're saying there's something.
No,
So there's only three. No, I'm saying, but there's only 3 ways. Like, it's completely right. So it's what the guy's talking about, where he's saying it's complete victim mentality. It's completely saying I'm incapable of extricating myself from this predicament, right? So it's white supremacy, proper, white supremacy, aggressive, extreme white supremacy. It's some genetic deficiency. So this collective, all of these people have some defunct genes, and we can't succeed, right? We're incapable biologically, or there's something we're doing that's not conducive to success or improving our circumstances, right?
Do you not factor in environmental?
I would say, I mean, that would kind of fall into the biological category, and then because what would happen? What you're saying,
when we look at nutrition and we look at environmental factors, family factors, all of these things put together, it's not you know, it's not just as simple as you say.
That would fall under culture, though, isn't it? Like, so this is what I'm trying to put across to you. What I'm saying is,
how would that fall? Explain to me how that falls under culture.
I think I'll show. I can show you, innit? Because I was going to finish this thing. I'm sorry to monologue. I apologize. I'll just be really brief. What I'm saying is, I think the biological factor is demonstrated to be not the case. So that there is genetic deficiency in all black people, there is clear evidence of that. It's irrefutable evidence. So let's just remove that one, because we can disprove that. We can discount that one. So I think it is a combination of the other 2 factors. You should be leaning more towards personal responsibility and accountability, i.e. there must be some deficiency in your culture. But clearly, because of the historical circumstances and context, we know there is still a hangover from whether it's colonization or, in the case of the Americans, slavery. It's clear, like there's no denying it. And that's what I was trying to say to Pelu when I said, it may be the case that people in the ghetto perform poorly, less because they're black and more because they're in the ghetto. But one must ask oneself, how did you end up in this position in the first place? Why were you unable to create an area that wasn't ghettoized? Why? Right? And that's where you say, okay, now there seems to be
they can create neighborhoods not ghetto. Like, for example, it's mixed. You have people in the same street, they have some middle class. You got some poor people. You have different types of black people even in the hood. You go to my neighborhood right now, I can show you the nice part. It's all black neighborhoods. I can show you the nice part where black people are living better, right? Then I can go literally on the same Martin Luther King. I go down the street, like on Friday we're having a shootout. Literally this Friday, a big ass shootout, the whole neighborhood. That's just literally this Friday on the same street, and then so it's like. It's like, yeah, okay. I never denied it. When the first thing I came out and said, yes, is there these systematic problems that have been around that have to be corrected and that have to be deeply corrected? Of course, I never said that wasn't the case. I started off saying that. I said pure and simple that black people's main problems in America in a day-to-day life is their own self-destructive behavior, because that's what stops them more than anything from advancing and getting what they need to get out of life. And if people get away from these self-destructive behaviors, they can make it in life in America, even with the systemic problems. I'm not saying that we shouldn't fight the systemic problems, but I'm saying if we don't get on code ourselves, and I told you, I see the difference with those who are on code and not. I can show you the black neighborhoods, all black areas where black people have gotten on code and they're maintaining. I did that yesterday. I came with a camera and took you down Martin Luther King on my neighborhood and show you the nice part of Martin Luther King. I showed you the nice part, and I showed you where people are keeping up their houses, got nice houses, got nice cars, got Harley Davidsons, got nice lawns, got everything because they're keeping up code. Most of them are married. They got their family. They got all this other stuff. So behaviors matter. If you having good behaviors and you maintaining good behaviors, it matters. I'm not saying that the reason the behaviors is not a systemic hangover from that time, but we have to focus on behavior first. If everybody get their behavior corrected, we'll be able to move further and be able to fight the systemic racial problems. If we can't fight the systemic racial problems when we totally out of order, we got to get in order. We got to get our house in order and able to have a consolidated. You're
going on a little bit. Prelude, you're going on a little bit. Like, can somebody else speak? Like, let me try and jump in there. So, I'm sure I'm sure James is familiar with the Clark experiments done within the 50s and 60s, where for everybody else, it's the experiment where they put the black girl in front of two dolls, one white doll, one black doll, and they say which one's bad, which one's good, which one's beautiful, etc., etc. Okay, cool. So let's look at it from, and I'm telling you from my experience, okay? Now, imagine being a child, okay, and every year you have a nativity play. And the nativity play, you have Joseph and Mary and a baby Jesus and all this kind of stuff. Now imagine a girl wants to be Mary. The black girl goes up and says, can I be Mary? No. We're going to have Jennifer be Mary and you can be the donkey. Okay, cool. Next year, Miss, can I be Mary? No. We're going to have Susan be Mary and you can be the housekeeper's wife or some shit like that. Now imagine that continues on and on and on every single year, and that's that same sort of kind of behavior goes on within the class year after year after year. What do you think that young black girl is going to think of herself? Do you think she's going to have, she's already been from primary school, she's already infant school, she's already been exposed to this type of neglect or racism from the teacher, whether the teacher's doing it subconsciously or consciously, who knows? Yeah, but nevertheless, it's still racist. Now, that young black girl grows up and she's got a negative view of herself. Yeah, that perpetuates on when she has children herself. Yeah, what do we say about the black guy that goes through the same issues, the same sort of things that the black girl went through? Is it no small wonder that these same ghettos that we speak of are full of children disillusioned by the same behaviors they face within school, education, work, general society? These are what makes people behave the way they behave on certain occasions. So we can't entirely blame it on one set thing. There's many different things.
I feel like I agree with you 50% in it. I hear that, but I feel like to a certain extent it ends up being an excuse of, when I was younger, people treated me this way. I hear that in it. That shit that happens to a lot of black brothers when they're younger in it, or black sisters, and that I hear that. But there's a time when you come to an age where you realize, fuck those people's opinion in it. I want to achieve my thing regardless. But if you keep
100
saying,
100.
this happened to me, so I can't achieve. There's uncles who chill in the same spots, chill at the same pubs. They're fucking in their 60s, saying, "I can't get a job because I'm black, because when I was younger, this happened to me." Fuck
and
that.
The thing is, you know, the thing is, King. Go ahead. You finish, King. When you finish, I'm going to jump in.
Yeah,
1 minute.
Now you're stopping yourself from growing because you still have this victim. I hear that in it. Yes, you were a victim, but as a grown-up or a man or a king or whatever you want to call yourself, why do you still accept that you're a little bitch? You get me?
Okay, 100% true. True and accurate. King, this is true and accurate what you just said, okay? Unfortunately, there are not those within us. Not everyone is strong-minded. Some of us will fall into the devil drug or to the alcoholism or into some fuckery. You know, they will fall into that, unfortunately. Not all of us are strong like that. I completely agree with you. Regardless of what kind of racism, you don't have to tell me there's racism. I know there's racism, but do you think that holds me back? Do you think that prevents me? I subjugate everything. When I go to buy a fucking flat or a house, I send a white woman in there to go and buy it. Yeah, it's all of these types of maneuvers I have to fucking do because I know that the world and society is racist. I'm not going to let that hold me back. Go ahead, Turo.
I was going to say, like, Shaka, as like an African, what did your parents say to you, like, growing up about, say, white supremacy or family?
My mom and dad were different in it. I grew up in UK Midlands in it, so EDL was a big thing. We used to get chased by EDL lads. My father was more fight and fight back in it. If they're racist lads want to hate you because you're blackie or because you chill with some Pakistanis, fight them back in it. My dad was like, my mom was more of be peaceful, report it, and try to avoid Europeans in it. Try to avoid being with white lads because white lads don't like you in it. I was told so it was two different. My dad was more of a militant, like fight back. You get me? So it was two different. Like my dad was more into fighting back. My mom was more into avoid them and tell the teachers and try to. But yeah, man, that was my experience in it from both sides.
What did they say? Like when you leave school and trying to get jobs and things like that.
Shit's gonna be tough in it, but either you create a way where it makes it easier for yourself. Either get the best, try to get create a platform where you can actually create something for yourself and actually be free from that. It's gonna be tough in the people. Some people won't employ for the sake of you're black. However, either you have to create a platform where you become your own kind of like you support yourself, or if you can't, then like try to find a way where you can, like create a platform for yourself in it. Like either that's by degree, by apprenticeship, by qualifications, by working your ass off. You get me? Like don't just sit in the hood and try to say I'm gonna make fast money instead. Cause
Like,
that was my
I'm
advice in it.
Gotta check
yeah,
up. Is that you, bro? Gotta
yeah.
check.
2 seconds.
Yeah,
Like, I'm glad. I'm glad for
yeah.
you, like your honesty there, because I think even with the Black Americans and Caribbeans, it's sort of the same dynamic in a sense with the father and the mother, and that. But the only thing that is different is that Caribbeans and African Americans have been living under white supremacy or a white dominant rule for a much longer time. So this is something that has been embedded from our great grandfathers, great grandmothers, and even up to this day now, it's getting taught to us, and we carry these type of memories in our DNA and things like that. So you have that, not to say that it is the same experience, don't get me wrong, but it's where we have been living under it for so long. We've got a whole different type of mentality where sometimes we do feel a bit down in ourselves to actually achieve certain things because
It's all right. So, I'm gonna be off for a little bit, but I'm gonna jump back on there. But do you believe systemic racism exists, or in any capacity, in any form, in the UK? Let's say, forget America.
of course my parents have been there for God knows how long, but it has changed though,
To this day, right now,
at this point.
still right now.
Yeah, I'm saying it, but
I believe there's some.
changed a bit. I have to be.
Say again.
It has changed a lot, to be honest, because like you have to be realistic. Like a lot of Caribbean, just like African Americans, well, maybe not too much African Americans in the UK, but Caribbeans, I feel like as men, they look at us as like the lowest standard, and they put other nations, even though Africans are black or melanated like us, they look at those people more
But
as
quickly,
sophisticated
I
people.
just want to know your. I just want to know your stance. I'm saying, do you believe that in this country that there's institutions that are racist, as in they discriminate against black people? Do you believe that?
In this day and age, yeah, of course they do.
You say, of course they do.
Yeah.
Say less, and then you, man. Yeah. Hey, there's a question. There's a question of the day. Still about culture vultures and that. But bless up. I'll see you, man, in a bit.
Yeah. Come back because I want to get you. I definitely want to ask you about that though. Definitely want to ask James. So yeah, like James was saying, man. I mean, the question of the day is, can black people can black people be considered culture vultures by other black people? What y'all think about that?
I think so. Yes, but first I want to address the previous conversation that went by.
Go ahead, brother.
Right. Bo was absolutely spot on when he said when he was speaking on white supremacy, and if you really listen to him, his whole thing was systematic white supremacy pertaining to the United States of America. You get what I'm saying? And whenever you have an outside black person giving an analyst on our shit, you always gonna have a disconnect. Now, when somebody tell me that white supremacy still exists, then especially if ADOS, somebody identifying as ADOS or FBA or whatever the tag you putting on yourself today, you're slapping your grandfathers and your grandmothers and everybody else in the face, because there is a comp. When he says there is no white supremacy systematically, then you have a problem, because we have a comp. What was that comp? That was the Jim Crow laws. That was the Jim Crow laws from post-Civil War all the way up to 1968. Now that was systematically, collectively as a group, affecting us. You get what I'm saying? He can actually say there is no systematic white supremacy because we went through it. There was actual laws. You can go in the laws and see that a white person, that a black person could not sit in the front of the bus. That was law. A black person couldn't go in Woolworths. That was the law. We can do that now. So that system of white supremacy systematically no longer exists. So he is absolutely right. The thing about it is, it was kind of over your head a little bit.
No, it wasn't that, because I told the brother Bo yesterday, like a lot of those things you named and a lot of things the brother Bo was naming yesterday, to me is white extremism. Hanging niggas from trees, making laws to tell. Damn, y'all got me saying the word. I'm trying to come away from it. But hanging black people from trees, telling black people you can't come into this restaurant or spot. To me, that's extremism. But then you still have the subtles, even fucking judges, the way they're charging. It was just a judge like 2 years ago that got locked up because him and his whole state was
brother. Hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, but you're mixing two arguments.
Okay.
Hanging niggas from trees is a crime. Bo's whole makeup was talking about systematic white supremacy. And if you want to talk crime, we can talk crime. If you want to talk systematic white supremacy, that's another thing. I don't want you to conflate two arguments. His whole thing yesterday was systematic, meaning the collective group and how it affected it. It's not here today. You can go in Woolworths today. If it was a Woolworths, you can go in any store you want to today. Now you might get looked at, you might get shaded, you can do that, and that was his whole thing. But when you got a East African over here giving a analytical data on our experience, and y'all up there firebombing this nigga like he talking real talk, then he's going to keep pouring that shit on you, and he has no clue of what he's talking about. So Bo was spot on with that. Now, even in the drug pandemic, in the 80s, when crack hit the cities, hit our neighborhoods, everybody didn't fall victim to that shit, did they?
That's true. No,
because they had willpower. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They had the power to resist that shit.
But the laws were upgraded to make sure that if you did fall victim to it, then you would be charged.
And hold on. Who pushed them laws? Who pushed those laws? The black community pushed those laws. That 94 crime bill, it wasn't the government driven. That was the black neighborhoods, the black churches, black members of city council who pushed the 94 crime bill. We dropped the ball because our ancestors got us out of white supremacy, which was actual on the books Jim Crow laws, and we failed. They were stronger than us. We failed.
Boom.
I hear you, bro. I still disagree, but I'm willing
that's
to hear you
why,
out.
and that's why I say, man, like certain conversations, it's not that I have nothing against people from the UK, right, or whatever, right, but it's I feel as though it's a form of arrogance and disrespect, right, for you to debate me about the real life experiences, like I could do, like what the brother did, the African brother, Palau, and show it to you. I can show you step by step. I can show you people who lived during times of Jim Crow when these laws was in fact, and they can tell you exactly what systematic oppression came by. And I can tell you this without a matter of fact. If you go to any older black person, African American, ADOS person, and you ask them about systematic oppression, they're not really outside of the media. Like this stuff here, you can't tell them that. Like I can't go to my grandmother and cry about racism. She's gonna be like, "Boy, get your ass out."
No, is it my internet?
Yes, my connection was messed up a little bit, bro. Finish that last part. What'd you say on that last part? Your connection was
I missed it. You hear me?
Nah, still a little choppy.
Let me drop out and come back in. Maybe it's my own.
Yeah, brother, is it just me?
No. His connection's a little off. I hope mine is.
No, it's Born Rich. Your connection's slipping again. I think God of Jacob. I think you're slipping as well.
It's an American thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
you said I'm doing what? What am I doing?
Yeah, I think your connection was slipping a little bit.
It was good to me. Your connection was good. It was Bo's connection that was going in and out.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man. I wanna.
So I just wanted to highlight that, but
yeah, I got you.
He's absolutely right. We have a comp. We have the Jim Crow laws that was actually affecting us systematically as a group. You get what I'm saying? And that's just the bottom line. So when he said what he said, he was absolutely correct.
Yeah, my mic coming through better.
Yeah, better. A lot
better.
Yeah, that's better. I can hear you now.
A lot better now.
Yeah, so that's all it is, right? Because what you don't realize though is that, and that's why I say it's a way to have dialogue, right? as far as our experiences and coming to an understanding of them, right? And debating me from outside with no knowledge of it, like that's not the way to go. And it's disrespectful, you know what I'm saying? And that's what was really frustrating me at the time, because it's just his way of going about it, or just thinking you're gonna overtalk me in this condescending way. It's like that's so reminiscent of what we deal with white people over here and how they approach subject matters, and just thinking they just gonna nitpick and debate every little in with a know-it-all type approach. Like, it's triggering to me. I'm gonna be honest with you, you know. But I'm down to build with anybody who want to build, and you could disagree with me and all. It's cool, but I'm not with the debating and brain wrestling, trying to score points.
You see where he is with James. He likes to.
Buddha, what happened, buddy?
What happened? Yeah, like this ain't the game. This ain't the game that you can win though. Like, this ain't a debate to win or a game to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not funny. You know what I mean? Like,
I like the point of these streams is what I like is you can get brothers from Tennessee, brothers from Florida, you know, brothers from the UK, brothers from Zimbabwe. You know what I mean? And who knows where the hell Turok is from? And get the brothers.
I feel you, but it's still a certain responsibility to make sure that it's all done with a bit of decorum and respect for each person's respective opinion and experiences. You know what I mean? Like, you just can't have somebody come, and I'm not saying you can't, but I'm saying, like, the way I rock, like, I'm not really too keen, because I wouldn't let somebody do it to me. Like, you're not gonna come in my space and just tell somebody, like, if a Nigerian give his experience about living in Lagos, I won't even let somebody that's ADOS debate them on that. Like, how the hell you gonna tell this man about how he should feel? I believe the brother was from Zimbabwe, how he should feel about Mugabe. Like, you got some African Americans that debate a Zimbabwean about.
I'm from Zimbabwe, but I'm based in the UK, innit? So
no, I'm
based in the UK, but that's my
No, what I'm saying is, I'm using an example, right? That's as if your mother give you her life story and their perspective on Mugabe, and then you got somebody that's never lived in Zimbabwe, don't know nothing. All they know is this whole Pan-African stuff, and they want to tell you, like, Mugabe was the greatest thing that ever happened to Zimbabwe, whether it was or wasn't, right? I'm not saying whether he was or wasn't, but if you telling them, like, yo, my mother told me that when they was in Mugabe, and he like, yo, he's telling me he's emotional. His mother's telling me because his granny told him about Mugabe. Now it's supposed. It's like, yo, shut the fuck up.
Hey, Rich. Another thing that I hate, when and you know how we is as ADOS men over here. When we start getting a little passionate, a little aggressive, that's not emotional. You get what I'm saying? Us disagreeing with this dude is not emotional, and I feel like that's a loophole he uses. You know what I'm saying? To kind of calm us down, but we ain't built like that. So we can be at the basketball court and we're gonna talk like that. You get what I'm saying? So
I get it. I get it.
So that narrative is
emotional bother me, because I ain't gonna lie, I know how I use the word emotional.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When I'm saying it's emotional, yeah, I'm being sarcastic, I'm throwing a shot at you, all of that. So when somebody say, yeah, you getting emotional, I argued emotion versus passion in debates 3-4 years ago. I mean, I'm just
right.
Yeah, man. I know the brother ain't emotional. That's like when everybody was like, yeah, man, he said suck your dick and ran off. I'm like, well, yeah. So people say that in America. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If he fuck with the channel, he'll be back. Like,
right. But you see what I'm saying? Like, but when you frame it like that, and like I said, he's part of the problem. He is anti-ADOS, because what he's doing is stereotyping us in a sense. But y'all don't get it. He was emotional.
Sorry. What's the ADOS? What's that?
Look it up. Ask James when he come back on. It's on his thing.
Nah, don't let him. It means American. It means American.
It's American descendant of slavery.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
you know, the thing is,
another
thing too, right? What my problem was, if you can't state a stance, right? Like, you can't tell me, like, when I'm asking, like, where do you stand on the issue? Don't tell me you don't stand nowhere. You just want to debate the issue. So it's like you're not even giving me a stance where you stand at. You just waiting to see what I say, just so you can argue. So you can just
that's
argue.
what Pan-Africans
I
do.
know that. I know that too. I know that too.
That's what Pan-Africans do.
I learned that from religious debates, right? So if somebody want to, let's say, debate Hebrew Israelite, the first thing the Hebrew Israelite gonna say is what you stand on.
Right. But hey, Rick, hey, I'm gonna get you one more, and then I'm gonna mute or whatever and go.
But they stand on something.
Go ahead.
Yeah. My whole thing is, and it was another thing I watched during the dialogue where he said, I can tell my man don't debate too well. Well, I could actually say he's debated more people that I think are of prominence than anybody. Again, he's tried to shape this guy for point scoring. Now, I've been on panels with this brother before on a couple people's channels who I know are intellectually sound, and he held it down, especially when the ADOS movement was at its peak. He was there. So again, he framed my dude to point to y'all that he don't know what he's talking about his own damn culture and his experience. And I think that was, one of them scoring points. He's been on point. Now, we may not be the most elegant speakers, but we get our point. And another thing, and I've seen Bo in other panels, we're not going to sit up here and debate hypotheticals. That's what James does. He debates hypotheticals. Who got time for that shit? He monologues are hypothetical. You get what I'm saying? And ain't nobody got time for that shit.
That's all I'm saying, man. We all men, man. We could build upon experiences and learn about each other's perspective, man. But like debating each other's experiences, real world experiences, that's something I won't even try to, out of respect for another man, I won't even try to debate your experiences. If you tell me you had experiences with racism or whatever, it's like, okay, but is it systematic? Like when they were telling me about racism, like even when me and Born Rich was this one, it's like my whole point was, it wasn't, could it have been other factors that went into it? But I'm not gonna say no, that didn't happen to you. You know what I mean? And shout out to the brother Pelu, man. I like how he holding it down, man. He on point for an African brother, man. He on point so much for an African brother.
Pelu been coming through too. Every time I go live, Pelu pop up, man. So salute to Pelu, man. He fuck. But salute to everybody who fuck with the show, man. There's a little old black man from Tennessee trying to, hold a panel where we can have some conversations. Now I really want to get into it, y'all. Shit, we're an hour and a half in, man. Let's get into it. Bo, can black people be considered culture vultures?
Hey, can I get 10 seconds? 10
Hell
seconds.
no, this ain't the G-Pop. Finish your shit. Finish your shit, Rich, man. Fuck you.
Relax.
Hold on,
no, ain't no relax. Ain't no relax. Would you finish your shit? No, Rich, do your shit, man.
Relax, man. Just it's his show, right?
Relax, Rich.
Rich,
will you please go on with your show?
Of your 50,
Rich,
old man, Dr. James.
What about your blood pressure? What about your blood pressure?
Your damn show.
Hey, Rich, man. Hey, Rich, man.
Are you gonna do your show? Are you gonna do your show?
I got it.
Let me know what you're gonna do, so I can see what I'm gonna do.
Hold on, man. When this man jumps on,
let me know what you're gonna do, so I can see what I'm gonna do.
James,
but you this man bully you like this. What happened?
Come on, I got it, Jacob. You ain't gotta. You don't gotta throw.
No, I can't get 10 seconds. You're talking about when people's name get mentioned, they get a right to reply. I just want 10 seconds. I don't want to do them on. All I was going to say is,
let me know what you're gonna do, so I can see what you're gonna do. Rich, what are you about to do?
I get 10 seconds. You're making it longer.
My man just come up and start talking. I got 10 seconds. Let me know what you about to do.
So
I can know what to do going forward.
You
was on to some other shit. What we gonna do?
Yeah, I wanted to say something, man.
Come on, bro. Some confusion, man. Let's just move on with the topic, man.
What we gonna do, Rick?
How did you jump on?
What we gonna do, Rick? Let me know. Let me know.
Let the guy, let Born Rich finish his.
We're gonna move on. We're gonna get it.
Yeah, I know.
Can nobody hear nothing right now? Can nobody hear nothing right now?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this, bro. If y'all got some disagreements, fight about it in the comments. I can't be on here all night, bro. I can't keep.
Yeah, man. I can't start the show, man.
I can't tonight, James. I can't keep going. I can't give everybody 10 seconds because now listen, James. I'm telling you, James. We saw this movie 100 times. You're gonna say something. Throw your little shot.
I'm gonna say nothing about this guy.
And say something. Well, it don't. Let's get to the point. James, all right, James. So when you say the word, the N word, right? When you say the N word,
give me 10 seconds, and then I promise you,
I want to know about this. Let's get into this. I want to get into this though, James. I do. I'm done with that, bro. It's an hour and a half.
Ask me a question. Ask me a question.
Yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Cause
but remember, yeah. Remember, people. You said when people say people's names, they're allowed to jump on and defend themselves. That's what you said. It's your rule.
Yeah, but y'all been back and forth.
I'm not mentioning. I'm not going to mention no one's name. I'm not going to mention no one's name.
Interruptions. I'm gonna tell you this, James. It's been 2 interruptions. Last time I threw this question out here, God Jacob said, "Yo, let me respond." Now I'm throwing the question. I know, but I'm just saying that was the last of the yo. Let me respond.
It's over with. It's over with.
James.
All I'm saying is,
James, it's early, man. Bo ain't going nowhere.
I am. I'm watching the sun.
I know, but you come back after the game. Hey, James, come back after the game, brother. Just come back after the game. You can get in.
G Block review. G Block review.
Okay. Yeah.
G Block review.
James, and that's what I'm saying. Matter of fact, let me say that because God Jacob, you was kind of doing that too, brother.
No. I
don't want to hear the threats though. What I'm saying is,
no, that's not threat. That's not threat.
If you're gonna do a G Block review, go ahead and do it.
That's not threat, brother.
I know, but
that's not threat.
Give me a headache, man. James, why are you talking over me, bro? Like, is it that serious?
That's not threat, though. I didn't mean it like that.
James, go. Hey, do me a favor, James. Go. Come back after the game, brother. Because I can say you you honestly just want to talk over me, man. Right now, you want to make sure
I'm sorry.
Yeah, whatever you got to say, you want to make sure it's said so bad that you're willing to talk over me. That's wild, man.
He's a bitch, man.
That was kind of crazy, bro. You just came in like, yeah, I'm gonna say what I gotta say regardless.
Cracker James.
Nah, bro. We can't do it like that, James. If everybody comes in with that energy, I never get to no topics.
But fuck him, man. Let's talk more. Say
yeah. So so I'm saying,
but as far as culture vultures, though,
yeah.
I personally believe that that's not just relegated to white people, though. I believe you as a black person, there's still a level of respect and consideration you need to exhibit when appropriating other black cultures too, to a certain extent, in certain respects.
Yeah, I've been called a culture vulture.
Sure.
A lot of my family are Rastafarian in the Rasta, so that means I fuck with a lot of like reggae, dancehall. A lot of people will say you trying to follow the Jamaican scene. Sadly, Rastafarians and the Jamaican culture kind of has been interlinked, but usually it's not, because I fuck with the Rastafarian culture, what I probably dress, the music I listen to, how I might speak to elders, because most of my elders are Rastas. Some of them are Jamaican, some of them are Zimbabwean, but they're all speaking a similar lingo. And when I speak that lingo, I've been called what's it called? Fucking the culture vulture, where I'm trying to sound Jamaican, I'm trying to be Jamaican.
Yeah. Hold on real quick, Shaka. Hold on real quick, Shaka. Ask Getty, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, fam. It's me, brother.
All right, go ahead. Let King Shaka come through, brother. Go ahead and finish up.
Because I do fuck with the Jamaican culture, especially with music. Not really slang. Maybe I'll use a bit of lingo, but mainly with the music, because I'm big on music as I'm learning to be a DJ. Because of most of my music and most of how I might dress or how I might speak and my stance and how my people that surround me are Jamaican, I might be seen as a culture vulture. But I just fuck with the culture, innit? There's nothing wrong with that. You get me? I'm not shaming it. If I'm supporting it and I'm uplifting it, how is that a bad thing? You get me? But yeah, that's what I can say.
Yeah, can I get a minute? It's all about respect and appreciate. If you culture is to be appreciated by other people. To me, I don't think culture is for yourself. It's to be appreciated. You know what I'm saying? If you appreciate somebody else's culture, I don't think it's wrong with appreciating different cultures from everywhere. Like, I appreciate all culture. I'm an international student of culture. I like all cultures. I study cultures. You know, so like culture is. Makes you forget your own culture? Is that if it makes you forget your own culture, or you don't promote your own culture, or you're there? No, I'm not saying you don't promote your own culture. I'm saying everybody have cultural appreciation. Yeah, why can't you appreciate another? So you tell me the only culture anybody can appreciate is their own culture. That's the only culture anybody can appreciate ever. No. It's like this. You see, like I don't know how to say this, though, but I believe, for example, like me as an African, yeah, like I don't know too much, but maybe I believe in Shaka, yeah, as an African. You see, when like Jamaican people, other people, even white people, when they come to our houses, they do see this African cultures in our houses, and that represent our culture, right? So, like, even though we might not be a different culture, but our parents are direct representation of our cultures, in it, because
the way they speak, the way they twist words around, the way they dress. So they're actually advertising our culture. And the problem we have is we just chasing other people's culture. We forgetting to promote our own culture. And that's why we're the most disrespected race on the planet, bro. Because you always want to hold on. You think somebody's always better than you. You want to be part of that. But then you look at, you talk about why these things are happening to us, but you don't look at yourself in the mirror, bro. Because today, 2021, you as a generation don't want to represent and promote your own culture. You don't want to talk about freedom for your own people. You don't really care, but you want to cling on to this white man land, this and have an effect of somebody using the N-word against you. Like, that does not matter, bro, because you're the one promoting these things to happen, innit? You don't care about yourself. You don't care about your race, your color. You don't care about your future, bro. So this is, brother.
That's my problem with Pan-Africanism, though. That's why I don't like Pan-Africanism.
That's the problem.
You don't like Pan-Africanism.
You're the problem. You're the problem, and you're the reason we're gonna keep suffering. Because
how come you don't like Pan-Africanism? Sorry, who said that? Who doesn't like?
I said it.
Okay, that's a very interesting point.
Yeah,
How come
it is? Because I believe that. Okay, so you got to understand, right? Pan-Africanism from the context of a continental African, in my opinion, is different from Pan-Africanism from the context of, let's say, the diaspora with African Americans, using African Americans, for example. It may sound, they may have the same name, but if you look at the pathology behind it and the way it manifested, it's different. It's a different.
What's the main purpose of Pan-Africanism? What is the main goals? What is the main, like a tree, yeah? The root of a tree. Where does it start from? Because I know it goes to different, people have different things, like some people, when it comes to Pan-African, that's defense, that's all these things, but what's the main goal for Pan-Africanism?
Who are you talking to?
You, brother, because you're saying you're against Pan-Africanism, right?
Right.
What is the main goal? Why is Pan-African represented, and why does it attract so many?
Tell me. I just told you that Pan-Africanism in America to me has a different agenda. But let me know what Pan-Africanism is to you, and I'll tell you how I feel about it.
For me, it's the uplifting of Pan-African people. When I say Pan-African, black people in it, you get me? African Caribbeans, people in the diaspora, the upliftment for them in it financially.
Let me respond after you.
Mentally, yeah, that's what Pan-Africanism stands for. You get me? The upliftment, so financial stability, mental stability, a lot of things in it. You get me? Changing our narrative and uplifting our people. That's what
But before you respond, bro, I know you're gonna divert the thing. Let me just come in.
No, I'm not going to divert the thing. Mine's going to be quick. You hit on the key words. You said the uplifting, but the problem is it's been one way. We've been doing all the carrying. You get what I'm saying? Our arms tired. That if you gonna preach us about the
one people, what do you mean?
ADOS, we have been promoting Pan-Africanism, not the continent. The lifting, we've been doing the heavy lifting. That's all I'm saying. You got the flow.
So African people don't support Pan-Africanism. Is that what you say?
Maybe give them an example, Shaka. If you're gonna say the African people on the continent do support Pan-Africanism, maybe you or Asgedi can give us an example.
Let me say this. Like I say, man. Like I say, I see it differently from as an African American and what I see Pan-Africanism is in America. But by y'all being African, what do you see it to be? That's what I want to ask you. By y'all being African, can you honestly say, like, because I've known of Pan-Africanism my whole entire life, right? Has Pan-Africanism been a part of your like upbringing in Africa? Do you see it being?
Yeah, it's me.
Do you see it as being like embraced on the continent of Africa?
In Africa and the UK. The UK, a lot of black brothers, like, yes, we're the
stay on Africa, stay on the continent, stay on the continent.
Let me answer it, man. Don't rush me.
The mic, somebody talking up everything. Because I can't hear, I just hearing bad.
I can answer the question calmly.
Okay, bro, after you just mute up in it, please, after.
All right, I can answer the question calmly in it. In Africa, for example, countries like in East Africa, like Ethiopia, and other countries, they celebrate Gambia. They celebrate the unity of African cultures. In South Africa, yes, there's a lot of conflict in South Africa, but a lot of South Africa, even leaders like Malema, uplift the oneness of Africanism. You get me? So there's people who actually are uplifting and who've been wanting to uplift. Gaddafi was in support of Pan-Africa, One Africa. A lot of people in Africa have been supporting. Yes, there's a lot of like warfare.
I don't need a parade. I don't need a celebration. Financially, what has that continent Pan-Africanism? When has Pan-Africanism supported the Caribbeans and the Black Americans financially in any capacity?
Hey, Marvin, answer that.
Nah, not yet. Well, go ahead. I'm done.
Yeah. I just want to hear anybody. If somebody got an answer, go ahead, Paylo. Let me hear, because I know your people from Sierra Leone. So.
Bro, that's the mic. That's very bad, man. I think it's muted now.
Hello,
can we say this too? Oh, I apologize. Let me just ask this question though, because you brought up Malema in South Africa, right? But when we talk about
Malema, big up Malema.
Hey, that's what you said, right? But if you go on the ground within South Africa, a lot of actual South Africans, view Malema as a clown and like a parasite. So he's not really celebrated within South Africa.
People like you, sell out.
Why that is?
Allow him, man.
It's because a lot of Africans still see Europeans as their saviors. They're mentally enslaved. And he's one of the people that wanted to change Africans from being mentally bitches and wanting the European help. So big up Malema for that. Because a lot of
big up
Africans
Malema. And brother, let me just quote what Malema says, and let's see if we are really against Malema. Malema stands for black people owning their lands, where they don't have to pay rent for their own country. If you don't have a land, you don't belong to that country. It's like you cannot say you're African and you don't have no land. Malema says, how come people are owning 99% of the economy, but black people in South Africa, 90% of the population, and 10% of white people owns the whole of the economy, and everybody is starving and dying. Malema talks about, these international companies, London mining, Stockholm mining, Copenhagen mining. The whole world wants to come to Africa and mine, and nobody wants to pay tax. You think we can even go? You think we can go to a European country and hunt foxes? We're not even allowed to hunt a fox or a deer. These people are there telling you, no, it's your fault. This is going on in Africa. It's your fault. But they're watching African children dying on TV directly and trying to get you to pay for tax for some sort of money so they can feed them, and that money never reaches these kids. Today, bro, let me just add this, bro, because I don't have too much time. Buddha, are you there, bro? Because I need to answer you this as well. Buddha was on a panel with another guy talking about the future of this nation.
That's a different panel.
Brother, just listen and please just reply. I know you are on the panel, yeah? These people are ready to go to war with us. They're talking about we taking over the nations and that. They're ready to start a third world war. But we're not there in the stock exchange trading things, strawberries and potatoes, We don't steal from these people. These people trade. Bro, 75% of the minerals traded in the stock exchange on a daily basis come from Africa. Why is it not Australia?
That's good. Big up, that's good. But did you hear what I said?
I couldn't hear that, brother. But this is the time we need to prepare ourselves.
Yeah, did you hear what I said? Did you hear what my response was?
Jump in. Hey, let me jump in because y'all just talking about.
I'm trying to. What is this? Like, the guy asked me a question and you're telling me not to respond. So let me try and respond. That's gay. Right. So what initially, if you listen to the whole of the conversation, I said, all right, cool. If he wants every person of color outside of the UK to leave, fair enough. But then every single person who's white that's in an African land or any land that doesn't predominantly white, they need to leave. And what do you think that's going to do to the UK?
And what are they willing to do, Buddha? What are they willing to do in the next 30 years if they don't start? What
listen, what they're ready to do. What just by the mention, just by what they're saying, is actually a crime under the United Nations. It's called ethnic cleansing. So it's a form of genocide.
See, this is my thing, though, right? Like
why are we going? We're going away from the conversation.
Going somewhere else. Question about the head about the
This is the most important part. These people are ready to kill you, like they killed your ancestors.
We're not worried about that. We're not worried about that. We don't have a
Getty, you gotta relax, bro. Like if those people ready to kill us, then we don't have an army, so we'll be dead. So let's don't talk. I don't really want to get on. I don't really want to talk. Oh yeah, I don't really want to talk. These are black people talking about black things. I don't really want to be on here saying white people is trying to kill us.
We change the conversation because right now we're conversing.
Yeah, I wait to
shout out to P. Lou. He come from an almost Pan-African country, Sierra Leone. So I guess he.
It was built on Pan-Africanism. That's what P. Lou was telling me.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't actually. That's Liberia.
Now that I'm telling you that, I show you the records, boy. I pulled up records. Didn't I pull up records?
He pulled up records. No, he did. He did tear up. Sierra Leone was
Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone was founded by the British.
Yeah,
but they were abolitionists, of course. I mean, who else was going? I mean, they were founded by abolitionists. So what?
No, but it was also they were also doing ethnic cleansing.
Well,
no,
it's not a debate. It's not a debate. But it's just something quickly. What I'm trying to. No, I'm saying he's got it mixed up with Liberia. Liberia and Sierra Leone are two different colonies.
What you mean, Sierra Leone was the original? What are you talking about, dumbass?
I'm saying Liberia. Liberia is that's where Marcus. Listen, what I'm trying to say quickly.
No, the man
Marcus
from
Garvey,
Sierra Leone, man.
Marcus Garvey was sending people to where? Liberia, not Sierra Leone.
The nigga Marcus Garvey. We're the first nation. We were 1787. We're the first Pan-African nation for blacks to come back to Africa. 1787. But what was Marcus Garvey? 19 something. What are you talking about?
This is what white people set it up. This is what white people set it up. The British set it up that colony.
Okay, the whole world was controlled by white colonialism. No way around it. Okay. If you want to say something has nothing to do with white people, it's nothing anybody can say in the translated world.
Why are we talking about?
I'm saying in Sierra Leone, they even chucked out poor white people.
About black people. The founder was Thomas Peters. It's not about black people.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, my brother. I'm saying to you, my brother. I'm saying to you, my brother. Liberia and Sierra Leone.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about because they even sent white people to Sierra Leone. Come on, Bridget, don't try.
White people to Sierra Leone. So women.
All right, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back, guys. Come on, let's bring it back. Bring it back.
Jerome want to talk dumb shit. Now let's talk about real shit.
That's what happened yesterday. You're gonna spend a lot of time. You're gonna spend a lot of time debating with Rhetoric on the place that you came from, Pelu. You know what I'm saying? Like
Born Rich.
I'm not trying to do that. Born Rich. I'm being serious, Born. It's Turok not the one that being. You know me, Born. What are you talking about?
Okay, Burlo, we hear you, innit? We hear you.
I hear you, Pelu. I was just saying, look, if you know where your people come from, you shouldn't waste a lot of time on somebody saying your people didn't come from there.
But see,
I want to get back to the American situation.
Born Rich.
Man,
Born Rich. Where did Marcus Garvey try to send people from America to?
No, what he's saying, Turok, is he's saying the 1700s is when black people told black people
the
British. I know, but
it was not called Pan-African then, was it?
We ain't talking about Pan-Africanism right now, brother. We're not talking about that. This man
he said Sierra Leone, it was the first one, and I'm saying, brother, no, because the English government set it up a colony there where they even chucked out poor white people and black people from England.
Listen, Turok, that colony was built off of black descendants of slaves that fought for the British. No, but this is
Sierra Leone. Read a damn book. Okay, go Google it. Go Google this shit. Let's go Google.
Pelu, we went through it the other night. Remember, I was learning, so I was Googling it. So Turok, it's hard for you to tell me what I researched the other day. I didn't believe it, so I looked it up the other day when Pelu was on here talking to me.
Where was that source from?
That's what. Look, just Google it, Turok.
Where was the source from,
brother? Just Google it. We don't have time.
What was that source you was reading from?
I know. I want to ask Getty. I'm done with Sierra Leone.
You know, Turok, you're a naughty boy, man.
Yeah, for real, Turok. I don't want to talk about Sierra Leone. I want to talk about culture vultures.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to get to, though.
So ask Getty.
Can I check her up?
Hold on. All right, so ask Getty. I want to ask you.
I want to say like this. Yeah, you see, back in the days, people used to say the Somalis are culture vulturing of the Jamaicans, right? But today you have to use talking Somali slangs, you know, using slangs in the music, promoting it, talking, you know, like, so we don't say, we are happy for people to promote African culture or African language, right? You see, you hear a lot of
tell me this though. You see reggae music, do they call it black music or Jamaican music?
The real reggae artists call it African
Africa,
music.
in Africa.
They always mention African freedom. The real black
in Africa,
reggae artists, the real old school reggae artists, Peter Tosh and them mans, all promote, Bob Marley, all of them promote Africanism.
Yeah, but that's not why I asked you. What do they call it? Do they call it black music or do they call it Jamaican music in Africa?
African music.
They don't call it African music.
Bro,
because where in Africa can you get reggae now?
South Africa, Zimbabwe. I'll answer that. South Africa, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Nigeria.
Listen what I'm saying to you. Listen what I'm saying to you now. Where in Africa did they ever have reggae artists?
Zimbabwe, South Africa, gold.
In what year?
Kenya.
In the 90s.
In what year?
I'm telling you, man. Chill, man.
Uganda.
In what year?
The Bobby Wine, one of the guys who was going to be he was standing for election, is a reggae artist. Bobby Wine of Uganda is a reggae artist.
In what year?
Well,
from the 70s to the 2000s, in it, but he passed away in it.
So you tell me they had reggae artists in Africa from the 70s, yeah?
70s, 80s, 90s, yeah, man. I've just told you this. Go look at
and what did they call that music?
Reggae music.
Why did they call it reggae music?
Because it's reggae music.
Why did they call it reggae music?
Because it's a genre of music called reggae. What's your question?
Let's talk about today. Let's talk about today. Let's talk about
but where is it from? Hold on. Where is it from though?
From Lucky Dube.
Where is it from? See, this is what we're talking about here now. We're culture vulturing now.
Vulturing.
Why do you not call it reggae music?
Because it's called reggae music, same as gospel music.
Why? What does reggae mean?
Where do you get the rhythm, the drums from, Turok? The rhythm.
What does reggae mean?
Where did that come from? The rhythm, the drums, the dancing.
What does reggae mean?
From Africa, right?
I have to research that. Because it's not in my.
What do you mean you have to research that now?
Because it's like ask me what does jazz mean? I don't know what jazz mean. What does gospel mean? I don't know.
Mr. Born Rich. Mr. Born Rich.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you a question? Because I'm just saying, just for like the continuity, like, can we like each person like just make a say their piece and then let's move to the next? But like the part of like you just ask a repeated back to back questions. Like, what's your point, bro? Just say your piece where you stand at and let's move it. You ain't gotta keep. So what's reggae music? So what does reggae mean? What does it like? Come on, brother.
Yeah, because I'm trying to see where did these people get it from. All right, then tell me this from America. Then from America, what do you look at reggae music? Do you call it black music or Jamaican music in America?
In America, what do we call reggae? Reggae or Jamaican music? Is that
why not African music?
Brother, you see, you keep asking these damn rhetorical questions,
This is
man.
very simple.
Point and let's keep it moving.
How long has South Jamaica Queens been the culture in there?
Because these people are full of shit. That's why.
No, very simple, bro. Turok. How long has the South?
Are you saying that we're not the same people? Could you? It sounds like you're saying that me and you are not the same people. Then is that what you're saying, Turok?
Why don't they call it South African music?
Bro, it's like because it's music in it. It's
you
black
don't stop
people
this
music,
shit, man. Stop this shit.
For you, brother, you're the one that came in. You want to argue.
Stop it.
You're naughty, brother. You're naughty. You want to argue.
Stop this shit, man. You don't come like some counterfeit Chinese here, man.
Counterfeit. Okay, the rhythm of reggae. Where does that come from?
Stop it, Five.
No, answer the question.
Because you know what I would do? I would play indigenous your tribal music, and it don't sound reggae.
Why don't you answer my questions then, brother?
Because I will play your indigenous music. And it don't sound reggae.
Are you not?
You understand that? You have clicks in your language and all type of things.
Man, Born Rich, do you not see this niggas on some other shit? Like,
do you not want to answer my questions anymore? I answered your questions. Can you answer my questions, please?
And tell me this then. Tell me this as an African. Is Selassie the king of Africa?
Well, is
Selassie the king of Africa?
Do you not see he on some other shit, man?
Hold on, man. I let you lot talk. I've been on mute. Hold on 2 seconds, man.
But listen, brother.
Hold on 2 seconds. I'm asking the brothers who have reggae. Hold on. I'm asking the brothers a serious question who has reggae. Is Selassie the king of Africa?
God damn, Turok, what you doing, bro? What you doing, Turok? Like I'm
asking the brother a serious question.
What does that have to do with culture vultures? We don't
because all of that culture comes from Jamaica, and these people deny it.
Stop it, man. Stop it. Are Jamaicans
all
not,
of that culture
Jamaicans
comes
not
from
Pan-African?
Jamaica, man, and
Yo,
these
like,
people
hey, I'm
deny
not
it.
trying to get caught up in no personal UK beefs y'all got between
Ain't beef,
It's not
Africans
man.
no
and
It's you.
Jamaicans.
UK
I ain't
beef,
got beef with
brethren.
the brother.
Like,
Wake up
for
your
real,
blood
bro.
cleat, bruv.
Either you gonna express your point of view, man, and keep it moving, and let them get a
Yeah, but
take.
let me talk now.
But
Let
like
me let Kono talk though, innit?
this petty,
I
like
let you
back and
talk.
forth shit. Damn.
Yeah, because
Bone Rich,
I'm
I'm
showing you
gonna
the
leave,
culture
brother. Yeah,
vulturism. We're talking about
I just
culture
got one
vulture,
thing I
innit?
wanted to say.
I
Yeah,
want to ask you. I want to ask you this, Ask Getty. Hold on, before you
go on.
leave, I want to ask you this, man. What do you think? Because even on these YouTube streams, I hear some of our
Let me cuss
Somali
bad
brothers.
words.
I know. Stop. Come on, Tarak. Come on, brother. You know what I
Go on,
mean?
go on, go on.
But I hear some of our Somali brothers use the N word. They say nigga, you know, my nigga, not really in a derogatory. So I've heard some Somali brothers use it in a derogatory term, but some of them use it the way we may use it over in America. What do you think? Like, how do you feel? What's your thoughts
Bro,
on Somali brothers using the word nigga?
I gotta say it is what it is, because none of you people care about uplifting the African people, right? So we all here contributing on damaging this race we call black, in it. So it is what it is, innit? We came here in the 90s. We're far away from our African culture. We had to, integrate. We're not gonna integrate with white people, so we became part of the black people community of Europe or America, right? So that's what it is, innit, bro? We all contributing somehow to destroying this race. We don't care about ourselves. We don't care about future children. You people are talking about African are not doing enough for Jamaican or American descendant of slaves. But look at
Yeah, man,
Akon
the
City
dumb
is under
statement, man.
construction. Look at Wakanda City is under construction. Ethiopia has given you a land. Ethiopia has given you a whole city for yourself. You can move anywhere in Africa. You represented anywhere in East Africa, but it's like you want to distance yourself. So until you find yourself your true identity, I think it's a
Let me
problem.
ask you this though, Ask Getty,
Until
man.
you
Let me
stop eating
speak. Hold on,
spaghetti, then talk to me.
Tarak, you gotta let
When
me
you lot stop
respond.
eating spaghetti,
I
then
know.
you can
Hey,
talk to me
Tarak,
about your
hey, man, let's
identity.
get it.
Spaghetti don't come from
Bro,
Somalia and
I got 1
Ethiopia,
minute.
man, and
I got
blazing
1 minute.
bread.
I
So
got 1
stop
minute.
chat
I got 1
shit.
minute.
Tarak,
Stop chatting shit. When you lot
hey,
eating your
Tarak,
spaghetti and ravioli,
I got
nobody
1
tell
minute,
you
bro.
nothing.
I got 1 minute. Give me the back chat.
Tarak, you
I
just
got
want to
1 minute.
argue, bro. Hey, Tarak, you just want to argue and name call, bro, and this ain't the place for it. I'm gonna be
No, they're
100, bro.
feisty, bro. They're feisty. Yeah.
I got,
Nobody
It's
told
I
you
got,
that what they're
I got,
doing is
I
funny.
got 40
Tarak,
seconds, brother.
Tarak, we're not doing it, but like you just come in and name
Bro,
call
why
and
you
say,
keep arguing with niggas on your show, man? Mute the nigga or kick his ass off and lay low, man. Damn. You
we
see
can't do
they
that.
trying to overtalk you like you a sucker or something. Nigga, mute him or kick him off. Lay low. Because they think you something to be played with. They don't
So,
respect you when you ask them
Boris,
to
let me just say this. I've
stay in
got a few
line.
seconds left, yeah? So I was trying to say that, bro, until we understand our true identity and where the real freedom lies and what's going to uplift us, yeah, we're still going to be in this mess, bro. I have to say this. You might point the fingers back at me, but even being a culture vulture is calling your name of a name of like another race, innit? Why would you call yourself Jonathan White or Jonathan Smith and that?
Now that's dangerous.
And
Now
you
you're
might
being
say this,
dangerous
yeah,
now,
the
brother. You're
Muslims
being
and this and
dangerous
that,
now.
but it's a culture we accepted, right? It doesn't seem like you guys want to accept that. So this is where the problem is as well, bro. I advise you, brother, look at you when you
You
have
have
a
a
kid,
now ask
look at your
Getty,
kid.
ask Getty.
You know you
I
complete
understand, but listen, ask Getty, I
the
understand
same mistake.
I understand that's what you're gonna stand on, but that's a pan-Africanist way of thinking. And some of our brothers here in America is like, yo, we've been over here
Boris,
for
brother,
hundreds
I'm
and
gonna
hundreds of years. We
I'm
only
gonna
know one culture, as Getty. We don't know the
brother,
Ethiopian or East
I'm
African
gonna
culture.
contribute in the back chat, but I can't stay on too long, brother.
All right.
Respect for you having me on, bro. I think you fully understand what I'm saying, brother. Yeah, but let's look into what Buddha was talking to that guy as well, innit? Because we need to do
Big up,
something now,
Asked,
bro.
man. Big up,
We
brother.
need to do something now, innit? We need to do something now. We're not just gonna wait and next man's gonna repeat what they did in the past,
Yeah, we working
Big up
as
yourself.
Getty.
Big up.
Yeah, we working
Big up,
as
my
Getty.
brother.
I'll let the
Always
Somali
big up.
brothers. I'll let the Somali brothers, man. We need to get our arms up, man. We need to get our arms and our defense
100%.
up, as Getty.
Let's start. It's called a army tax. Everybody should pay a Black African army tax. We should all pay a tax to get our own armies, innit? That's what I'm saying. We out here paying tax for next shit, but we should pay tax for that.
Big up, Askety.
Yeah, big up, Askety.
Yeah, man. I always say big up, man.
Yeah,
I don't know about that. I don't know. I need to learn more about the taxing and all that shit, and I'll learn more about. I don't.
Yeah,
Really know.
I don't know. I feel like
problem.
you know, I've been on mute the
got
most.
with,
I've been on mute the most, like for the longest. I'm trying to show some patience here why people are arguing.
I
I'm
think
going
the
to try and
question
say a couple of things.
Sorry,
I'm
go
going
on,
to try
brother.
and say a couple of things here. So the culture vulture question. Personally, I am a big culture vulture. I love cultures. I feel like human beings are beautiful. Done enough traveling in my time, and I've met enough people from different cultures and ethnicity, and I love all of them for bringing something to the table. Okay, but let me ask you something. Imagine I come from another country. Say I come from Norway, and I go on holiday and I hear some music. Let's say some reggae music, some Jamaican dancehall reggae, and I like that music. And the more and more I listen to it, the more and more I like it, to the point that the only music I listen to is reggae. So, does that make me a culture vulture? I'm trying to understand what the definition of a culture vulture is. For instance, I'm not going to monologue, I'm just going to say a couple of things here. When one leaves one country and goes to live in another country, they have to adapt to certain things, i.e., the dress code, when you go to work, the language, the food. Does that then make somebody a culture vulture, or does that make someone adapt into a new culture, but still retaining their own? So I need to know what the definition of a culture vulture is.
Well, I personally think is when people don't pay homage to where the origin of the thing comes from and try to remix it for themselves. So take for instance, you had Jamie Oliver that had jerk rice, and that could be a culture vulture, that could be an opportunity to make money, but at the same time, it's when you're not paying homage to that specific culture, and just, that's it. I say.
Mr. Can I respond? Because I feel like I initially said, like I'm against it, right? But I feel like all y'all have like a real simplistic examples of it, right? Which to me aren't a problem. Like I don't care about like if somebody listen to R&B music or rap music and start now y'all run around the UK acting like y'all drill artists and shit. Like that shit doesn't bother me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not my issue. My issue with culture vulturing is more so when people adopt the culture, right, and take it on as if it's their own, to create almost a character pretending to be somebody else, right? Incorporating another person's culture and masquerading themselves in it to project themselves for their own benefit, right? It's like a deceptive way. So if you see something, for example, like when you have people running for office, like let's just take Kamala Harris, right? So she runs for office and now she going on TV and she talking like she from the South. Ooh, child and girl. And she got a little plate of collard greens on the table. And yeah, you know, I remember in Systematic, my family grew up in the, and it's like you creating this image or character around yourself that's really representative of somebody else's culture and not your own, to project the image of yourself, which is not actually who you are or the
Like
culture
Obama.
in which you come from, like Obama. It's a lot of examples. But
Crazy.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's more
No,
so that form. It's more so
that's a
that
good
form of
example.
deception and not like no petty like, oh, who created reggae music, oh, and all this type of shit
that
like
was a
that. To
that
me,
was a
that's
stupid argument, man. That was a fucking stupid
yeah.
argument,
To
man.
me, that's a waste of time.
But yeah, that's a good analogy. I feel like if somebody is portraying something that they ain't, they could be ghetto fabulous. You know, like you got guys who pretend to be gangsters when they ain't. They got a silver spoon in their mouth. I understand that. Definitely, that to me is culture vulture for sure. But I remember there was a thing with Adele. I don't know if you American guys know who Adele is. She's a singer. Uh,
Yeah,
she wore
man, who
some.
don't know?
You don't know
The
who Adele is?
cornrows. Yeah, she wore the cornrows and the Jamaican flag.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
would you feel that that's cultural
No,
vulture or cultural? Do you think there's an
no.
issue with that?
She was at a parade, right? She was at the carnival, right?
Right. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but
So
do
no,
you
it was
feel like
all in
that's
context. No,
okay?
I don't look
So
at that as cultural vulture.
okay. So I see things the same. If somebody's doing something for a specific reason or whatever, the lines have to be very, very drawn in the sand so people can see. Because to me, that was just that was farcical. Whoever came up with that was farcical.
And you see, that's my whole thing though. When I say to me, Pan-Africanism, my problem with Pan-African, because I feel like it opens the doors where people feel as though it's all right to assume other cultures' identity and to almost, because now you create this image of flat blackness where we all don't have a culture where we can all jump in and out of each other culture and speak for each other.
But we do have black people have a culture. You have a culture. Having family
individually, but I have a culture that's independent of your culture. You get what I'm saying?
I can explain to you what
like I don't believe in the global black culture where we all the same. You know what I'm saying?
I can give you examples from my understanding. I might be incorrect, but this is from my understanding in it. The fact that a lot of black people, we stand on family principles or family structure, even though sometimes that's been broken down a lot of times by single mothers, etc. But that family structure, community based, music is a spiritual thing to us. That's why a lot of gospel, whatever, if you're not into religion, gospel, reggae, whatever, music is a spiritual thing for us. Those things, it might not seem like a culture, but those are cultural aspects because that's what keeps us. Like I can come to you, even though we might not know each other, but those little things like music, having that kind of energy within us and being like deeper, like what's deeper conscious people, that's something which is a cultural thing. You get me? And sometimes we might not even be enlightened to it, but it is there in it. That's why for me, I don't like to differentiate of, you're Jamaican and I'm I don't fucking care, blood. You're my people's in it. But that's what I stand for in it. But I feel like when like a lot of people like try to divide each other and say, no, I'm not, I'm this and that makes us different. Of course, everyone's
but
different.
You're saying that because you're in England.
We're all different. What do you mean?
You're saying that because the most dominant black culture in England is Jamaican or Caribbean culture
and Nigerian culture.
Recently.
I'm just speaking for my understanding in it.
But that's what I'm trying to say. But realistically, a lot of the culture you're talking about with Rasta and all that didn't start in Ethiopia. Rasta and all that didn't start in South Africa or Nigeria, Gambia or Ghana. It's a collection of people that have formulated Rasta that is on the island of Jamaica. It's just like how Mecca, you have
I get what he's saying, though.
But I'm not arguing with you, brother. I'm probably agreeing with you. So
the point where we say we're independent, just like how you are independent with your specific culture. We don't know your culture like that.
I hear that. I'm not saying that. Well, it's okay to have your own identity, but we still have like the Rasta thing connects a lot of people in it. I can see another Rasta. He might be fucking from Ghana, and I'll still connect with him in it.
But where would you have to come to pay homage to Rasta? It's Jamaica.
And what the fuck? And what? Thank you. Yes, Jamaica created Rasta. Good. Now what?
No, but I'm saying if you like, just how the Muslims have to go on pilgrimage to Mecca, for you to pay homage to Rasta, you would have to come to Jamaica.
And what? Now what?
No, what I think
it shouldn't be a problem,
right? What I think
it's a problem. You're making an issue. There's no issue.
Brother, I'm just saying that it is Jamaican, in it. So at the end of the day, you have your independent culture. Your ancestors been doing for donkeys of years. You have adopted something now. You have adopted something now and trying to combine it to your thing now.
I think you don't understand what Rasta.
No, I get what Turok saying.
You're confusing Rasta with it being a Jamaican thing. Rasta is a spiritual thing. Yes, it came from Jamaica. Blah blah blah. Islam came from the Middle East. I hear that shit. But you're connecting being Rasta and having that spiritual thing,
it's being a culture,
a nationalistic thing. Like, fam, I hear that's how you want to see. That's your thing.
But you have your indigenous culture. This is something what we have formulated on the islands.
And what? Right. And what? But doesn't mean that.
And I'm saying you have adopted it. It's something later. Because tell me this now: do your king look at Selassie as the king over him in Africa? Because there's kings in Africa, you know.
Are you asking me or answering you because you're asking me and then answering
I'm saying there's loads of kings in Africa. Does your tribal king look at Selassie higher than him?
I never made that statement. No, of course not.
I'm asking you now. Since this is a culture and it's all universal.
So what is your point? Can you get to your point then?
I'm saying in your culture in Africa, is Selassie higher than your king?
Let me just say this, right? And tell me if I'm wrong, if what you're getting at, because you keep asking questions, but I don't think you're giving out what you're really trying to say, but I get what you're getting at. I think he just want the recognition of saying that Rastafari is, in essence, Jamaica. in a sense, like you can't deny that.
Sorry, Bo. Sorry to interrupt.
Wait, let me just say that. Let me
just
just finish
ask
my
Born
point,
Rich something,
brother.
quickly.
Let me
I
just
saw it,
finish
Buddha.
my
I saw it, Buddha. Let him
Okay,
land,
alright,
Buddha.
cool. Go ahead, Bo.
Let me land. Is that culture which you talking about? It comes from the essence is in Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Yeah, everyone
ingrained
knows this shit,
within.
man.
Wait, and it's ingrained within Jamaican culture, right? So when you in some ways when you adopt it, it's like you still have to kind of like give recognition and acknowledgement to that fact, and you can't be like, yeah, so and what, man, yo, we do it too, yo, man, I got it now, man, that's my culture too, man, yo. It's like, yo, it's like put some respect on the fact that we know who the original rosters and where it came from.
Who's not putting the respect to that? No one here is disputing that. I'm not disputing.
When I'm saying to you, where does reggae come from? You're telling me a different place.
No. Don't dismiss the whole conversation.
You all kind of like you getting you crossing them line where it's like, damn, bro, just put some respect on it. That's all he asking you.
Pretty much.
But my thing is,
I'm putting respect on his indigenous culture and his indigenous people. You know,
to divide. I'm not here
because
to divide
I'm telling him as his indigenous people, you lot never had that culture. If it wasn't for the TV and the radio and for the white man, you wouldn't have that culture.
Not really. Not.
Right.
I wouldn't say white man. I would say Bob Marley.
Hey, Torah.
Yeah, not really.
Hey, Torah, the brother said, where did the beat come from? So because it's a drum beat in Africa, you have to attach that shit to Africa. You get what I'm saying?
This is what I'm saying. And the turban and the ganja, what we call ganja, what Indians call ganja, and chillum and all them type of things. Chalice.
Right.
This is what I'm saying and this is always saying as African Americans or Afro Caribbeans, you have to give us our homages, and this is our particular culture. We don't mind the world adopting our culture, but this is our culture. It's like if I had to say to you, where does the Moors come from? The Moorish Science Temple, you have to say America.
Hey, Torah,
El Morocco.
Hey, you right on point, Torah. Hey, Torah. Hey, Torah. Every other group get the gatekeep to a certain degree. But the Caribbeans and Black Americans are always forced to attribute everything back to Africa. And I hate that. You got I mean, damn, did we do something on our own? You know what I'm saying? Everybody get the gatekeep, but not us.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though, I was confused at first, right? With how you asking the question. I ain't really get where he was getting at until till he calmed down and it got a little more, but I know exactly what he's
Sorry about that, bro.
Yeah.
But what you gentlemen highlight, I think Brother Jacob just said something really kind of important still. Imagine this, the Black Lives Matter thing. When that kicked off, America, we saw what happened with America. When it kicked off in the UK, everybody was jumping on this Black Lives Matter something. You'd expect Africa to have some sort of Black Lives Matter thing. Some sort of protest, nothing. Maybe 5 people turned up in South Africa to light a candle and have a little...
Can I answer why?
Yeah, one more. Before you answer, let me just finish. You're Born Rich, are you there?
No,
You're Born Rich.
Okay, I'm here, Buddha.
Soon as King's finished what he's gonna say, can you play the video?
Yeah, I gotta watch it first, make sure I don't get a strike for it.
No, you won't get a strike, man. It's cool. Go ahead, King.
The reason why a lot of people in Africa, like the thing is, people in Africa get killed by black soldiers, by black soldiers and black policemen in Africa. So for them, it's like, okay, yeah, Black Lives Matter, but the people that are killing us are black people. So we kind of hear that shit in it. We kind of hear black people like our lives matter, but a lot of times it's like the people that we're scared of the most to kill us are black soldiers. You get me? So we hear that a lot of Africans do agree that yes, we shouldn't be oppressed by white people. Some people did post that shit. But it's like the people that actually killing Africans right now are fucking presidential and like political people who slaughter their own people. So it's like, who we actually protesting to?
With that being said, I agree with you right now. Answer me this right now. If you look at the principles of Pan-Africanism, whereas though we should leave the West of the land of milk and honey, especially African Americans who entitled to these lands and has already sowed the seeds, we supposed to abandon that because of this quote unquote white supremacist boogeyman to return to Africa.
I never made a claim that.
I'm not saying you specifically. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying like the narrative you hear, right, with Pan-Africanism, that we're supposed to return to Africa where we can be around the black man and we all one. When that actual concept doesn't exist in Africa. Like this oneness doesn't exist in Africa.
Hey, you mind if I jump in?
What's up, brother? Let me hear what you got to say.
Okay, yeah. This is the I can't stand Young King Shaka most of the times. I really can't stand him, but I actually do agree with him on the Rasta tip though, because Rasta is a religion. Even it might started somewhere, it's a religion. Not everybody in Jamaica is. I know a lot of Jamaicans who are anti-Rasta. Not everybody in Jamaica.
Right,
that's not indigenous. That's not indigenous. No, I know a bunch of them. If you go to Jamaican churches in DC right now, a lot of them. I've been at Jamaican church in DC because I have one of my good friends. His wife Jamaican, and I was the godfather of a child. I went to Jamaican church, and he was speaking against all the other coasts in Jamaica, all the Rasta. They were speaking against the OB. I've been in Jamaican churches. So not everybody in Jamaica is down with this Rasta stuff. Not everybody down with it. I'm not saying it's not Jamaican.
But where is it from?
What?
Where is it from?
I'm not saying it's not Jamaican. I'm just saying it's not like inherently. It's not inherently Jamaican for everybody. And if somebody identifies with Rasta religion and is part of the religion, he's still legitimately.
All right, tell me this then: do everybody in Africa look at Selassie as a god?
That's not the point. I'm saying
it is the point now, because this is a religion. This is a religion, as you said.
If somebody's not Jamaican, if somebody's not Jamaican, if they identify with Rasta and they're really part of the religion, I mean, I don't see how. I don't see how that's not legitimate. I know legitimate religion. What?
As a religion,
it's a religion.
As a religion, they look at Haile Selassie, the Emperor of Ethiopia, as a god. So do the people in Africa look at Ethiopia? I mean, Haile Selassie as a god.
You made a big mistake there, Turok. Big mistake. Some Rastas, okay, the Rastas that you might, some Rastas.
Listen, what me I telling you. Don't worry about the other Rastas.
I heard you, man.
Do you lot stop looking at other people? Do you lot look at Selassie as a god in Africa?
Can I answer the question before you?
Only Rastas do that. That's the Rasta stuff. But
in Africa,
hold on.
A Rasta in Africa, maybe a Rasta. If you're a Rastafarian,
hey, Pilu,
who taught them that? Who taught them that?
Control. Come on, man.
Pilu, let me say. Hey, I'm gonna let you go 1 second, right? No, I just want to bring context, right? Because I get what bruh saying, but I don't think we talking in a way where it's all conducive. Because I feel like Peter, right, what he said got validity, right? But being as though them two brothers from the UK, I think the dynamics between Jamaicans and Africans make that conversation distinct to the UK. Because I noticed from just panels and different stuff, there is kind of like a disconnect between Africans and Caribbeans. So it would seem kind of hypocritical to see like a African I'm not gonna say pretending, but adopting Rasta culture, but then at the same token, kind of like talk down on Jamaicans or other Caribbeans where that culture may have come from, that may create a little tension of like, yo, so you just don't jack our culture.
I love Jamaican culture. I'm not talking about culture. I'm saying Rastafarianism.
You're right.
It's a particular religion, and I'm saying that people. I know Africans are Rasta. Like I know guys.
I agree with you. No, you're right. You're right.
Forever. Like straight up Rasta. They're everything Selassie. I know Rastas from Sierra Leone. I know Sierra Leone Rasta.
Pelu, you're right.
And I know Jamaicans who are anti-Rasta, and I know Jamaicans who are anti-Rasta.
Pelu, you're right. You're right, Pelu. But what I'm saying is, I think they got something else going on that's specific to the UK.
Yeah, can I make my quick point?
No, it's to the religion. It's to the religion I'm talking to, because it's a culture in it and a religion.
Thank you, Mr. Turok. My thing is, I've got this vibe that I understand that you believe that a lot of Africans try to take over this Caribbean culture. That's what you're thinking. I have no issue with the Caribbean. I love my Caribbean people. I see them as my people. But I feel like you don't see me as your people, so which is your issue, not my issue.
Yeah, let's be honest.
I have no problem with Caribbeans. I love the culture. I learn from the culture. I embrace the culture. But sometimes I feel like a lot of Caribbeans dismiss themselves from African people, which is their issue, not my issue.
Because we're miles away from y'all.
Okay, thank you. You don't see me as your people. If that's your issue, I see you as my people. That's your issue, not my issue.
Yeah, but it's not about how we see it. I'm talking about facts here now, because you have to understand. You have to understand the Caribbean, just like African Americans, we are a broken race of people. You Africans actually have your culture and you have your indigenous identity, language, and all different types of things. So for somebody else now to take something from a people that is broken.
Well, no one's taking your culture. We're just
Can we get this? Can we go to the next round?
This is what I'm saying.
Religion from somebody. If somebody joins a religion,
man.
Religion, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
Can we go to the next? Can we go to another example?
No, yeah, I'm
another example.
I have an example. I'm gonna go back to America, right? I'm gonna come back to America.
Please,
I'm gonna come back to America.
Argument. It's not argument, man. You make it sound like it's an argument. I'm not arguing.
Hey, I'm gonna come back to America. I'm gonna come back to American situation, right? About the American situation, Bo and GOJ was talking about Americans are carrying all the stuff for the Pan African in America, but you have to understand, Bo and GOJ, you know what I'm saying? You being from America. And I had this conversation with GOJ before. And I mean, I didn't say this particular point. I should have said this when we were having a conversation, but it was along this line. Is that, you know what I'm saying? The thing is, 90% of Africans coming to America, they're not coming with no Pan-African agenda to begin with. They're coming to get what you naturally got as being an African American. That's a footing in America. They're trying to get a footing in America.
So
that's what they're trying to get.
But this is what I told you. Don't leave the conversation out. We started off. I said, don't try to sell my. He right, but I said, don't try to sell my people Africa when you set up and told me in your face, your people is your parents. Hold on, your parents don't like. Hold on, cut me off. I said, don't sell me. Don't sell me. Don't sell my group. Hold on. You know why you over talking me? Because you don't want this to come out. Let it come out.
I told you. Not being disrespectful because I told you, GOJ, right? I told you. Why are you pressing one thing about my mom and dad? Why if I say I open myself up to you, right, and talk to you, and I say, okay,
I'm always gonna press it, nigga. Because if your parents don't want to go back to goddamn Africa, don't try to sell my people in Africa. If your parents have no intentions of ever going back, quit selling us Africa. You can sell Africa to somebody else. Don't sell us shit. And you can tell me meet you in wherever Martin Luther King Boulevard you on, nigga.
I didn't sell shit to nobody. What the fuck I sell to nobody? What the fuck I ever sell?
Carry on. Next topic.
Chill out. Relax. Yo, Boom Rich, let's take a break and just play the video and everyone can calm down that way, I suppose.
Yeah, man. Fucking hell.
This video is courtesy of Buddha, man. Yeah, y'all got Pelu on fire tonight, boy.
This is what I would call a culture vulture.
I think this is. Let's see. Let's
just
your
mouth up.
Yeah, let me. I can't. Let's get it.
And on the first transracial.
All right.
You can't make this shit up. Now, I don't believe in labels or consider myself transracial. I'm just black. But people like to call me transracial, so whatever. From the start of my life, I always felt different, and I was always treated differently. For some unknown reason, I always gravitated to black people, and I never felt fully comfortable or safe around people who weren't black. It's like I was claustrophobic around non-black people, and my social anxiety would go crazy. By the time middle school came around, society had basically officially labeled me black. But I knew that my physical features.
I've seen enough, man. We get the point.
I felt like the ugly duckling.
You gotta watch
like
this
the
all
only
this
one
cracker
that was
video.
born different.
Let them monetize us, man.
So in middle school, I started dreaming and fantasizing about becoming a millionaire, just so I could get plastic surgery on my.
Salute to Harlem. Harlem, jump on, baby. Harlem, jump on. My bad.
No more. Stay tuned.
Yo, come on now. Let's not engage with buffoonery, man. About no cracker, man.
He put a black power. Black power.
Rich, what you done put on the screen, Rich?
No, Buddha. Hey, bro, that man had a black power tattoo.
Gotta go.
If that ain't culture vulture, I don't know what the fuck.
That's culture. That's culture vulture. Oh, I got a picture for y'all. Okay.
Hey, but in some regards, right, minus the buffoonery and clown show, right, because I feel like that was a joke in some regard. But I've seen
that's legit, bro. That's legit. He's got an old channel. He's turned himself black. It's legit.
No, but that's like all that tanning and extra shit to me. That's buffoonery. But I'm saying like I've seen white boys that growed up like that amongst black people in the community, and it minus the buffoonery and clown that he is. Like I've seen some white boys that's like real. They ain't gonna tell you that they black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Racially,
True.
but culturally,
they black.
They'll argue down and be ready to fight. Like if
White
you
Mike.
gotta-
So I always
Are they
say this.
Vultures? Are they
I always
Dirty
say
white,
this.
dirty white.
I always say this, guy Jacob. Everybody grew up with a white Mike in the neighborhood, man.
Dirty, yep, dirty
Right.
white. We had a dirty white.
Yeah. What is
Nigga,
this,
we got-
guys? Is this culture appropriate? Or is this a culture vulture, or is this someone that's just embracing the?
I think she
Jamaican-
embracing. I think she
I
embracing.
think that's just embracing it for the day and for the occasion.
Yeah, that's Adele. Born rich. That's the woman I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I know it's Adele, but what do I guess people?
Yo,
that come
yo,
from
Tariq, what do you think about
Jamaican-
this one, Tariq? Yo, Tariq, what do you think about this one? Is she culture vulture?
Yeah, I want to know
Go on,
somebody
Tariq.
that has a Jamaican
Is she
background. What do
taking
y'all
over your
think when
culture?
y'all see this?
Go on, Tariq, answer this one, man. Is she taking over your culture? Go on.
There's always been white people in Jamaica, and white people brought Africans to Jamaica.
That's not my. Is she taking over you? Is she bombard? Is
I'm
she?
saying there's always Jamaica is a mixed place. It says on our coat of
Her
arms,
blood, this
one
lady, the
out of
British
many
lady here.
people.
The British lady on this picture, Adele, is she being a culture vulture according to
I'm
your
saying,
understanding?
there's even white culture in Jamaica. Yes.
Fucking hell, man. She's not Jamaican. She's British. I'm saying
Yeah,
her.
but there's Irish people and Scottish and English people are mixed with the descendants of Jamaica that form our culture as well.
Oh, man. But is she? Well, why? I'm
Yeah,
not
ask me
talking
about
about
this
people in
specific
Jamaica,
fence,
but
man.
I'm
Yes or
saying
no?
is this lady Adele on this
Are
picture?
you mad about it?
Hey yo, they got something else
you,
going
blood.
on,
Why
man.
don't you answer the
Born
question,
rich.
blood?
Let's
Are you
keep
mad
it
about
moving,
it?
man.
Yeah,
Let's
joke,
keep it
man.
moving.
Are you mad about it?
Let's keep it moving, man.
What we on next? What we on next? What we on
Harlem,
next?
you
Before I
there?
jump back on.
Harlem?
And
Harlem?
she's from
Are you
Tottenham
there?
as well. She's from
Yo,
Tottenham.
what's happening? What's happening,
Harlem,
brothers?
hey, Harlem,
How
let
y'all
me ask
doing,
you
man?
Harlem?
Harlem, let me
About
ask you
to-
this. When you see, not even let's say black people, right? I'm sure y'all got, you're in New York. I'm sure it's I don't know, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, some people with a darker complexion they use the word nigger. How do you feel about that? Is that some form of culture vulture? Does it make you cringe? Like,
It's cringy to me. It's cringy to me because I have the mindset of a person that's, at this point, I feel like it's very important that FBA kind of separate themselves from people and take away the liberties that we've given to other groups of people. Now, if you're a rider, and you say the word nigga and you black, that's cool. But for it to be so commercialized, in today's climate and the way that it seemed like we don't really have any friends out here, we about to start doing our own thing and getting on cold with each other and only us, it do make me cringe when I see a Puerto Rican say it or, a non-FBA member say it, it kind of make me cringe.
Unless they don't put in like work or something where we might give you the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, like I said, I know it's riders out there that's Caribbean. Like I said,
Right.
my father's Caribbean, my mother's a foundational Black American,
all right, now I want to ask
So-
James because I don't know. I've never heard Shaka use the N word. Never really heard Turok. I've heard Turok use it when he's singing a song or just being trying to annoy people sometimes, but not really. James, you've been not accused. You actually used the word. I guess give the people the reason why you would use it as a man from East Africa. What makes you use the word? How did you hear about the word? What makes you use
No,
it? Bro?
don't get all tough guy now saying that I'm from East Africa. When these people were saying I wasn't black yesterday, you like, I don't know where he's from. I don't know. Now you're all confident, yeah?
No, you're definitely East African, I would
No,
say.
we
Now
said
you're
no.
confident. Hold on.
Don't do
Now
that.
you're confident.
No,
Now you're
don't do that. I
confident.
said, no, don't do that. I said Ultra and Veli said you're black, so I have no reason to believe that you're not black. I respect what them brothers said, but just answer it though, because because people give you a hard time about using the word. So let's get into it.
Yeah, no, like I always say, man. I obviously I grew up people use the word, innit? When I grew up, people used the word. Not only that, but I guess, yeah, man. Listen to man was heavily influenced by Black American culture, so that's why the people that do use it in the UK, that's the reason they use it. Like and in the UK, to be honest, there's less white people that use it. So as in, if a white guy likes hip hop in the UK, he's almost never likely to use the word. Whereas in America, what we see, obviously maybe not lived experience, we see white people and other ethnic groups hella comfortable with using it. But that's not the case in the UK. It's literally exclusively Black people are listening
Asian
to.
people as well, and Asian people, Pakistanis, they use that shit.
Where?
Clock them.
No.
Go ahead.
Maybe up north, but not in London. No way. No way.
A lot of them
Turok, am I lying?
No, you know, he's talking the truth still. Because
Yeah,
even
then-
Jamaicans, we say the N word a bit different.
Okay, so let me ask the brothers from America. Now, when y'all hear people say, okay, I use the word because I listen to the music. And like, do y'all think it's a form of culture vulture or just embracing the culture?
Well, my opinion on that word probably gonna be different than GOJ because he's from a different generation than me or whatever.
All right, let us hear it.
So I mean, at the same time, it's like you kind of like I mean, it's like I'm gonna put it like this, right? I take it on kind of like a case by case basis, and you know, like, and it's how I feel at that moment, or how you come around, and how I like. But if you feel it and you sound like corny with it, it's like I don't know how to take you. It's like, you know, it just rubbed me the wrong way, and we gonna tell you that. But like I say, like as far as the UK, I'm so detached from what's going on in the UK. Like I really don't know too much about it. So I've never been in that position to even like acknowledge that they did use it. Like I'm sure that they do because I see like they got the little drill scene over there. So it wouldn't surprise me and that wouldn't like really bother me no type of way. But I mean like as far as an everyday conversation, like if somebody from the UK were like, yo, what's up, my nigga? It's like depending on how they come at me and how authentic they look with it, then I ain't gonna trip on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just to piggyback off that, for instance, Samaroon, he's grown up in America, right? So I can understand him using it. I have no problem. You wouldn't see me go off on Samaroon for saying nigga. That's all he know. Now I might give him hell every now and then because we go back and forth. But I understand why Samaroon, being a Somali, would be in America saying nigga because he around us. So that's different from me. But somebody else who downloaded our culture from iTunes and SoundCloud and all that shit, and now that shit part of them, and then they can turn it on, turn it off, depending on the crowd they in, then I can't respect that part of it.
No, but we have to be honest though, because we have to hold on 2 seconds. We have to be honest, like because black media or black films, that's the only thing that a lot of the people in Africa and especially in Europe we got as seeing ourselves on the TV. We never really had things of like British black people on the television. So anything when they wanted to give us something black, it had to have come from America, maybe the Caribbean. Then later on down the line we had more shows from Africa and certain things like that. But it is sort of because of that reason, because only a black American culture was worldwide black culture. That's why it has gravitated like that, I would say as well.
I have to say though, yeah, like I'll take an academic approach to this. I'll say culture isn't static. Like I know people are very protective over what they believe, like their own identity, and I have some sympathies for that. But you have to remember, culture is fluid, right? Like for instance, if a white guy stopped a black guy in the street, like let's say a black American, for instance, right? And said, yeah, but we brought you here as slaves, right? This isn't your language. This is a European language. Stop speaking it. Speak some other language. Like, what would you say? You'd say, no, but this is our language too, right? Like, we've made it our own because we were forced to speak it. And over generations now, we have assimilated and this is part of our culture. You wouldn't necessarily be able to say that they were completely incorrect by saying essentially this is a European language. But arguably, like, it's fluid enough that you can now adopt an aspect of somebody else's culture and it be your own. I mean, that's just logical. Because if we reduce every single thing down to like you know, speaking? Who does communication belong to? Does it belong to this civilization, or does wearing clothes belong to that civilization? Like, no, it's a necessity. Like, most of the things we do are necessitated. Like, so it's not necessarily the case that every single thing that's adopted by someone else is being a vulture. And if some people hold the view that, all right, cool, yeah, you're a vulture, anything that isn't completely 100% original and traced back to you and your ethnic group makes you a vulture, then I guess majority of the world is probably like at least 6.5 billion fucking vultures. That's just how
I know this, right? I will say this. When foundational Black Americans went back over to Africa, right? We went to Liberia. And by the 1970s, that was the most stable, well-ran West African country in Africa. They had a per capita that matched Japan's at that time. But what ended up happening? Civil war. You know, the natives, they wanted to run that country, and civil war happened after that. You know, but yeah, man.
But yo, Perry, do you want to? Anyone want to respond to what I said? Is anyone interested to respond to what I said though? Like, culture is fluid. At what point?
You know what I will say, right, as far like I was talking about, like the corny aspect, like cultural influences, right, are determined by your environment, right? So to make the argument that you adopt somebody else's culture, you know what I'm saying, simply from, and this ain't no shout out to the brother Rhetoric, right, the Jamaican brethren, but to the other person to like make the case like this is a part of my culture that I adopted because culture's fluid, because I grew up watching you on TV. Like, to me, that's like corny.
No, I mean, it's not. This is what I'm saying. You have to think about the outside world where there's Black people, also African Americans, like in Germany and all different types of places. And this is the only source of media you're getting as Black.
But
that's
at
the
what
thing you have
point?
to understand.
But the question becomes: at what point does your environment and your community influence your culture more so than the TV does? Because like it's a lot of stuff I watch on TV, right? And I don't know how y'all neighborhoods is right, and I don't know y'all experiences, right? But I see y'all got the big projects or whatever. So how do you have a whole project building full of Somalis that's influenced by a culture on TV? And it's Somali, so you should be totally ingrained in Somali culture or wherever.
Can I say one thing really quickly though? Yeah, it's not just like, I think, exclude race for a moment. There is no force like Hollywood in the world. Americans in general influence the world. Like, so all over the world, you will see like American culture or Western culture, let's say, right, is the most dominant culture in the world because its reach extends so far. It influences virtually everything. You see Chinese people conducting their business in suits. What is that? What do you say to them people? Are they fake Chinese people? Are they culture vultures because they're wearing suits? That isn't their original garb, right? So it's American culture in general. Black people, Black Americans, by sheer proximity to the American fucking media machine, have their culture transported all around the world. And if you're Black, it's very likely that you're going to identify more with Black American culture than, if you like, white American culture or American culture proper. This is a byproduct of hegemony. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with that term. Anyone that understands what I mean, it's very simple. It's the same with Black women with white femininity. The idea that white femininity is what you need to strive to achieve, getting as close to white women as possible is what is good looking. But this is what it is like. So I get everybody that's protective over their thing. And like I said,
the UK and the media, the UK that don't have a culture. They don't have a culture within the UK for the Black people there of their own.
Because we've only been here at least for what 50 to 70 years.
Right.
And in between that time, we've been fighting prejudice, racism, systemic racism. It's only recently we start to have our foot in the media like that.
But there was a culture in the UK that we have to give credit to Jamaica. The sound system.
Yeah, Caribbean.
Yeah, but it's not on the TV, is it? You would have to be a big man. Think about it. You have to be big people to go out at night for you to have a sound system culture. No, but I'm
Fuck
saying
TV.
that
I'm on about
where
real life.
everybody gets to watch something, everybody might get to watch Different Strokes or what's the other one? The Jeffersons or something in England, but there's no
Right.
Jeffersons or no Different Strokes
He's
of
right,
England or
though. Yeah,
Yo,
France
that nigga
and
said
all them
everybody,
places.
but he said the Jeffersons.
Right. But that's
Hey,
not.
he's right.
I get what
I'm
he's
on about.
saying.
I'm on about real life. You know,
Different
real life.
Strokes.
A lot of black people in this country, real life, not TV life, real life. Yeah, a lot of people. The culture that they grew up in is Jamaican culture.
No,
The
but I'm
music
saying
scene. You get me?
media-wise, we don't get to see ourselves on the TV. The only time we do get to see somebody who looks like us is from America because they have a bigger media outlet.
No, but
We
all the
don't really get.
Caribbean, all the Caribbean. That's like that's. It's true what he's saying. He's
No,
saying
you don't. You don't have Channel
Hey,
Ben. We don't have no channel on Sky.
let me
But
ask
that's
you a
not what.
question.
you idiot.
Hey, I get it, right? I get it. Let me ask y'all a question, right? Moving forward, right? Cause you get debating like just same thing in circle. But what is it about the UK, right? Because the UK is wealthy beyond or whatever, right? And you got so now why is it that you have all these UK actors who want to come to America to play American characters and American culture characters, whereas they can create these good actors, but they can't create like these type of black shows in the UK for
They
UK
are. They
culture?
are now.
Like,
Now
is
they
it?
are.
You have to
Now
think
they are.
about it. Think about it realistically. It's like we're in Europe.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
not. That's
beneficial for
yeah.
them like that.
No,
We're
so you
only
make
like 2%.
The
yeah, you
entertainment
make
industry, and because now I'm asking you, I'm not because I don't know nothing about UK TV. Like, do they make the same amount of money like the
nope.
They're
actors and
starting.
that
They're
fame
starting
and all
to
that?
now. Innit? Now they're starting to.
No,
And now
not
there's
like
a lot
that.
of programs for black people created by black people, which are going on Netflix, etc. Which is a beginning in where a lot of black people who are in media are now investing into black people and
But
having
black British actors are cheaper. That's the
music.
whole point.
Yeah,
That's why
that's what I
they're
was.
hired.
That's what I was.
They're
That's what I was
cheaper.
about to say. That's what I've heard. I've heard this conversation on a UK stream before, and they
Yeah.
say UK actors come to America and they take less than a black actor.
But it makes it that there's multiple. Like, firstly, we make up less than just about 3% of the population. You make up just under 15% of your population. Number two, you guys are actually Americans. Like, when America was created, there were black people there. When Britain was created, there sure as shit wasn't as many black people there as there are now. Do you know what I mean? So when it comes to characters, when it comes to people being like like actually American, if you like, there's less. Of course, there's less roles for. There's going to be less roles for a higher population of black Americans to come and usurp from black British people, and as well because we're so heavily culturally influenced by America. Do you know how fucking hard it is for a black. Every black British kid in the world can do a half a good American accent. It may not be great, but they've grown up listening to all types of American
Right. Well,
accents.
that's why I don't know, man. But you can't really, see the thing with us, or we really want from our brothers and sisters throughout the diaspora is a little respect on our name. That's it. There's stories of
No,
guys where you guys haven't been on code.
Man, you been out.
But if we could all get on code, man, that's beautiful. But we've already kind of started the process already of FBA getting on code. But we can still be allies and brothers and allies and all that, and be on code within ourselves. You dig?
No, but
It's
I
all
think you
about
need to
being
know
on
your power
code,
though
man.
as well.
Yeah,
You have to
because look,
understand that your power of what is how far your culture and a lot of your films and stories how far they actually reach because we've literally like think about like people like Michael Jackson. That alone drawed people along like Motown music and certain things like that. So you have got a very big audience, but it's just like people have to actually understand their worth in America to see like, oh, you're people actually
I
rate
mean,
us in a
when
sense
you
like that
think
because
about, I don't mean to be disrespectful, right? But the average Nigerian on this planet averages about $5,000 a year. Now I get it. They're smart. They're able to go to different countries and
Fuck you on about.
achieve great academic success, and a lot of times turn it into some economic cash. But for the most part, Nigeria is still messed up as a country. They still haven't figured out how to go to Nigeria and turn it into a cash cow, a powerhouse on the world stage. So what I'm saying, when it comes to FBA, when it comes to all the African people throughout the diaspora, all of us, whether they in the Latin countries like Brazil, and on the continent, whatever, right? Foundational Black Americans with their 45 million strong stick out the most. And another thing about us that makes us strong is we don't have that tribal thing with us. We're
No, you lot do, man.
we're all like FBA. 40 a big chunk, 45 million. They one thing. That's why when we go to the voting block, our vote is so powerful because we normally vote like 90% the same way. So like we have an identity, we have a language, we have an identity, we know who we are.
That's not in the UK, man. Sadly, in the UK, a lot of people want to divide and say, "I'm this, I'm Caribbean, I'm Zimbabwean." People want to do that shit. They don't want to be like united as.
I know, and that's made us divide ourselves from
But
everybody.
let me tell you something. That all that united,
the
united
Africans vote
stuff,
the same
it don't
as
work. It don't work for FBA or ADOS. Being united, it benefits in no type of way at all. So I'm yeah. What? What? I'm sure about that. I'm sure about that. Being united has never benefited Black Americans itself. It benefits you guys.
Yeah, it's always been one-sided.
Let me say this, right? Because I think this why I say, right, Pan-Africanism mean different stuff to different people, right? And I believe by you being raised in the UK, you may have embraced Pan-Africanism to a certain extent as a mode of almost survival, right? Where y'all feel like y'all gotta unite because of that disconnect, right? But when you go on a continent of Africa and you have that conversation, like a lot of them not really receptive to it because everybody kind of like protecting their own culture and got their own corner, right? So to say that we all need to be united, it's like united behind what? Like we uniting against white supremacy for what? Like black Americans in America, we've been had that fight. We done already did all the heavy lifting as it relates to fighting white supremacy.
We've already done that
in America.
We know that black people
and
in
then
Africa.
you come in. Hold on. They come in on the tail end of that heavy lifting, and then you know what they teach their kids? Stay away from the Akata. Don't go around the Akata.
Right.
So we have to be like that shit hurt us. Like, and you know, we was thinking and back then, because it don't act like our mindset has always been like this. We just now decided that we was just gonna get on code with ourselves, and that's it.
Exactly.
We just now start thinking like that. Because for a long time, it was us pushing the Pan-African shit. The
reason why a lot of Africans are divided is because a lot of them are still mentally fucking slaves.
That ain't our problem, man.
Exactly.
That ain't got shit to do with us. That's y'all problem.
Okay, I hear you, man. Fucking hell, I hear you. Bo asked a statement in, so I'm answering a statement. A lot of Africans in Africa, a lot of times we're divided because we've been taught to divide each other instead of, because when we're united, we're then used to the Europeans. So we've been taught.
When was you united?
What you say, sorry?
When was you united in Africa?
When during a lot of apartheid wars, when in South Africa, when there was apartheid, Mozambique, Zambia, Zimbabwe were allies with South Africa. So a lot of the soldiers, Mandela or them people would go to Mozambique and hide out, do their training, and when they go back to bomb the police stations, they would have allies. So there's a lot of times where a lot of African people were allies, but that's a big list. But what I'm saying,
everybody in Africa got on, like everybody.
Did I say that? Stop telling me what I'm saying. I've said my statement. Stop telling me what I'm saying, man. I didn't say.
No, but I waited till you finished, but I don't think you answered what I was saying. I'm saying like when everybody all got on, nobody all gets on like that. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Of course, there's not always been one kumbaya peaceful thing. Of course, no, I'm not gonna be stupid, man. What the fuck? But what I'm saying is this, innit?
Like another thing is the only time when you might have seen that is when it was like outside forces involved. So, like you say, against apartheid, they did step up. Different African nations stepped up to whatever, right? But once you seen it,
Europeans,
yeah. But once you take the Europeans out of the equation, the tribalism kicks back in amongst
the Europeans.
The
Europeans are still in the. I'll tell you why the tribalism.
I can tell you why the tribalism. Relax, brother. The tribalism is natural in Africa. Zosa.
Now, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why there's been that tribalism.
Because that's
within.
natural. It's
No,
natural. It's been.
I'll tell you why, man. Let me answer you. Then,
Go ahead, man.
A lot of times, the borders that have been forced upon Africa, they were already within people's.
This ain't nothing but Pan-African
Hold on,
babble.
man. Hold on.
Exactly. Pass the blame.
He said Pan-African babble.
All right, let me just give you let me just say I'll say something for 30 seconds and then I'm done. Basically, a lot of the borders that were enforced in Africa, there was people there already. For example, if you and your family are living in two lands and I create a border that goes past your land, of course you're going to have a problem. So most
Yeah,
of
but
this
the thing is this, brother,
due
we're
to those
not
lines
moving to Africa in record numbers like y'all moved to America. We don't come to Africa. We don't we don't even get involved in y'all politics and none of that. But what we are going through as foundational Black Americans, it's been happening. They've always targeted us. That's why I feel like at the best you could do for us.
Who's they?
Hey, but the thing is
the system that we live under a white supremacist system, nigga.
That fucks up
Not
Africa.
notice what's been going on in America.
Africa.
Or you think that's just an illusion or some bullshit?
What?
You don't realize that we as foundational Black Americans live under a white supremacist system, and we're still thriving at the same time, despite all that.
I'm saying you do. I'm saying you do live under that. You do live under oppression, same as a lot of people in Africa, where Europeans still control Africa. So we're not that.
But we're not talking about Africa. Us as foundational Black Americans, there's no channels of us going in on Africa. Y'all niggas get involved in y'all coming over here. So all I'm saying is just pay some homage, put some respect on FBA name, and understand that y'all wasn't here when we was going through the struggle here.
We couldn't be there. We
wasn't even allowed here at that time.
We couldn't be there, Brad. We couldn't be there.
Listen,
we helped your forefathers leave Africa and go to a place that could be comfortable for you, where you could succeed today.
Shaka Zulu.
We made that happen for you.
Shaka, King Shaka.
So just show some respect. That's all.
Get in, bro. Get in, bro.
Nah, because listen, yo, because I feel like, people gonna be disingenuous, right? And get into the whole Pan-African babble, right? But tribes have always existed within Africa. That's the reason why the Ashantis was selling and fighting the airways, and the Gars selling the Gars off and fight. So I mean, in Nigeria, you always had the Yorubas, when the Fulanis came in and took over certain spots and house of land back then. So this tribal shit has predated colonialism, right? You know what I'm saying? And when the colonialists left Nigeria, then the tribes came back in and went back. Yo, relax, brother.
They never left, man.
Relax, brother. And then the tribe, man. Yo, who gives a fuck whether they left or not? It don't matter. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying. So the tribalism is there. So creating this image as if the problem I got with Pan-African, they create this one blackness. We are gonna go to Africa and be one, when that has never existed. It doesn't exist. It's not gonna exist. And you lying to yourself if you believe it exists. And I think by you growing up in the UK, you're a little more susceptible to that type of hotel babble, Pan-African babble.
I never made them statements anyway. I never made the
continent, but on the continent of Africa, if you actually growed up in Nigeria or one of them African countries, you wouldn't even be talking this Pan-African bull crap.
Sorry, bro. My apologies. I never made this statement. I just said I want betterment for Black people. I didn't say anything about Africa going to Africa. I said I want betterment for all Black people. I didn't say anything about wanting Africans to go to Africa. What are you on about, blood? I never said about going back.
Me too, brother. I want all Black people to do better in England.
Yeah, I said every Black person, Black people in diaspora in Africa, I want betterment for Black people all over the world for financial freedom and different things. That's what I'm saying. In England, whatever. I'm not saying every Black person should go to Africa. I'm not stupid, man. Come on, man. I just want the betterment of Africa, of Black people, Caribbeans, people in Fiji, Black people everywhere in it. I care for Black people.
So would you say Africa? You say you don't want all Black people to go to Africa. Is it because you know that Africa?
I don't want them. I'm just saying they don't have to go there.
You do what they want in it. Damn. Is it because you know that the reality of Africa is that it's not really a place for that people would want to move to or be comfortable there? So it's not like a better alternative to the West, because Pan-African makes Africa out to be almost a better alternative for opportunities than the West is. Like by you being an African, like that's bullshit, right? And
I never made
you said that.
again. I never made that statement. I didn't
I'm
say people
asking you,
shouldn't go
brother.
there.
It's a question. It's a question.
Let me answer your question. Basically, if you want to go to Africa and better in Africa, you can. You don't have to. You can still be in Europe and do that, innit? You can still be in Europe and work hard and build something with black people can make money in the diaspora. Yes, a lot of times Africa is very sad.
We like the mob. We like the mob right now. As FBA, we like the mob.
All right,
Now,
good for
the
you.
way you know how the mob is, right? Either your
The
father,
Italian mob, the
your
European
father,
mobs.
you know. Nah, I'm just saying, like the mob, right? They don't just
Yeah, the white
accept
mobs. Yeah.
anybody in the mafia. You could be an associate, but you're not a full member.
Straight up,
So
you ain't no maid.
FBA.
Black people
We've
can never be
taken
a
on.
mob, fam. Black people can never be mobs because we're too.
FBA has taken on a similar mindset where it's like this, right? If one of your parents is FBA, you FBA.
Right.
Other than that, you're just an ally. So our issue is this, right? We helped you people a lot. We allowed you niggas to enter America. We made it comfortable for you. We told the line.
What do you mean we are you, man? We are all you. What do you mean we and you?
Well, hold on, Young Shaka. Young Shaka. Hey, hold on for a second. Check this out. But you the same guy on the last show told me that the black American soldiers should be fighting in Africa.
I never said that. Whoa, again.
Man, come on, we argued over that.
No, sorry. I didn't say they should fight in Africa. I should fight for black people. I didn't say go fight in Africa. Don't make the statement for me, bro.
Go ahead. We had an exchange about that. I'm telling you what I heard.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry if you misheard me. I didn't say black people should.
No, sorry if you
we like the mafia, man.
Sorry
you be an ally, man. If you want to be,
Wait, what the fuck, man?
You want to help us? We cool with that. But other than that, man, we just rolling over niggas, man.
Wait, why'd you ask me the question and then not make me answer? The fuck?
You talking to me or Harlem?
Whoever, I was about to answer the question, then you stopped me. I was saying I didn't say black people should fight in Africa. I'm saying fighting for the white man and the European ain't our wars, innit? Because my war and your war are the same, innit? We want liberation for black people, innit? So we should fight for the liberation of black people, whether that's economically, race-wise, whatever it is, innit? I feel like if you're fighting for your people,
do you support reparations?
That's not what you said. Go ahead.
Do you support reparations? Do you
know? Ain't no hold on. What I heard.
Do you support reparations for foundational black Americans? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm answering you, man. I'm answering you. In an unrealistic life, yes. But let's be realistic. That's never gonna happen.
All right, see, we don't need you around. You a coon.
Exactly.
You's a fucking coon. We don't fuck with you, nigga. Off with your head.
I said in an unrealistic life.
We can get rid of you and can never care again about you, bro. Like you gone. You out of here. We looking for the riders out of the foreign countries. We ain't looking for niggas like you. You just a self-serving.
Wait, hold on,
man. A fucking bootlick coon, self-serving nigga that the dominant society will end up using to undermine us. So you can get the fuck on.
I heard you, man. You're very angry.
Out of here, you faggy ass nigga.
Believe that you want
let me ask you a question, Shaka, about.
I ain't supposed to be laughing.
Sorry, he just called me a coon because I don't believe that we should be begging Europeans.
Just chill, bro. I got called all type of shit yesterday. Like, don't worry about it.
I hear that, man. I hear that. But he's
so
calling
just
you
relax.
I'm a
Yo,
coon because
let's stay out our feelings, bro, in this shit. Like, just chill. It ain't nothing to really say.
Come on,
brother. Let's move on. Let's keep it moving, brother. I want to ask you a question, right? Because you just said that the black soldiers should be fighting for black people globally, right? But if you take a country like in Africa, right, like Nigeria or wherever you see like these oppressive regimes at, right? So who are we finna fight? We supposed to black Americans?
Them people.
Hold on, relax, brother. Brother, slow down. So when you saying that, so are black Americans supposed to go and fight other black people in Africa, such as Buhari or whatever, and go throw the Nigerian government for y'all? Like, how does that work?
Interesting. Okay. For me, those Africans who are killing other Africans and enslaving other Africans, for me, they're sellouts in it because they're stopping other black people from uplifting in it. So if I would, if there was an army that would fight against those people, the regime to fight them against those people who use government forces to oppress their own people, then yes, of course, innit? I don't support them regimes that suppress their own people and kill their own people in that. I don't support them regimes. They're
The only
sellouts.
way I would advocate black people to go back to Africa is with an army. Now, the last time we did that was with the situation with Liberia. Now, there was a lot of issues with that. Don't forget, the British at the same time, they did their own experience.
I can't take you
Hold
serious,
on,
man.
relax, nigga. I'm talking
I
right
can't
now.
take you serious, man.
Relax, dude.
I'm
Who the
relaxed
fuck
when I'm
you
happy,
think? See,
brother.
that's your superiority complex.
Superior. I'm not
You
superior.
think you
to
can
anyone.
overtalk
I'm not superior.
somebody?
I'm just
And
me,
you got
brother.
this foreign superior. We not used to that
I'm
shit.
not superior. I'm just
When
me. I'm not
when
superior.
somebody is talking, we mute the fuck up for a minute.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
There's
No,
gonna
you
be a
don't.
time when you can talk.
Man.
No, you don't, bro.
Relax.
You don't do that. I'm only
Could you imagine if we were
I can shut
behaving
the
like
fuck
him in
up if you
Africa?
with me.
Do you think the
Alright,
Africans
so
would let
you
us
brought
behave
that
like
on
him in
yourself,
Africa?
dickhead. So, like I was saying, right now, we've seen situations where foundational Black Americans actually went back to Africa. We went back there around like the 1870s, and not Liberia.
Liberia, Monrovia.
And we brought that country to where by the 1970s, that country's economic level was on par with Japan. And I could prove that.
Wow.
It was the greatest country in Africa under foundational Black Americans. But what ended up happening that turned that country into a shithole today is there was a civil war. The natives started feeling some type of way about the foundational Black American ruling class that was set up there. So we went to a civil war, man, and it's never now is a shit country now. But at that time, when we was there and we was setting it up, people was coming there from Nigeria all over Africa. And that was now this is an example of foundational Black Americans going back to Africa and setting something up. That was an example.
100%. And the thing what people don't talk about is the Pan-Africans lied on those Liberian people and tried to say that we was trying to, or the American Liberians were trying to create an apartheid, which was a lie, because the moment they got there, they faced loads of trouble from the native people. And even though they bought their land from the native people, the native people knew that it's only a small amount of these people, maybe 40,000, 50,000, and they're in their hundreds of thousands, basically. But also a thing what the Pan-Africans did not state about the when our brothers and sisters was in Liberia. If you look at the area or where Liberia is situated, it's situated in between Gambia and Senegal and them type of areas, and Mauritania. These people still up to this day, some have slavery going on in those types of areas. So when the American Liberian people got to Liberia now, they didn't want no part of people catching their brothers and sisters, selling them to foreigners or into the Sahara slave trade. And this is a thing what Pan-Africans do not talk about, like John Henry Clark and that Delaney person.
All right, but the bottom line, the point that I'm making is this, right, brother? When we went over there, we got it popping. That shit was the greatest West African country in the whole hemisphere. It was on par with Japan. By the time the 1970s came around, that country was on par with Japan.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Harlem?
Sure.
With the people that are in Liberia, would they agree that you made it popping? Would they agree with that statement? The people
agree with what statement?
That the people that the Black Americans came and made their country better. Would they agree with that statement? I'm just curious.
Yeah, today they would. If you look at Liberia under the rulership of the natives today, it's a shithole. If you look at it under the rulership of the foundational Black Americans, it was becoming the world leading country in Africa. It was the top country. in West
yeah,
Africa under
Even better than South
foundational Black
Africa
American rulership. It was
and
the top
Zimbabwe.
country. And that's a fact. You can look it up. Research the whole Liberian experiment. And the same thing was going on in Sierra Leone, which is a neighbor of Liberia, is right
All
there.
right.
But the situation with Sierra Leone was the British sending British slaves that went through the same thing. They came from the same stock as the foundational Black Americans, but the only difference is they were sent to the UK. And they sent them up to rule in Sierra Leone, right next to Liberia, where
Hey,
we
let me
were
ask you
ruling
something.
from.
Hey, Shaka,
And
you
they
ever
had
been to
those Nova
Africa?
Scotian folk as well.
Shaka, you ever been to Africa?
Yeah, many times. 2018 was the last time.
Zimbabwe?
Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Zambia.
You know, I think
We had
Southern
the
Africa
country
though.
we had the country on cold for a long time. Like
someone is
Liberia
speaking,
was the
man. Someone is
leading
speaking. Someone is
Western
speaking, man.
country, and
Harlem.
they had a direct connect to
Yo,
America.
Harlem, someone is talking. Someone's talking, sorry.
And let me ask you this, right? As a Southern African, right? Zimbabwean. Like, I don't know, I'm asking you, right? But to me, it seems as though there's a disconnect and a division amongst Southern Africans and Western Africans and Eastern Africans. Like the word African doesn't really have much credence
Yeah,
on the continents of Africa.
There's a difference between
Yo, why'd you keep interfering,
Southern
man?
Africans and the Western Africans. The Southern Africans,
Well, why you keep interfering?
they practice xenophobia, and they try to put that shit on FBA, which is laughable. But the Southern Africans really practice that shit. Like when the Nigerians come to South Africa, they kill them niggas when they get a chance. They really crazy over there.
Bro?
But
What
when
you
foundational Black Americans go to South Africa, they show us love. When we go to Nigeria, they try to hustle us out our money, but they show us love too. So we on a different level as FBA. We definitely on a different level.
Thank you, Mr. Harlem. Bro, what are you saying?
No, I was just saying the dynamics on the continent with Southern Africans and Western Africans and like Eastern Africans. Whereas though on the outside, it'll be as though, because like when we had this conversation as ADOS FBA, right? Yeah, like to be like, oh, FBA don't like Africans. Like if you say something about a Nigerian, they'll make it seem like it's applicable to all Africans. But what you see is that amongst Africans, Southern Africans don't necessarily even deal with Nigerians, or you know what I'm saying, Kenyans don't identify with this other group, and they don't care about them with Somalis. And so it's a division amongst Africans. So this whole unity in quote unquote African, what it means to be African, is almost like doesn't exist on the continent of Africa.
For me, I think it's a very sad. It's a mindset thing, innit? There are people who actually, my younger generation now, because it's an older generation. A lot of the older generation grew up under a lot of colonization, so a lot of them, they're still mentally colonized, innit? Whereas my generation, we don't really see that division. We see each other as one people, and I hear you. It's a very sad mindset, innit? For example, like a Nigerian will go to, a lot of Nigerians usually go to South Africa as drug dealers, whatever, and they get killed for being drug dealers. But my thing is, I don't like to, I say fuck the mindset of killing another African. I don't really stand by that mindset. A lot of people might do in Africa, which I feel like is a bullshit mindset, because you're seeing another person as your enemy when you just want people. But yeah, I don't really stand with that mindset. But it's there, it's a mindset which is there, and I find that mindset very sad.
Yo, bro, that nigga doing a lot of nigga explaining right now. The fuck? Yeah, nigga ain't come to a point yet. Yo, the bottom line.
You do the same thing, though. What you on about?
Hold on, let me just say this real quick, right? Let me just say this real quick. Coming from an FBA perspective, we don't have a problem with none of y'all niggas that look like us from these other countries. Our thing is this: you're not gonna come here and tell your children to stay away from the Akata when we made it possible for you to come here in the first place.
But
We're not gonna do that.
What you on about? I don't know what you're on about.
We're not gonna play with y'all. Y'all just telling you, bro. Like you're not all the disrespectful shit. All that shit over with, man. Like it's a wrap.
What you on about? What you called out? I don't even know what the statement you're making about wanting to disrespect the Yakada, I don't know what the fuck you're on about, bro. I just know that you are a black man and I'm a black man. That's it. I don't know what you're on about fighting, coming to this country, and I don't know what you're on about,
bro. All right, bro. So we shouldn't have. So it shouldn't be no problem then. It shouldn't be no disagreements if that's how you feel.
Yeah, so far you the one that's disagreeing with me. I ain't disagreed with anything you're saying.
All right,
So
nigga, if we sense a little bit of ounce of vitriol from you, we on your ass, nigga. You cancel. That's how we move.
See, there we go.
Sense a little bit of tiny bit of vitriol from you motherfuckers.
You're on my
on your
I'm
ass,
on
nigga.
yours. There you go.
Hey,
You're
but
on my
kitchen is closed, bitch.
Like I was saying though, about the Southern Africans, and even from an ADOS perspective, right? This is me personally, right? My observation. You don't really see Southern Africans involved in that sucker shit as it relates to like ADOS and like getting in our business and stuff like that, right? It's more so a West African thing, right? But I think because of that whole tribal continental thing, then they all will be like, oh, Africans, we Africans, and like y'all are band together behind Africans. But when y'all left y'all own devices and take ADOS or take the white man out of it, then it's back to, oh, I'm from Zim. Oh, we don't even deal with that group over there. And y'all don't won't even deal with a certain group. But if the topic become ADOS or FBA, then it's like this whole.
I don't see this whole ADOS. I don't really, I hear that shit in it. Yes, I hear that. My thing is that like I'm not at war with any person that looks like me. You get me? Another person that looks like me might think they're at war with me. I'm not at war with them.
No, we're just talking about in general. We talking about in general, and I'm making the distinction.
Yeah, he's taking it personal.
Yeah, it's not.
He's taking it personal because he has some form of vitriol that he don't want to let out. See, this is what this show is all about. This show is all about you keeping it real with us and telling us how you really feel. But for some reason, it seemed like you just keeping that shit pent up. And every time you
what
speak,
are you talking about,
just
man?
saying a bunch of nothing.
Man.
Hey, tell us how you really feel, nigga.
Thank you, Mr. Harlem.
Get this shit over with, man.
Okay, Harlem, thank you. Harlem, what you saying?
I don't think he on that type of time. I think he on that type of Pan-African hotel time, right? So his argument is different, right, than the other one. But to be honest with you, I don't see a lot of Zimbabweans in these type of spaces on that type of hotel time. Like I see them like more so really in their own like little house type Southern African type vibe, where it's a clear distinction and you could see in their groups and how they gravitate that you're not gonna find a lot of Zimbabweans mingling with Ghanaians and Nigerians too tough. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how it is in the UK.
Do you know why? Because a lot of times
I know that's and you want to know something, Bo Diddley.
South Africans,
but you want to know something. You want to know something, Bo Diddley. That's what gives us our power. Because see, the difference between us and them is they caught up in that whole tribal shit. Them niggas is like.
Are you speaking on my behalf?
Them niggas is 1 point. Listen, bro.
Are you speaking on my behalf?
Yo, bro, relax. I'm talking right now. Just chill.
Are you speaking on my behalf?
Them niggas is 1.3 billion strong, bro.
Them niggas. Are you speaking on my behalf?
But dig it. They don't have one group that's at least 100 million deep. Not one. 1.3 billion strong. It's thousands of different countries within that 1.3 billion. That's what makes us different as FBA. We 45 million. They claim we 45 million. Might be more than that, but we'll take that number. We 45 million strong, but guess what? We all identify as FBA. Right. And you want to know another thing that we got going on with us is we don't have a buffer class. We don't have that buffer class shit that these other people do. If nigga in America. It went like this. If you got a drop of Negro blood in you, you're black, period. You're a nigga. So we don't have the buffer class to deal with either. Our light skin, they can get on cold with the dark skins. We can all get on cold because we all know who we are and we one solid group, and we can all get on code.
Well, I mean,
Hey, Harlem,
hold on.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that could be a debate within itself, like the role of those half breeds. Because if you look at historically, you know, a lot of the leaders, you know, in the beginning were like had that half bleed, one drop blood, where the other side did fuck with them before they got to us. You know what I'm saying? To like,
Right. When you look at the Latino population, right? Let me tell you the difference between them and us. They strong because they 56 million strong, right, in America. But guess what? It's 56 of them from different Latin countries. So some of them is Puerto Ricans, some of them is Dominicans, some of them are Cubans, some of them is Sardinian, some of them niggas is from Mexico. When it come to FBA, you dealing with 45 strong. None of that Voltron shit. Just one solid block.
Hey, let me jump in for a second, man. Just to bring it back around, man. For me, I'm just tired of being the table legs for this global black shit. You get what I'm saying? Where everybody else eat. You get what I'm saying? Like to Young Shaka, man. Huh?
Who's eating?
Y'all started eating as soon as we lobbied for y'all to get over here. Africans from the continent. ADOS, FBA. Interchange the words however you want to be.
Yeah, he's saying Africans that came to America, Shaka.
Yeah. But that's my whole thing. I'm tired of being the table legs for every other group. It's time, brother, you got to discipline yourself for 1 second, and I ain't gonna talk too long. But that's all I'm saying. My whole thing is, if you on this Pan-African thing, why don't you be the change first? Be the change that you want to see. Meaning, why don't you get Africa together and then say, look, ADOS, FBA, this is what we did. Come home. But I don't want to come help y'all clean up y'all fucking house. I don't want to do that.
I respect that.
And you know what? Even when I watch like repatriation videos of Americans going back to Africa, I don't think that's what Africa wants either.
No, I love that shit, man.
I don't think African wants that, because I've seen a couple videos and I'm only speaking YouTube video shit that I watch, but I seen some Americans get over there and they were looked at funny because it's like, yeah, y'all trying to just come over here and build and do all this shit. We didn't ask y'all for this help. See what I'm saying? I think they don't like this shit. Some of this Pan-African shit.
You know them people that did you watch that Pan-African Born Rich, that Pan-African parliament? You see, the thing is, a lot of them countries that hate Africa, that hate black people, they want the chaos of Africa. Whereas a lot of Southern African people like Malema, etc., they want one unity. Southern Africa usually wants one unity, whereas West Africa, they want to be led by Europeans.
Well, the thing with Southern Africans, the thing with Southern Africans, when it comes to Southern Africans and FBA,
nigga, why do you always take over?
We don't have the same friction with them that we do with Nigerians.
I don't care.
Like the Southern Africans, like when we go to Southern Africa as FBA, they don't burn us. They don't kill us. They love us when we come out there. When
Harlem.
They wrap y'all niggas up in tires and set it on fire.
I know, Perry. But Perry, you got to bring some evidence on that, brother. I know you said
another thing he said, right? That I just thought about, right? That this brother, he's a Zim, right? And he talking about Malema, right? And when you look at South Africa and a lot of the issues over there, that South Africa's not hearing that Pan-Africanism, and one of their complaints about Malema is that he allowing all them Zimbabweans, all of them, to keep flooding into South Africa. So I mean, like, we need to look at like what we're doing.
Malema is slavery.
Nah, they different. They different. Like the culture in South Africa is a lot more violent. They different over there. Now in America, you can come here, be a foreigner, and there was for a long time you could be accepted by FBA. You don't even gotta open your mouth. They're gonna assume that you're FBA, especially if you're from Nigeria or West Africa. So it's cool. But in South Africa, the culture is a little different. Right? So they were practicing xenophobia. But y'all try
Hold
to
up.
put that title
Hold up. Let Rich get in. I
on
think he was just about
FBA.
to say
Like, I
something.
don't think that
Yeah,
shit
no,
is
I
fair.
wanted to, yeah, I know that was the big conversation yesterday. You know what I'm saying? If we're talking about South Africa and what goes on in South Africa, I want Shaka to come through and let us know.
Oh,
I
he
want to
ain't
know.
gonna let me stay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know you good, brother. You good. I just want to know, like, what have you heard about let's just say African Americans going to Zimbabwe or South
I
Africa?
mean, a
Like,
But
lot of
not even
African, a lot.
African Americans though. Like we could stay out of like what's the reception like as a Zimbabwean, like on some real shit on the ground going into South Africa. Like they feel they kind of like set tripping too. Like too many of y'all moving into their spots and assuming their identities and like you know what I mean. Like because I hear because they got the thing in South Africa, South African first. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like they got the same issues as ADOS going on in South Africa,
Yeah,
dealing
they
with
do.
like
They issues
Zimbabweans.
is definitely
Am I gonna
they
answer the
issues.
question?
now let him come through. Let him come through. He's familiar with the situation. Go ahead, Shaka.
The situation in South Africa, a lot of times, because the natives don't really get on with the foreigners, because the foreigners don't really show respect to the natives. That's why now the xenophobia rose, because they're like, fuck it. So a lot of Zimbabwean man don't really respect the locals. That's the problem in it. However, that shouldn't be a reason to burn someone to death in it. I hear that.
Well, I mean,
But,
respect is needed now.
Usually, if I live in a well-off, rich area, like I won't get affected because my area is safe in it. But if I'm living in a more ghetto area, the ghetto's the ghetto in it. The ghetto's been the ghetto, and the ghetto, the community. If they don't fuck with you, if you come on, because the ghetto has been colonized, fucked up by Europeans, fucked up by other people. So now, whoever comes in the community and we don't fuck with you, we'll burn you. Just being defensive against the thing.
Let me
So if I go there, if I go that territory, they don't know me. They'll say to you, "Well, like, who the fuck are you, blood?" If I say I'm a Zimbabwean, they'll be like, "Nah, fuck that shit. Get him out of here." So it's a more of a defensive thing, innit? So I hear that in it. Like, yes, it's sad that sometimes the wrong person might get burnt, but it's a defensive thing, innit? But like, yeah, I feel like now, like,
but not to say defensive, because now we gotta go back and look, because you can't just say it's xenophobic, right? Because you got to think about the oppression and what they went through as South Africans, and the work they put in. Hold on a second, and the work they put in, the freedom cells and the suffering, and then as soon as they topple down the apartheid and get them crackers up out of there, now you got everybody from Zimbabwe, Nigeria running in and acting as though like, oh, this is all Africa, we could be here. So it's like, yo, hold up. That's why when you repping for Malema, and it's like in Malema. But it's like, do the actual people in South Africa really want that?
Hold on. I hear you. But what Malema stands for does benefit the local people, though. What he stands for benefits local people.
But what if they don't want that, though?
So they don't want to. Then that means they don't want to be benefited. They want
that mean they just want to do their own thing. They don't want a bunch of Zimbabweans and everybody else coming in there.
Their own thing ain't benefiting them.
How you gonna tell them what's benefit them in South Africa?
Because they making money. The black people in South Africa.
No, but what I'm saying, how you gonna tell a South African? How you gonna tell a South African that lives and born in South Africa?
Malema is South Africa telling them that if you guys want to make money, we have to be able to trade with different people in Africa. Right now, there's no trading. There's nothing in it. How are you gonna trade with someone else that's poor? If I'm poor, you're poor. I trade with you. We're not making any economy. You get me? But people from outside.
Who?
What do you mean? Who?
You saying they got to trade with them? Who? Like you can look at South African companies.
Okay, I'm saying the people that are not making money, they're usually people who are more in the private areas. If you live in a well-off area, then you're calm in it.
But you're saying they need to trade with other African countries. What does that mean? Trade what?
Okay,
with what other African countries?
I mean, look, we can go back to the situation in Liberia, right? When we first got over there, those people over there were primitive. We put them on the game, and Liberia became the greatest nation in West Africa.
What did you put them onto? What did you give them?
It was not until the natives got jealous and decided to challenge our rule over there. Liberia was on par with fucking Japan by the 1970s, dude.
Hey, yo, Shaka, can I ask you a question? Shaka, hold on. Let me ask you one question.
What did you give them, sorry? I'm curious because you keep saying we gave them. What did you give the Liberian people? I'm just curious. Was it gold? What did you give them? Sorry.
Well, hey, Shaka, let me ask you a question. Just it might take a turn, but what is the benefit of FBA/ADOS and the Caribbeans from what is the benefits of going back to Africa?
If okay, I'm listening. I'm just thinking. The benefits in that world of.
I mean, look, at the end of the day,
Oh,
I
why are
mean,
you
look,
doing that, man?
Hold on. Hey, Harlem, hold on. You must have been on mute or something. But I really want to hear this one right here.
All right. Going back, investing back into Africa, which will be like an unrealistic thing, but if that was a thing, investing back into Africa by land, by whatever, that would benefit. Obviously, yeah, it will benefit the local people, but it will benefit the people who are coming from America, as it offers them a sense of, I don't know, freedom and a lot of like self economy, which is now funded by them, and it's not being like supported or benefiting any Europeans. But that's speaking on a non-realistic level, isn't it? If we're going to be honest. You get me? Which I've never really.
So really, you have nothing that will benefit us except feeding the local economy.
I've never really. Hold on, sir. Sorry, sir. I've never really said that. I've never really said that black people should all go back to Africa.
I'm not saying that. I didn't even ask that question. I said what would benefit us. I didn't say that you said that. I just thought you was going to run off a list of things that will benefit the Caribbean community and the Black Americans with regard to.
So far, I won't chat shit and chat some nonsense in it. I'll have to look into that. I'll be genuine with you and say I want to look into that. Otherwise, I'll just be speaking on the top of my head in it. You get
So
me?
as we stand right now, that's nothing.
Hold on, but I would say black people in America investing in their own community as black people, that would benefit them more right now.
Straight up.
That's what I stand for.
Yeah.
You understand, sir?
You all right for Pan African though. You all right. You ain't.
Those black people in America, whatever, investing in their own black communities and young black people and creating community centers for young ghetto youths, community centers where the youths set up after school they can go them invest in those kind of things.
Okay. Let me slide in real quick. And the only reason I brought that up is because I've been to Africa before, all over the West Coast pretty much, and in the HOA. The Africans, hold on. The Africans on that country, they don't look at us pretty much as a returning brother and sister. It's exactly what you said, an investment. We are the wallets. We are the access to white wealth to America. They really don't see us as a returning family member. You get what I'm saying? It's always an investment. We are the black market connect, if you will. You get what I'm saying? Right. To put money into their situations to build them up, because we can build that country up, and then at the same time you can turn around and say get the fuck out. So it makes no sense to us. We come over there, invest, and build up.
There's nothing in Africa to benefit Africans anyway. So how can they offer you something?
Thank you. That's what I wanted you to say. Thank you.
I've been saying this, but
hey, he one of the realest Pan Africans though. I don't heard though. I ain't gonna lie though.
Yeah, I give him that.
Maybe because he from Southern Africa, like the ones from West Africa, they be on some other shit.
But they don't even like Africans, man. Do you see the Pan African the parliament thing? They were fighting against Malema because they didn't want Malema to have they're fighting against bullshit, man. Malema and the Southern African countries were standing together, whereas the Western Africans they wanted to fight against Malema because they wanted the Europeans to run some other bullshit. So I don't really stand with a lot of them because they don't stand for Africa. They stand for Europeans running Africa, which is right. So I don't really fuck with them.
Let me ask you a question. What about Botswana?
What about
they no, but because I know when they talk about Southern Africa, right? They always talk about South Africa. But what about Botswana?
A lot of Botswana
because you see like the economy and like they doing their thing a little bit, but you don't really hear too much about them. They doing their thing on the low in a sense.
Yeah, they trade a lot with They trade a lot with other countries. So they either with gold and diamonds. So they've got their own thing, but they trade. They're willing to trade with other African countries, isn't it? They're not really like mainly.
No, but why you don't see a lot of like Pan Africans and other people like really talking about Botswana that much? When Botswana, like by a lot of metrics you look at, like they doing more successful than a lot of these other countries they be trying to get people to run to.
Yeah, but because there's not really issues. The problems that happen in Africa, we talk about issues that want to be solved. There's not really like political issues or like fucking nonsense that happens in Botswana because they haven't got that platform where there's like bullshit problems in it. So we like
so that should be more reason to talk about them. Like why?
Yeah, no, it's
like
for
celebrate
example,
them, like
hold on,
like
it's like
salute
talking
them in a
about
sense.
why don't we talk about like Tanzania or something? They're in it, the making economy, because they're not really issue when the country's doing well, we're proud of it, but we don't. It's not like we don't
No,
celebrate it. We just
no.
don't.
When I'm saying talk about it, like why don't you see more people like making a push, like Africans, to go to Botswana and like, you know what I'm saying, show like, hey man, look, they doing their thing. The economy good over here. You got a strong middle class. You know what I'm saying? Like we ain't got all that bullshit going on over there. But instead, they'd rather try to trick somebody and promote Nigeria or some other country that's down there on the brink of civil war and talk about we need to move back to
because
this country.
Because it doesn't fit in the narrative. A lot of narratives are very funny, like Africa's poor, come invest in Africa. So it's a narrative.
But I'm talking about this is what you hear Pan-Africans pushing. I'm talking about Pan-African narrative.
A lot of Pan-Africans you speak about, they don't really stand for Africa. They stand for self-wealth in it, their own thing, their tribal wealth. They don't stand for one unity of black people. A lot of Pan-Africans don't stand for one unity. They stand for their own identical, like their own.
It's a scam. It's a scam. A lot of that's another thing I be saying. Like a lot of Pan-Africans are scams. Like you hear them talk about, oh, African Americans need to come back. Oh, buy land, come buy my land, and then they want to sell you some dusty ass land. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
but they never speak about the issues. They never speak about issues.
It's like Pan-Africanism is almost a hustle. Like
it is a hustle because they don't speak about issues that affect Africa or black people. They speak about other shit though. Like you know that when the brother asks about reparations, a lot of Pan-Africans focus on reparations. I'm like, you're still focusing on wanting white people to do shit for you. Why not focus on building something for our own communities? You get me? I'm not saying I'm against reparations. I'm just saying I like to stand more on self-investment onto our own communities instead of relying on Europeans and Chinese people for that shit. That's just where I stand in it. But a lot of people don't stand on that. They still want the white man to lead them. They want the white man to lead them and to watch. Like we need the white man. We need white Jesus.
The validation.
Yeah, people. That's why they want China. That's why they want China. They still want France and all them people to run them.
But even this is what I'm gonna tell you too. Even the ones, right, who talk all day about the Mzungus and the Chinese and the Lebanese and all this bullshit, right, and building up Africa. It seems as though they still don't go to the African countries or whatever, like Botswana or the other ones where there's a sense of stability and you see Africans there doing good. It's like they always being the ones where like, bitch, I just looked on the news and seen they just murdered and did some sacrifices on little kids over there and shit fucked up, open gutters and all type of just. It's like, what the hell I want to go there for? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm kind of like. It's like even though they talk about Western media giving out the bad impression of Africa, it's like I feel within Pan-African, for one, either they gonna lie and go show you parts of Africa where all the corrupt politicians stay at in these big ass houses that nobody stay in but corrupt politicians, and where all the stolen money at, and create this fantasy world that don't exist. Or they gonna take you to a part where it's like, man, bro, you don't see that open gutter and shit. Like, man, I'm not gonna be dealing with all that shit. Oh, you need to come and help Africa. But then you got countries like Botswana where people doing their thing and chilling, but they won't highlight that.
Because you know the thing about the rich people in Africa, they want to keep the rich. They want to keep the good bullshit for themselves, and the rest of the other nonsense they keep it for the world. You get me? There's probably Chinese people investing in Botswana. You get me? There's a lot of Chinese people investing in them countries, but they don't want it to be seen and heard because that means that the market gets too big and people go there. So they like it when no one really knows about, like, for example, Namibia, what's it called, Madagascar, Tanzania, them places. And them places are blessed in it. But because, like, even Rwanda, the places are good, but because they don't, like, people who are eating from the countries, they want to stay eating. They don't want too much attention on them, innit? So it's all tactics, man. That's why I believe a lot of Pan-Africanism, like a lot of it is given to us by Europeans. It's a narrative given to us by Europeans. And a lot of Africans are just the new Europeans. There's a lot of blackface which are doing colonization jobs.
So hey, that's another topic. That's another segue.
Black leaders who are basically the new colonizations in it. They're black-faced, but we're given to them by Europeans.
That's
You get
another
me?
segue. The politicians that selling citizenship from their country and calling in these other groups to flood into the country before they even satisfy the needs of their own countrymen.
Yeah, they don't care about the country, man. The kids don't even live in Africa. The kids probably live in China, university in China. The
But
kids
Young
they don't care.
Shaka, Young Shaka, with all that shit you said that's going on the continent, your message, if you really loved us, should be to us. Hey, don't come over here. Don't come. Hey,
But I think
we ain't ready
hey,
for that shit.
in his defense, though, right? In his
bro.
defense, though, right? Let me just say this.
Sorry,
In his
bro.
defense, though, right? I think, like I told you, man, like within Pan-Africanism, right? It's about 3 different messages, 3 different sects, and 3 different
3 different ideologies going on.
It's different. It's different
Sorry,
ideologies
bro. Hold
within
on, bro. Sorry,
Pan-Africanism,
bro.
right? So in America, there's one ideology. In West Africa, it's another one. In the UK, it's another. And I think Southern Africa has their own unique. I would say it's less problematic form of that I've seen.
Yeah, Bo, but hold on, Bo.
Yeah,
The mistake a lot of people do is they give me a narrative. Like Giorgio, you just gave me a narrative to believe. I don't stand by people. I stand on what works for people that look. I don't stand on what I should be told. It's like someone says you should stand for this because you're this. No, brother, that don't work for me and my people. I stand for black betterment. I don't stand. We say, oh, what about this and this? Fuck, I don't care about all that shit. The labels.
Well, you know my spiel. Black tells us how we look. It doesn't tell us who we are. So I can't keep.
Hey, what's your opinion of Dr. Arikana?
Dr. Farrakhan.
Man, Dr. Arikana, ain't you Zimbabwean?
Well, you probably pronounced it properly. You didn't pronounce
Dr. Arikana Chiambara. What's his name?
Hello, brother.
Arikana. How the hell you pronounce it? Let me Google it again. I might be saying it wrong. Arikana Chihombori Kwao. Used to be head of the African Union, woman from Zimbabwe. Come on, bro. How you don't know Dr. Arikana, man?
A lot of them people are put in there by Europeans. So I don't really stand by them. That's my thing.
You know who I'm talking about, though?
No, man. I'm trying to think of I'll just say his last name.
It's a woman.
What happened? What happened with the woman? What is she?
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up a picture. He gonna know who it is. He gotta know who she is. If he don't know who she is, he ain't no Zimbabwean.
Hey, Rich. Come on, Bo. We can't. Come on, Bo. We ain't gonna be able to do that.
How that's real, bro. That's real, bro.
It's probably black people in this world that don't know Farrakhan. So nobody can say, "Hey, do you know Luis Farrakhan?"
No, I don't know about that. Rich.
If you don't know Farrakhan, you ain't ADOS.
I know that ain't fair. That ain't fair for you to ask him about one singular person.
Hey, listen, bro.
Listen, bro.
Hey, listen,
that shit fair. Everything on the table tonight.
If you say you ADOS,
I'm listening.
If you say you ADOS, you can't tell me you don't know Farrakhan and you ADOS, nigga. I ain't claiming you. Straight up.
Some people may not know.
And they ain't ADOS. If you
they must just get off the plane. They must just get off that plane.
If
they don't know Farrakhan.
Bo.
Hey, you see the link I clicked? You see the link I left? You recognize her?
Hold on. For me, if an African leader doesn't really stand for the local people,
brother, I'm asking.
Hold on, man, you niggas explaining again.
Hold on, let me answer you nicely. Come on, I've been genuine with you the whole time. If someone who's an African politician doesn't stand for the actual people or the local people, I choose not to really give a fuck about them. But the face, yes, I've seen the face, but she ain't done shit for man. So I don't really care about them.
But I'm saying this, what I'm saying though, right? But she's heavily involved in Zimbabwean politics and with the land compensation for the white farmers in Zimbabwe, a lot of type of shit. Like I'm just saying, like she's so heavy involved in Zimbabwe.
Well, she ain't that heavy, man. She ain't that heavy. She's not. She's never
she
on
was
news,
what? Hey yo, she was the head. She was the head of the African Union, brother.
On Western news, obviously yes, but I'm one about local Zim news. She's never there, blood.
Oh no, but okay. So then let me ask you this, then, right? What about the African Union? What's your thoughts on the African Union? Because she was the head of the African Union. So what's your thought on the African Union?
A lot of the African Union is our people leaders are given to us by Europeans. Because a lot of African Union is still connected to the UN. The UN still detects what happens in the African Union. If you cross a certain borders, in which Malema has crossed a lot of borders, you get me? you get kind of like sanctioned on a lot of not. You get me? When you get a bit cheeky as a black person, they kind of put you on your place. So I don't feel like the African Union, like a lot of African Union, the laws were made by Europeans, innit? By prior apartheid. So I'm not really, man. That they don't really uplift African people like that or black people. So I'm not really that fussed about that shit. They're just laws that are given to kind of keep black people underneath in it, like know your place, just be there in it.
So you don't support the African Union?
Well, that's a big statement. I'm not saying I don't support what that maybe the false thing that the fellow African Union is the unity of Africa, but the reality of it is not. So I don't stand for that to imagery.
So what you're saying? They worthless? They useless?
Well, what have they uplifted Africa or benefited Africa so far? If they have, then maybe. If they haven't, then fuck them.
You tell me, bro. You the African. You gotta enlighten me, bro. I don't know. Has the African Union done anything like worth talking about in Africa? Is that whole organization, or is it just them getting a check, running their mouth? Like
a lot of times, it's the politicians getting a check, and giving an illusion that they're actually doing projects that benefit Africa. So construction projects, trading projects. But a lot of times, the people that make money are the people in that governmency who are in those rooms, the stables. But after those meetings, the people that are meant to do the projects don't really make the money. The people that are in the room will make the money when they leave those rooms and go to their little departments, Minister of Health, Minister of Construction. Those jobs don't really happen. That's why you see a lot of construction jobs in Africa take years and fucking time in it, because the people that are meant to do the
So is it yes or no, like your brother said, like minus the fluff? Like is it useless or what?
I don't right now. I don't see any use to it because it's not benefiting the people. That's where I stand.
All right.
I'm for the people. I'm for the local people, the workers. You get me? That's what I stand
for.
You
got any intentions on moving back to Zimbabwe?
Definitely, yeah. I've got a family farm right now that I work that I invest in, like cattle farming. I invest into cattle farming with my family. So I do like if Corona wasn't here right now, I'll be in Zim this holiday. This whole holiday, I would be in Zim right now with my pups.
What you think about Mugabe?
Firstly, he lost power years ago. He was just a puppet. He was just the face of Zimbabwe for so long. But I believe he lost power years ago, probably 2010. Prior to that, he was just a puppet. I don't stand for ZANU PF. Fuck ZANU because they're corrupt fuckers. He was a puppet for ZANU, because he's Mugabe. He was the face of. There was Mugabe prior the independence and Mugabe after independence are two different people. Same as Mandela before prison and after prison. Same body, two different mindsets in it. So maybe if you said prior independency, the militant brother, maybe yes, I would have said I fuck with him. After that, they just same as Mandela. I fuck with Mandela before presidency. After presidency, I don't know.
But I don't think you could compare Mandela to Mugabe at the you could criticize some of his positions and where he stood, but
you know how militant both of them were. Mandela was a militant. He used to bomb petrol stations. The guy, those people were both militants. Militant fuckers in it. Prior to when they were given power, because we were given power, we didn't take power. When we were given power, they were now a different identity because they had to confirm with being a politician and doing what politicians do, chatting shit and being.
That's what I'm saying though, right? As far as Mandela, what I'm talking about with Mandela and Mugabe, right? So if you look at Mugabe, he almost ran the country into the ground, right?
ZANU did, but he was the ZANU.
So okay, I think you could make the case. Okay, whatever. Maybe South Africa ain't doing as good, right? But I think a lot of the compromises that Mandela got criticism for, I think it was more so to maintain that stability so that South Africa doesn't turn into Zimbabwe.
In a way, yes. I would agree to that point. Like those risks or those kind of sellouts moves that he did in a way kind of for the long-term benefit South Africa, because he realized the militancy doesn't work anymore. We have to be intelligent. So in a way, I would say he did, that point of view, yes. But I feel like the whole militant war against Western influence, he kind of gave up on that and just said, fuck it, we have to work with these people. So he'd rather work with them than actually be the enemy, which kind of worked in a way, but I don't know. I'm 50-50 about that. But I hear you in it. That his militancy stance wouldn't have worked the same way if he had done this all like fuck the European, we're gonna get rid of all of them. But him actually saying, you know what, let's work together.
Because at the same time, when you look at him being a sellout, to say he is sellout, if you look at some of the people he supported, he still supported people who was living like that, who was about that action. Like,
yeah, definitely,
so,
man, definitely.
So it's like, but a lot of the compromises he made was for his country, not to go into any instability. But as far as being down for the struggle, it's like he still was gonna chill with Castro, still chill with everybody who still, you know you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, he.
So it ain't like he turned into a total puppet, where it's like he turned his back on the struggles, but it's like, well, yeah, we got to work with these crackers in a sense.
Yeah, I hear you, and I feel like that's the problem that in a way, because with Zanu, like if Zanu had fought against the
And I
colonization,
think that's why they scared of Malema. Like, people don't have time for like that rhetoric Malema coming with, because they feel like he's not really interested in.
Now you're wrong. You're wrong. A lot of young people. A lot of young people right now. There's a lot of young people who are actually going to Malema, because a lot of young people are not in this whole that they fuck like my generation. Because I'm in my 20s, in the young 20s. A lot of them stand with Malema because they fuck with his mindset and they fuck with how strong he is.
That's the thing, though. That's the thing.
So there's a lot of young people what for him.
Let me say this, right?
That's why he's dangerous.
Let me say this, right? I think there's a difference between a person who's a good orator and can talk and can get people to follow him because of their emotions and he know what to say, and leaders that can actually lead the country going forward and actually implement the shit he talk about. I think a lot of people don't believe that Malema can actually do what he say he'll do, and that it'll actually benefit.
Yeah, that's my only right now. I'm saying in it, if there's a chance to actually for him to, because a lot of things he's said he's said in his mouth, the strong points which actually are needed. But my thing is, will he actually deliver that freedom that he says for, or is he gonna be like another fucking puppet and just be a bitch to a system? That's what I'm a bit curious for. Is he gonna stand by his thing, or is he just gonna
and just make money? Is it a hustle for him? Like, a lot of people feel like he like a hustler, and he just say whatever he gotta say and get money wherever he can.
But Malema's been saying this shit from like fucking early. I'm not sure. I'm still kind of like I stand for what he says. But if I said him as a person, you stand for him.
Hey, but let me ask you a question though. As a Zemno, why you even care that much about Malema though? What's going on in Zimbabwe? Like, well, who's the people in Zimbabwe like that's fighting for the rights of Zimbabweans and going into the future?
Those that do get persecuted, arrested, and murdered. Those that do, the best way to do is to people. There's people who right now they are now in working with Malema because they work in South Africa to expose and to stand for that shit. But when you're in Zimbabwe, you can't be free, because when you're too free and against a corrupt system which has been there for over 20 years, you get killed off. Literally, like anyone that's fought against ZANU, they get disappear, killed, imprisoned, or fucked over in it. The best way is to go to countries like UK or South Africa, where you can now do your part. And a lot of people who are doing their part, they're now with EFF, which is what Malema stands for. They're with that economical freedom fighters. And
so they got an EFF branch in Zimbabwe.
Not really. It's still in Africa, but it's a difficult concept, and it's very fucking confusing even for me. But that's one of the best ways that they can still do projects which actually are for. Yeah, it's kind of like a long game, innit? Because to be honest with you, ZANU ain't going nowhere. They literally ain't. They will literally slaughter their enemies. They've been doing that shit. They've got army force that will back them. If you go against the government, the army is literally allowed to murder you. So they've got a force right now. So it's like going against them in Zimbabwe is very difficult. You get me? And people like Malema who speak against that ZANU and speak against that shit, I'm like, rah. And a lot of people are like, wait, what? You actually said that stuff? Like, whoa. Even just saying stuff like this country is corrupt will get you arrested. There's people who are poets and musicians which have said against the corruption, they've been arrested. You get me? So like, I don't know. Like, yeah, man. This is man. Being an outsider, because a lot of people see me as an outsider. Like, the best way that I see this
See
from the
who as an
outside.
outsider. See
Pardon?
you as an outsider.
Even though I'm from Zim and I grew up in Zim, but I also grew up here. There's some local people who say you are now in a Western world, innit? So you will see things from a Western point of view. And because me being outspoken, they'll say you can be outspoken as you want. But that's only because you're in the Western world. In Zimbabwe, you haven't got that freedom to be outspoken. So I can only be outspoken because I'm not in Zimbabwe. If I was on YouTube right now in Zimbabwe and I said this shit, tomorrow my door's getting booted up, man. Straight away, man. So that's the only way I can say I've got privilege because I'm not in Zimbabwe to say this shit. You get me?
Or just get down with ZANU PF and get you some money.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people. That's what a lot of people have done. They're realizing, fuck it, man. The best way is join them in it. You get me? Join them or go against. Going against them doesn't work. A lot of people are joining ZANU now. You get me? But ZANU doesn't benefit the local lads.
So when you look at something like that, right? When you look at something like that, and then people, Pan-Africans, be like, oh, but we living under a system of white supremacy and oppression and blah, 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 blah. But then you go to a country like Zim, and these people living under a literal oppressive regime of systematic, nepotism, and you know what I mean? So it's like, how do you make that case where a Black American should leave America or the West to go to Africa when it's people over there living under real systematic oppressive societies where if your family not from this tribe or down with this political party and you say the wrong, you might die or get locked up and nothing else to.
I'll say to them, if you want to be a true Pan-Africanist and true whatever, then create a platform where you in a Western world can actually speak against that. That's the best thing you can do. Speaking against and putting light upon against that regime, that's the best thing you can do. Instead of selling a dream and making this unrealistic bullshit. You get me? Like, that's what I say. Like,
hey, I like this Pan-African dog. I ain't gonna lie. I like him for Pan-African. He's great.
Those people, if you are Pan-Africans, those people are also your enemies. Those people who are that what's it called? That regime which is there, that's also your enemy because they have they can go to your house, bulldoze your house down, and get rid and smash down your house for the sake of you what's it called? You voted for the wrong party and nothing will happen to you. So if you want to be a true Pan-African, instead of chatting shit and saying, let's go to Africa and live happy ever after, make a change, make Africa a place to actually change first. Well, I don't like, yeah, man, like that's why I say like my generation right now, the best we can do is invest back in Zimbabwe.
I respect that. And see, that's why I told you, right, within Pan-Africanism, from the diaspora, from the West, from America, when you listen to them, it's almost like they living in the fucking fantasy. Like I call them delusional hotels. It's like they living in the fantasy world when they talk about Africa and us going to Africa and we can go to Africa and be with my brothers and sisters and the ancestors and we be finally free and we can escape white supremacy. And it's like, yo, like people living real lives over there that's real shit. And they not even trying to hear this bullshit you talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like
a ghetto kid will kill you for fucking 50 cents because he is killing. He will die for that 50 cents in it. That's all he can make in it. That's his life in it. He hasn't got any opportunities. And the maddest thing is that kid will actually be qualified. We have some actual papers to say he's educated, but because of no opportunities or because he has no connections to anyone, his life is fucked. So all he can do as a graduated person, get a gun and rob rich people. You know that's fucking sad, isn't it? A grown fucking like someone my age right now who's like in their 20s, 30s, their best thing to do to make money is be a fucking thief.
Hey, you don't never go into none of these or listen to none of these like hotel these Pan-Africans when they be talking all this like fantasy world. You know what I'm saying?
I hear them. I'm like, right, it's not like he's coming, man. You're painting a picture of Africa is beautiful. It's not just jungles and all that. It's actually nice. Oh, yes, of course, Africa has nice places, but it depends. Come on, man. It depends who you. A lot of African people who are actually ghetto youths, like literally day-to-day people, they think they're looking and say, "Shut the fuck up, man. Come live here for a fucking week and see what you say.
Right.
Come live in Africa for a week and you cry your ass out, saying, "Oh no, my rights. I've got human rights." The police will say, "There's a video here of some fucking British guy going to Zimbabwe saying the police are stopping me. My human rights." They're like, "Shut the fuck up." They slapped him. Like, shut the fuck up. They'll slap in the face. Like, well, human rights. We don't care about that shit. Slap the fuck out of you, man.
Right. And it's dangerous. And the thing is, my whole thing where I always talk about Pan-Africanism is because you selling my people a dream, like in a sense, and like you setting them up for failure in some ways. You know, it's like if you tell an African American, oh, you know, like it'd be killing me when they be using countries like Nigeria as an example. Like, bro, do you not know that they just kidnapped 300 fucking school children? And they don't even know what's going on over there. Like, I understand it's some parts of Nigeria and it don't happen everywhere, but like these people got their own issues going that they dealing with, and you talking about leaving America as though you finna leave this to go to that, and these people will probably give their left leg to be in your position. You know what I'm saying? And you shitting on America. You shitting on America, and you almost shitting on their dreams, because their dream is like, yo, if I ever get a chance to come to America, nigga, it's my life is it's like I'm straight. And all you said was, no, you shouldn't come to the West because the white supremacy and the Mzungus are gonna keep, and we gotta come to Africa. And it's like, though, anybody with common sense, like any African, like gonna be like, man, bitch, I'm trying to get over there, man. That shit's sweet over there.
African people, like they don't really actually care about racism unless it puts them in physical danger. If someone says, "Oh, you're a black bastard, you're a nigger," they'll be like, "I'm still gonna make money tomorrow, so fuck you." You know what I mean? But like, this is why I said.
And that was my point. That was my point about I don't believe in white supremacy and systematic oppression. That's what I was saying. Like a lot of, and like the dude, he tried to debate me on the fact. I say, listen, it's a point between systematic oppression and racism versus somebody's own prejudice and their own bias. So prejudice means I see you, right, and I have a perception of who I think you are. You know what I'm saying? I'm prejudging you, and I'm not gonna deal with you because I believe you to be like them niggas who I see in the rap songs jumping around with guns and drill artists and who stabbing people up the road, man. Like I'm prejudging you, thinking that you're a road man, right? You may not be one. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong for me to prejudge you. But the thing about prejudices is once you show people like, yo, that ain't who I am, bro. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate if you don't judge me. Those same people could be the people to give you an opportunity, and you can create a different narrative for people coming behind you. You dig what I'm saying? So
I'll only say the kind of systematic thing is like, for example, in the school system.
And biases. Let me just finish this point, right? And the bias, right? And the bias to me is natural. And black people, black American, I'm gonna leave y'all out of it, right? And black Americans, we the only idiots who don't adhere to these type of biases, like, or don't really see value in them. Whereas if a Jewish person, if they see somebody, if they work in the company, HR manager, and it's a Jewish person working in the company, and they see a Finkelstein or a Weinstein name come through they're gonna be biased to their own people. Oh, this is my people. Let me put this to the side. Niggas in America, oh my God, like a nigga will literally be like, man, I ain't finna be behind them niggas, because them niggas gonna come in here and then they gonna be. So we don't really have that same system. But see, these people, once they get in position, they put their other people in position, which is natural. And it's not necessarily about racism or systematic oppression, because if you put an Indian in a certain position, you can bet every last dollar in your fucking pocket he's gonna hire other Indians. He's gonna call Indians on the phone to get more Indians. Hey, you know any more Indians that you can send over here? You know, but niggas, we not gonna do that. We don't think like that. You know what I'm saying? We just be so happy to be in that position as the token Negro, or just be there, that we don't even think to flood that shit with other niggas. You know what I'm saying?
We're more competitive than actually supportive. I hear you.
Right. Like exactly. We would celebrate the fact that I'm the richest Negro. I work for a Fortune 500. I'm in corporate America. You know what I'm saying? Taking pictures with white folk, and we're gonna celebrate the fact that we became the first Negro to do something, or we the only one that worked there, and y'all ain't knowing what I'm on, or some other ignorance. But see, other people, they bring in. Listen, if you allow an Indian person to get, if you allow an Indian or Mexican to get in certain positions, you just close the door on everybody behind you, because they ain't finna hire. No, you're gonna notice, and it's gonna get to a point like in America, it's certain places where Latinos done infiltrated to the point where now you have to be bilingual to even work in some of these positions. And it said on the application, like, you got to speak Spanish, because the hiring manager, all the employees, all they ass speak Spanish, and they don't even speak English with a proficiency where they can't even do their job. So they need a somebody bilingual to be able to be a conduit to everybody else. So it's like you playing yourself, and then we say it's systematic oppression, white supremacy. No, it's people playing the game that you need to learn how to play and stop crying and stop crying about racism, because these people playing the game and you're not playing it. You're not even understanding it because you keep on crying about racism. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say it becomes a mental illness. You know what I'm saying? And it's not about systematic oppression. It's about people because at this point it's not even white people that's oppressing black people in America in a lot of places. Like you go to some places in California, it's Mexicans who in certain positions in law enforcement and all that who will put their knee on your motherfucking neck too. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't all about this boogeyman white man that's just oppressing black people. You get enough Indians in position and they're gonna flex their muscle to show you, like, man, listen, man, I'm Indian. You know what I'm saying? But see, black people, we don't have that concept. We have this whole minority concept that they let us put on us where, oh, we a minority, so now this Bangladeshi bitch can come over here around us and be like, I'm a minority too. I've been discriminated against. White supremacy, they discriminate against me. See, that's why I'm hard on what I allow people to categorize racism as. Because if you didn't go through real life racism and systematic Jim Crow and all that history there, then you don't get to assume that a part of your identity, right? Because what you see is you'll have a position, right, that's they'll use that talk about, oh, diversity and the white man, racism, and then they'll put a bitch from Somalia in there, and as if that's supposed to be like diversity hire. Like, yo, what the fuck is going on here? You just talked all this Martin Luther King shit. This company just got all these damn banners of Martin Luther King and talk about Jim Crow, and then you gonna hire a fucking Somali to be representative of diversity or something. Yo, fuck all the racism. We don't even care about racism no more. You know what I'm saying? Because these people manipulating it, and their excuse gonna be like, well, racism.
It's all games, man. It's all games. It's all games. It's mind games, and it works, innit? For example, and you know what the maddest thing? What works is that they've been able to make us divide each other. For example, I was saying to the other brother, I fuck with your culture so much that I like a lot of your music. And he goes to me, it's not your music, it's mine. It's just, I was not arguing with him. I'm saying to him, I'm your brother, and I fuck with your culture. And he's telling me and he's telling me off saying you're taking over my culture. And I'm like, brother, I fuck with the Rasta thing. I fuck with it because that's what I fuck with it, with the religion, with the culture. A lot of things is like, no, it's not yours, it's mine. I'm like, brother, I'm not arguing. I'm saying I want to be one with you and one people, but you want to be. A lot of times we black people have learned to divide and be against each other so much that we say I'm better than you. I'm like, brother, what the fuck are you arguing with me for? I'm saying that me and you are one people. He's saying no, we're not.
See, the thing is, right, you say that, right, and I'm gonna say this in defense of the other brother since he ain't here, right, because I do understand his argument. Is that okay? You say that, right, and that's how you feel as an individual. Right? And that's cool and that's acceptable, right? But what you see is that in turn turns into a collective almost where once you come, and I'm not saying you particular, right? And I'm gonna use West Africans, right? Because that's like the more African group I'm accustomed to, and I could give you like more examples of like Nigerians and shit like that specifically. That's what we see. So you do that, so they'll run that, right? But once they get in to your culture and get in the door and assume a position, they almost move like how the Mexicans and other crackers move, right? But then it's gonna come, and then once they get enough of they other people, Nigerians, and then it's no longer like us and we and all that. It's a hashtag Niger. We did this, we did that. Oh, we do this. Or when you try to reciprocate it, and then you do something within their culture, it's like they close the door on you. Boom. No, this is you know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, I thought we was all black. I thought we all black Americans. It's like, no, I'm Nigerian and my parents come from here and they taught me to be smart and I'm smart. And we not like the Akata. We not like the black Americans. They don't like to go to school. We go to school. It's like, yo, like what the fuck going on here today? We just got tricked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I hear you.
We was just chilling over here listening to R&B. Y'all say y'all like rap and all that. But now that y'all got y'all little Owambe or whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying, after graduation, doing y'all little motherfucking Afrobeat shit, now it's like, oh no, this African, this Niger. You know, it's like, yo, what's going on?
Nah,
you know what I'm saying? So it had people on high alert, right? And like I say, as a Southern African, right, we don't have high concentrations of Southern Africans in America. So a lot of these issues, like y'all not even a part of that conversation. Like if we just use a blanket statement like African, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't see it, because it's easier to have like a one-on-one relationship with a Southern African, whereas though, okay, that's my dog, he from Zim, right? And it's not that many where they really had like this whole like protectionist type. It's like that's gonna be like, it's still gonna have that one-on-one relationship. But when you get other groups, it's like they'll try to bombard your culture and then close the door to their culture and then promote their culture over yours in the end, where it's like, yo, we in this together, right? But in reality, what you see is they want to become the model black person. You know what I'm saying? They want to be known as the most smartest group of black people in America or in the UK, or we do this, we do that, we do. And it's like, yo, like we just allowed you to come in. We showed you how to, you know what I'm saying? It's
And
like
niggas
if you look,
niggas want to compete, or niggas always want to compete, and I'm like, this is the problem, innit? Like you focus on the white people or races. Nah, you don't let yourself or your people progress because you're always competing with yourself. You get me? Like,
right?
You put the solution of white people this, but like you're probably gonna fuck a white girl, marry a white girl before you actually call another black person your brother. That's facts. You get me?
Yo, hey, like I say, man, have you ever seen a motherfucker around a white person, like a West African, when they get around white people?
But they love the acceptance from white people. They want the white people to accept them.
Bro, I don't know the dynamics in the UK, but the first thing they will do, a West African, when they get around a white person, they will make it abundantly clear to that white person, I am not African American. My family is from, and we do this and we do that, and we so whatever. And I don't know why they keep talking about slavery, and I don't know why they complain about racism and because white people been good to me. White people, like, yo, they will go so Hollywood on you with the whole, and see, that's why I say, like, we need to just take that racism card away from them, and that's why ADOS goes so hard, because it's like, yo, you're not gonna pick and choose when you gonna jump in and out of our culture and identify with us, you know what I'm saying, and manipulate that situation.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Yeah, man. That's what, like, because even like my stance on like being a nationalist is like, yeah, like I'm very biased for black people as general, isn't it? Someone from Fiji, the Samoan people, the original or Australian people, I just see them as one people in it, and their warfare is also my warfare. The warfare that black people will get in America is also my warfare. You get me? The warfare that a South African, a Nigerian will get in South Africa is also my warfare, because I can also go to that place because of my skin color. I can also be in that warfare. So it's like, that's why I say, like, yeah, man, I'm all for, like, I just say one blackness, like one people in it. When I say black people, one people, because yeah, man, your war is also my war. That's the reality. That's the biggest truth. You get me? Like, just because I'm from a different area or from a different country, more time, if I was to go live in that place, I'm gonna experience so much bullshit as well. I'm not gonna say no, don't be racist to me, I'm Zimbabwean. They don't give a fuck. I'm a nigger.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'd be like what his name was Amadillo. What his name was God of Jacob Amadillo, the Gambian and back in the days in New York.
Amadillo
Diallo. Yeah. Shit crazy. I remember that. But see, the thing about Pan-Africanism, right, where I don't believe in the oneness, right? But I do, if it was more so respective of each.
If it was both sided, I hear you. If it was both sided, you would.
Not even necessarily both sided, right? If it was more so like sales centered, right? Like sales centered, like ADOS as a specific like regime or cell, and just had that recognition that that's this set, and there is some type of collaboration amongst it, almost kind of like a African Union, I guess you would say, but ADOS is being representative of themselves. Each Caribbean country representatives, and still have a governing body that still come to some type of cohesion, but just the erasure of each individual's identity and culture. And because in America, like I say, on the continent is different, but in America, the thing is, it's almost the erasure of our culture as African Americans, where we have to adopt this African fucking caricature where we walk around in dashikis now and eating fufu and shit with our hands. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I'm not really for that. I just believe like you can still be of your own identity and culture, but
Right.
still say like for example, like I'm not gonna change my culture just to say, oh, I'm your brother. Like no man, like I'm still gonna be a Zimbabwean brother. You can still be a South African brother that speaks your native language, Zulu, but to me, you're still my brother. I'm not saying you don't have to change and be another person. Just that one love within. You get me? That one love is very crucial. But I feel like, as you said, that one love is not two-sided. It's always one-sided. The American brothers are forced to do that one love to a lot of Africans, but the African people they shame the Americans as being ghetto. And I'm like, and I hear that a lot. Like they shame the Americans as being ghetto, as being whatever. Even in the UK, I feel like a lot of African and Caribbean, the beef is very stupid. In a lot of Africans, they seem like the good people, and Jamaicans are seen as the ghetto people. And for me, I'm like, fuck all that, man. I'm not really into that shit in it, car. Like, you get me? As a black brother who grew up where I grew up, the white people they saw us all the same. I feel like black people, we give our own narratives as I'm this and you're this. To white person, you're all niggas, you're all Negroes, you all get the fuck out of country. They don't care. They don't care if you're Jamaican. You know, they don't care, man. But we care. That's what I say is stupid, isn't it? We care more than them. But now, big up for the chat though. Yo.
Yeah, I'm here, Shaka. Yeah, good shit, man. Good shit, Shaka.
Yeah.
Good shit, brother. Good shit, Bo.
The thing is, because a lot of times I have to actually explain where I stand, because sometimes it sounds like I'm standing somewhere else. Even when I say I'm a black nationalist, a lot of times, because I've Born Rich has been in many conversations that I'm in. When I say the whole black nationalist thing, a lot of times people will give me a narrative that you stand for this in it. I'm like, no, I stand for what I stand for. Like people give me a narrative to stand on. I'm like, no, fuck off. I stand on this. This is what I stand on. You get me? So sometimes I might sound a bit annoyed, but I know what I stand on, and sometimes I'm given a narrative. You should stand for this because you're this. I'm like, no, brother, what the fuck, man? I stand for what I stand for, innit?
See, the only thing about, I'll say the difference with ADOS, right, and African Americans, in comparison to what you just said, is that to a certain degree, y'all plight as Jamaicans and Caribbeans in the UK is almost the same, right? I would say more similar than an immigrant group coming into America with Black Americans, right? I would say historically. So what y'all had like a 20-year like difference as far as like immigration patterns to the US. Like that whole Rush shit they be talking about, like what exactly is that? Matter of fact, because I hear it, but I never like took the time to really like
it's basically
understand it.
I think it's 60s around them times. If I'm correct, if I'm discorrect, someone can confirm. But when the British colony
But
went to
what's the disconnect with it? Because I know they use that like as a catalyst to like differentiate y'all experiences.
basically a lot of the British people now they're saying they came illegally, and a lot of the people that came to work for Britain they didn't get passports, so they need to get deported. But people are saying, wait, you brought us here. We've been here for fucking 40 and 50 years. You're telling us we have to go back to where we came from. What the fuck? Like, you get me? Like, the British people are saying you should all go back now. We don't need you anymore. Go back to where you came from.
Right.
But it's like, we came here to help your bastard ass. We came here to build your fucking country. Telling us to go back. This is, what the fuck, man? We built this shit. You
And
know what I mean?
that was specifically to Jamaicans.
Well, the Caribbean people, the Caribbean who came, the Windrush was a boat called the Windrush, which was coming from the Caribbean. So it's like, it's just the Windrush is the name of the boat, but it's like the journey was called the Windrush generation. That's where they came from, the Windrush.
And that was the first wave of black immigrants into the UK.
For my knowledge, in it, I'll say the biggest wave, yeah, probably there would have been people coming all over, like Nigerians or whatever. But the biggest wave of workers coming from it was the Windrush. It wasn't the first one, but I think that's something along the lines.
So when did the influx of Africans into the UK start?
On a big scale, because obviously there would have been one or two people coming through anyway. But I say on a big scale, I would say starting from the 90s. I would say, from my knowledge, I would say starting from the 90s, if I'm honest.
So the Caribbeans had almost like a 30-year head start.
Definitely,
in the UK.
definitely. The Caribbeans have been, on a bigger scale, the Caribbeans would have been here longer. On a bigger scale, the Caribbeans would have been here longer.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I would say, I won't say it's the same, right? But it's not as drastic of a difference when you talk about the plight of ADOS and that distinction in American history compared to a person that's been totally disconnected from Africa and whatever, and is almost entirely American, like was here since the Declaration of Independence was signed for most white people, right? And contributed to the construction of the country through slavery, right? So when you had that history and that people tell you like, no, you need to abandon your identity and we all the same, and you just came here in your family just came here in 1990, and my family been here and don't even know their original name, and then it creates a real toxic like divide, right? But the worst thing about it though is a lot of African Americans buy into it, right? And they even created the narrative in some way. They even created the narrative where with this romanticization of going back to Africa and abandoning their colonial slave master name or whatever they want to call it, right?
Yeah, when James was saying that shit, that was stupid. When James was saying, "Oh, but you use a Brit," that was stupid. I'm like, fuck off, man. You start saying that shit, saying you use a European name and all that. I was like, fuck off, man.
It's like that's why I don't like debating. Right? I don't debate. Like I'm not finna debate, bro. I don't even know if you black or not, and I know how white people is. They real antagonistic with how they think they intellectually superior to black people, right? So they'll come in here with these debate type tactics to prove a point. You know what I'm saying? When, like I say,
I don't believe he's East African. I don't believe he's East African. From my understanding, I don't know.
It don't matter. Like I feel like that's a real like white man type mentality. Cause like I say, like real world experiences where if like in the real world, if we was having this debate and you keep on pulling up this group of people trying to make a point, like in the real world, somebody would slap the shit out of you. You know what I'm saying? The moment you talk about my grandmother's experiences, your piece of paper can trump my grandmother's real world experiences. And when me and his grandmother and this whole community of people who I come from and families have the same experiences, and you telling me what this piece of paper said, well, I researched it, and it's like, yo, you know, loud that. You know, but man, I think that's why I say at the end of the day, if I can have conversation in the UK, if people kind of like represent what they represent, like if you telling me what it is in the UK, I can respect that and we could build on that or whatever. But don't debate me about America, because I don't think you know my experiences in America the same way I can't tell you about South Africa. And that's where a lot of issues with ADOS come from, with that animosity towards people in the UK. because I think it's a sense of entitlement when it comes to American culture by y'all, I guess how you say, was influenced by it on TV. So you feel a little more inclined to talk about certain issues over here as though you understand it when you only seen it on TV. And
No,
then
I say them people are weak, man. Like, cause like a lot of the, I think it's a generation of just weak people in it. Like, there's a lot of there's a black culture that's always been in the UK, like a black culture. A lot of which stems from a lot of Caribbean, but because a lot of people are like, I want to be seen on TV. I want to relate to TV. I want some. Oh, a black person. Oh yes, I relate to this black person because it's black. That's stupid for me, innit? Like, just relate to, like, so when people say that shit, it's stupid. It's dumb for me. I relate to this because he's black and I'm black. Like, there's been a black culture in the UK. What's it called? The sound system culture, the carnival culture. But I feel like because, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the mindset behind it, because I don't relate to it. But like, that's their mindset, innit? But I just feel like, yeah, man. Like, I hear you though. I think your brother here, he's back. What's his name? James is back to discuss with you something.
he probably want to debate you.
Me?
All right, go ahead, James. Go ahead, James. Yeah, what I was gonna say was, yeah, I apologize earlier, Born, if it seemed like I was. It's only because the call had started, and I wanted to say, I'm not trying to do no promotion or nothing like that. I'm just saying that because you had enough of doing that shit, whatever, going over what happened the other day. I was gonna say, if God or Jacob or Bo or whoever wanted, like, they maybe thought that I was misrepresenting them or something, they could take that footage over to G Block. Unless you want to do it, Born, you're welcome. Like, it's your show too. Like, it's your footage, sorry. They could have gone over there and reviewed it. That's what I meant. So I was just going to say that rather than complain that you're not getting a fair shake or someone's misrepresenting you, I was just going to say take it to G Block. But you thought I was saying I was going to review your show, like I was threatening you. So I ain't threatening. And when I said that, it was a joke. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't being serious. So that wasn't
I have no idea what G Block is. You know.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
I say it, James. It just, in the heat of the moment, it just kind of came off as a threat.
You couldn't hear me. No, but literally, as soon as you said that, I literally said, I swear on my life, definitely not a threat. Not at all. I didn't even feel like you were being unfair. I was just trying to say, like, because no one was letting me say it in a few seconds. I was just trying to say, boom, if no one wants to talk about this no more, or if you think that I'm trying to, listen, everything I said, I'll stand on it, right? I feel like I got exactly what everyone was trying to say perfect. And I feel like what I was trying to say, I put across perfect. So if you think that's a lie, rather than just we both moan and tell us
brother, listen to me, brother. We not, if you feel as though you was right and justified and whatever you would point you was trying to make, go ahead, kid, you good. Like, we not debating you on it, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? We not debating you on it, bro. Whatever your perspective is, it's fine, You can walk around Tottenham and tell everybody about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not really a big deal, us, bro. We not really debating on whether or not you was right or not. Like, you can't be right. As far as I'm concerned, there's no way you can be right. There's nothing you can be right about because you don't have any real world experiences to back it up to even make a case where I could even see your perspective. If your perspective originated from a piece of paper that some cracker told you or gave you for some statistics or whatever, that's not enough to really convince me of anything when I live this life for the past 40 years in this country, what you talking about, and been all around it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not really a debate or about being right or wrong. I was just giving my perspectives from my experiences. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing to debate.
Brother, I'm not debating you. I'm not even pushing back on your point. All I would say though is I feel like you're being real unfair to me, because then when I say, all right, here's another American brother who seems like I don't even agree with them. I don't even agree with Leo or Bourne. I'm just saying they just have a different opinion. So instead, they can make.
This what I'm
saying. But you
right?
You're from age and stuff. What do you want me to do then? Then basically, no one can disagree with.
This what I'm telling you, right? This what I'm telling you. Right? I'm finna give you. See, you never really met an ADOS person, right? So not from where I'm from. Not from where I'm from. So we all think different. We all move different, right? So what I'm telling you is, right, where I'm from, if me and you got an issue, if me and you on a point, and you bring somebody else into the point to try to prove your point, you automatically cross the line. You playing games. That's how we perceive it. It's like you playing games and you trying to manipulate a situation and bring somebody into our beef, our issues to prove your point. You still, it don't even matter. I'm gonna push him out the way and be like, yo, get out of this. Because like you said, you didn't even agree with their point. You just wanted to see me argue with them. So
No,
that's
that's
called
not.
being.
No, that's not. That's so. Just to be clear, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm
Hold on a
saying is,
second. Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question. You said, and I could be wrong. I'm just saying what you just said. You said that you didn't even agree with them, but
yeah,
you wanted
but let
to
me
use.
explain it. That's what I was just
Okay,
trying to
so
do.
hold on a
But
second. We're gonna take,
wait,
brother. Relax. Don't overtalk me.
yeah, but I'm saying
Because
you turn
you
this
quick
up,
at
yeah.
no. I'm
It's
telling
got
you
to be
exactly.
the dialogue,
Listen,
though.
relax.
But you're the
Relax.
one right now turning this
Relax.
up. You could take a moment, really speak for a second.
It's
and
only
then-
one
then,
point.
you know what I mean?
It's only one point I'm trying to tell you. The
Like I
fact that
spoke,
the
you stopped
fact
me to ask a
listen,
question. You asked the question, you carried on speaking. But like you're jacking this up where it doesn't need to be. You could also stop. You're in control of yourself as well. You could also stop. It doesn't have to be your way or the highway all the time, bro. That's like really immature and childish. Especially if you're on a panel to talk. It's not like I've met you in the street and you can just walk away. You jumped on a panel to converse with people. Why does it have to be that? It's really immature, brother. And I don't know, man. You just crank the levels up unnecessarily. What I was saying to you, like wherever you are listening, which you obviously are, is if you've got an opinion that you think is right, and the sole premise for your belief in how right you are is that it's because it's your lived experience. I've got two brothers here that disagree, or two, not my brothers, whatever you want to call them, that disagree with you, that also possess lived experience. So what makes more sense then, if you're saying, all right, you're disqualified from debating me or discussing with me or conversing with me because you're not living in America. Fair play. You've got your own criteria for who you debate. That's fine. Why don't you want to discuss with these other two? Now, when you say, oh, this is agent shit, I'm not discussing with them either. It seems like what you're saying, bro, is that you're not discussing with anyone that has a different opinion to you, and that anyone who has a different opinion to you is wrong, whether it's lived experience, whether it's theoretical, you're going to bounce around. You're just not going to debate a point that you're not 100% sure if you're right about. That's what it seems like. I could be wrong. But you should just be comfortable to have a discussion with anybody and just discuss the facts that are presented. Don't have the emotional attachment. Don't bring your family members' anecdotal experience into it. Just discuss the facts. If what you're saying is right because you feel like it's right, there must be facts to support it. Logically, if I fucking tell you I can fly, and you would be very confident if we set up an experiment tomorrow to see if I could fucking fly. Because you're almost sure that in your anecdotal experience of humans not being able to fly, no fact is going to demonstrate that humans can fucking fly. It's like really not that difficult, and you shouldn't get so emotionally attached to it. If you can't debate your ideas, they're probably not good. And you should be grown enough to change your ideas, bro. Just because you lose a debate on the internet doesn't mean ADOS is shit. Doesn't mean it's not true or it's not right. But you can change your ideas, bro. And thank Allah, you did change your ideas a bit at the end, because you agree that white supremacists exist.
Allah.
Yeah, thank what? Thank God, isn't it?
Are you Muslim? And are you like into religion and shit?
Obviously not. I'm a wicked man atheist.
I was gonna say
I'm a wicked man atheist, bro.
Bless up. I ain't atheist. I just don't believe in that shit. But
yeah, nah, you saying you're on the ritual sacrifice shit, innit?
Nah, I just don't believe in that.
I'm joking.
But yo, bro,
Hey,
are you
what y'all
East
talking
African?
about, man? What y'all talking about?
Are you East African, James?
Hey, what y'all talking about?
I'm from Africa, my brother.
Say what?
What you say, James?
Huh?
Are you East African?
I said I'm African.
No. Listen, like, because apparently you're like, is it Ethiopian or Eritrean?
I don't, bro. I've never told anyone online what I'm from. So all these things are people's assumptions. Just I'm honest enough. I'll tell you that I'm from Africa, and that's about it. But it shouldn't change my ideas, right? Does it change it in your opinion?
I'm just curious, innit?
Yeah. You know what, Shaka? If you ever chat, because I've got no issue with you. Like many people, I'm happy to tell people in private. I just haven't told anyone on the live where I'm from. So
anyone, you're not obliged to like tell me. I was just curious.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Because like a lot of people say, "Oh, he's East African. He's East African. He's a sellout to East
Yeah.
Africa." I'm like, oh, I don't know. Like,
This is what's crazy though.
I fuck with a lot of like the Habesha culture, like the Ethiopian culture, the food and that shit. So I was like, curious.
Yeah.
I've always met a lot of East African girls. It's rare for me to meet East African brothers, but obviously,
There's better than one here though. There's better than one here, bro. Are you mad? There's so many. Like, it's actually strange, and they're all of like similar age.
There's a lot of Somalian, but I mean like Ethiopian in that, not Somalian.
No, even them, love, even them like Eritreans and that. There's better. I'm not gonna list people's names because some people don't want to. You know what I mean? But I've met like put it like that. They're overrepresented considering how many of them are like in the UK. Even on Jedi, I swear Jedi's got like 3 Ethiopian chicks.
Yeah, the ladies in that. Yeah.
Yeah, think about that. Of all the people in London, 3 out of what, like 5 or 6 are Ethiopian. That's a high percentage, bro.
Mad. Yeah. The phonetic, what's her name again? There's one freshy one. There's 2 other ladies. Yeah, the jokes.
I just see their flags in their profiles. That's why I know. And yeah, like I said, I don't want to say their names, but there's a few that's on Veli's panel as well in the chats. You'll see them like you may not know they are. There's a lot, bro. And they're all, like I said, they're all roughly. Well, I say they're all around my age as well. So it's like a lot of Africans on there. You get me?
Mad. I like watching Sarah Garvey's thing, but I like what he stands. I fuck with him, bro. He's always like, a lot of people disagree with him, but unless he's actually chatting shit, but I like what he stands for, innit? He's always chatting truth, man.
Who shot Sarah?
Sarah, yeah, man.
About he's an interesting guy. I guess he's the first like debate speakers corner debate guy I've proper seen still.
Yeah. And people like to use different tactics, like to vex him, anger him, G-check him, and he still fucking roast them, man. It's like rah, Pete, man.
Yeah, no, he's a funny guy. I think I don't like his approach. Oh yeah, sorry, that's smacking. We're no smacking on here. But by the way, like, because I thought he just meant Dan sounded like a bitch. What was smacking is just kissing your teeth. You don't do that, Born, no? Americans don't do that. Can't lie, man. Man's gonna.
You say American don't do what?
Why all the American brothers quiet now?
You said American don't do what?
I said you guys don't kiss your teeth.
What the hell that mean?
Nah,
that's gay, man. we don't do no weird ass shit like that, man. It's gay. I take it back. They might do that up north, but down here we don't do that.
But I've never heard kissing your teeth like being gay. You know, that's jokes. I want to say bro, you're being gay.
You know what it is though? I think
I ain't gonna say you being gay. I'm saying that's what gay people do. Gay people.
You know what you lot
do? Behavior. Say what?
You know what you guys do a lot though. You do that. Look, see, I just did it again. You do the neck snapping, neck snapping stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Never heard of it.
No, like, bro. All right, Shaka. Watch. I don't know, the next American rapper or interview you see, and you see them move their neck like a woman. Like you know, like a woman when a woman's angry and she starts moving her neck. You know what I mean, innit?
Oh, you talking about them rappers? Oh yeah, they got raised by them single mama. That's why they.
Yeah, a lot of rappers have feminine energy, bro.
Yeah,
they do that
women, and so they display what they seen their whole life. That's why they put on so much of that jewelry and shit. That's what their grandmama used to do on the way out the house to go have fun. She used to put on all her gold rings and necklaces. So they just emulate. That's all. That's
the smartest thing. Right, a lot of my generation of bad man or goons or gangsters, they're all a bit feminine, man. Like, but you see, yeah, man, a lot of brothers now, like in their 20s, 30s, they're all feminine, blood. Like they have like a family, they're always bickering. Like on road, you know, like a lot of road brothers now, they're getting a bit feminine. Like most of the beef on road right now, most beef on the streets, it's all weird now. It's like female beef in that. I'm like, what the fuck you man doing, man?
I think you know what? GOJ touched on that earlier, and that's me. That's what I mean by emotional to me, innit? Like, if if I'm in control of my emotions, yeah, I can always explain to you why I did something. I did it because I thought it was the right thing to do at the time. Maybe in sports, I don't know, the best, it depends what kind of life you've lived. You could find an example of like doing things, and after you've done them, you stop and you think, why the fuck did I do that? Well, that was insane. Or I'm so embarrassed by my behavior. The reason is because you let your emotions take control of you. You didn't really think about it. It wasn't
If you
a
ask a
reason.
lot, if you ask a lot of youths on road why you do that, they don't even know that. Like, I don't know why I stabbed him, blood. I don't know. Over some emotion,
Exactly.
like a lot of older G's, they'll be like, yeah, I murdered that fucker. Like I'm proud of it. They know what they did. That I went to kill him. Road used to be like, I don't know, blood. I'll just hit on the moment.
Yeah,
So
that's why. That's why being emotional, in my opinion, this is my opinion, isn't it? I don't think it's good. I think all that emo shit, it's like, I did it again. It's like if your girl breaks up with you or something, and you're fucking sat in your bedroom crying or smashing your room to pieces or something. That can't be cool, right? Like we all agree that's not cool, right?
Fuck being this wet fam.
Yeah, so like all this stuff about people talking about no, it's cool to be emotional, it's cool to be passionate. It's like no. It's cool to look to use reason to do something. So reasonable force is cool. Someone is trying to be violent, if someone's gonna hit you, hitting them first. All of that is reasonable. After you can explain why you did it. If you shout over someone, sometimes shouting is useful, right? But don't say like, I'm passionate, I'm emotional. It's just me. Because it's like, yeah, but a bitch ass nigga is just. Oh, sorry, I apologize. A bitch might just say, yeah, it's my personality to be a bitch.
Are you not allowed to say nigga? Is it because you're not American?
I'm trying. No. People have asked me to stop, and I'm trying to stop. I'm not saying it consciously. You know what I mean? So anytime I do, I'll take it back. But like I said, innit, it makes no sense to say, oh, this is just the nature of something. But the nature of something can be bad, isn't it? The nature of a bitch, or the nature of, I don't know, whatever. Insert nature.
Bitch, man. Say it, man. The nature of a bitch is a bitch.
Yeah.
If you're raised by a bitch, then you grow up to be a bitch, nigga. Yes, yeah, man.
But the guy in the chat that's complaining, yeah, I'm definitely emotional. I'm not a robot. I'm not made of metal. I'm saying it's just not a good thing. So I'm trying to stop. Like just now, I just said the N word. I'm trying to stop. Right? Doesn't mean I'm not going to do things that are involuntary. But it's not a good thing to intentionally do things like that.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not. It ain't. I agree with you. It's not good to be overly emotional, especially a man. Should be a little bit more logical. So yeah, I would agree.
Even a woman, but it's just they got different biology and different sort of hormonal.
Well, they operate off. Most women operate 95% off emotion, pure emotion. It's just all about how they feel at the time. That's what they make decisions about. So typically, not always, but typically, they make decisions.
No, I know there's a woman in the chat that would be way too scared to jump on this panel and agree or disagree with you about that still. So
I know, because she'll get emotional about it and get on and get mad. You're right. So I understand what you're saying. I don't expect. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I don't really get caught up in that or whatever, but it is what it is. I mean, you can just see the shit. Don't matter where you're at. I mean, you can see it being. You can see it happening anywhere in the world.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this, man. I want this sister finna break down the scriptures real quick. Let this rock.
There you go.
Something we don't and won't talk about. We are very ashamed of it, says Bando, this black woman. So she says we are very ashamed of it. So see, God's people don't walk around feeling shameful. God's people are walking around filled with glory and long hair. See, but if a woman has long hair, it's a glory to her. But yet this black woman says, all the black women feel, shameful because they're bald. And I, as a woman, can understand because that's part of your beauty. It's part of, just natural women, having long hair. It's feminine. But without hair, you're just bald, nappy-headed, crusty head. walking around with your shame will follow you everywhere you go, no matter how much money you try to buy, to buy wigs. But before I go further, let me read to you this verse that God himself did that to you. God Almighty, my husband, did that to you. Let me read to you what the Lord God says, because remember, there's a lot of these, you will know a man by his fruits. There's all these like black women claiming to be the bride of Christ, and many church people out there claiming Jesus was black. But to their shame follows them everywhere. You'll know a man by his fruits. Look at Africa, and now all the African women are bald-headed, and this is what God says about that. The Lord says, the women of Zion are haughty, walking around with outstretched necks. You know how they always like this with the attitude, like haughtiness, okay? The women of Zion are haughty, walking along with outstretched necks, flirting with their eyes, strutting along with swaying hips, all that twerking, with ornaments jingling on their ankles. Therefore, the Lord will bring sores on the heads of the women of Zion. The Lord will make their scalps. It's just something we don't and won't talk about. We are very.
Let's go.
I guess I want to go to Black Peace, man. Is she speaking the truth, or is she's been misguided?
She telling a damn lie, man.
I think when anyone starts quoting the Bible as this fucking book and this old, it's all misguided, man.
When I see who teaching, that is, come on, man. A Chinaman? Come on.
Hold on, wait. Black Peace, are you Israelite or a Christian or?
I'm a black-eyed. Now let's go.
You're what? I can hear you. Say that again.
A black-eyed. That's what I am.
Black eyes.
No, a black-eyed. He said I'm an Israelite. Yeah, he said Israelite. I said I'm a black-eyed. So I'm not neither one of that stuff. Shit. I don't got time for that.
Do you read the Bible?
I read any book that it can be read. If I can understand it, I'm gonna read it. I don't have a particular book.
Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do.
Do you believe in prophets and messengers like Moses and David and stuff?
I don't got time for that, man. I feel like if God gonna say something to you, he'll do it. He'll tell you yourself. I don't got time for all that other twisted up shit. It's a waste of time.
So you're not a Christian, yeah. Go on, carry on, sorry.
Yeah, and I always say that. I guess go back to that video, the age-old question, man. Anybody want to answer this, man? I don't know, what makes people feel comfortable that they can come online and say the things that she was saying? Is it because there's no retribution, or is it just strictly online trolling? Like, why does
you know what?
Exactly what you said. The first thing ain't nothing gonna happen.
You know what? Yeah, I never had time to say the other thing because it was the second half was starting.
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, all right, so.
Hey, but furthermore, my thing might be long, so you want to go first?
No, go for it.
Explain that this comment. You think that I was doing black hate promotion?
Yeah, you do that a lot, Born. I know you think, okay, I'm putting this out there as a topic to talk about, but the way you present it, like anyone just walking in, it just seems like, why are you promoting this?
Yeah, it's not a promotion. It's just I find things on the internet and I'm like, yo, I always ask the question, like, why are people comfortable? Is it something that we're doing? Are we letting too many people slide with the nonsense? Is this something that we just look at and shrug off and scroll past? Like, I want to know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to get deeper than that. It ain't about.
People are comfortable because instead of shunning and ignoring all that bullshit, we're highlighting it and promoting it rather than promoting something positive that black people have done, or the direct opposite from black people. You're putting it out there and helping it get viral. That's why they're comfortable.
Right. I second that, and to add on to what she say, I also believe that just the way you promote it, like she say, and then you open it up for discussion, you allow for other people to almost in a snide way to come in and turn it into a debate. Well, why don't you debate it? Why can't we debate it?
No, it's not.
It's not about it being a debate. But I'm just saying, there's ways in which you can present arguments where you where it's to build upon, and then there's other ways where people can use it, manipulate, and you may not even be cognizant of it, where they can use it to present their own sideways
Yeah,
type
but yeah,
ways
people
of
do that. That's
approaching it.
people. You know what I'm saying? I can't spend my time worrying
But
about
she's saying
what other people are trying to do.
but that's the way that you promote it, and what she say like
Okay,
it's like you
Dawn,
feeding into the.
if you put that up and you said, right, can you believe that this is what's going around, people? Listen to what this girl says, and then we're going to break this down as to why she's wrong or whatever. But no, you just play it and then you just leave the floor open so anyone can say
No,
anything and you
I
can't.
follow up with a question, right? The question was, is this girl lying? The initial question was,
Okay, right there, right then and
truthful?
now.
Is she lying? Is this a bad stereotype that we need to work to try to get rid of? Like I opened it up initially with the question that said,
To her point, though, to
Oh,
her
maybe
point,
I was
what
backstage and I didn't hear.
no, but to her point, to even say, is she wrong? It's like that right there leaves the door open to be like, well, not really, because black. And then the Bible say how you shake your head. So to even say, is it
that's
okay,
a
right?
discussion.
But what I'm saying,
go ahead.
the thing is though, but to even say, is she wrong as a black man? It's like, yeah, the bitch wrong. Like that ain't even a question to even ask. Like, what you mean? Is she
But
wrong?
somebody, bro, you gotta understand,
Yeah,
bro.
he's asking
Bro,
someone
listen,
else.
hold on, y'all. It's 7 of us on this panel. So out of the 7, black or not, somebody could say, "Yo, yeah, I think she's right." You never know, bro. Because listen, bro, let me tell you this though.
And that goes back to what?
real quick,
No,
bro.
it's
Hold
not
on, I
about
know,
whether or
real quick,
not
but
you're
let me
right or
land
wrong,
on it.
brother.
I
Listen,
got. Come on, bro. Let me
I
do this
get it,
analogy, and
but
then you got the floor.
I'm not disagreeing with you, brother.
Yeah, I know.
It's more so to the sister's
Go ahead,
point.
go ahead. Well, go
It's
ahead.
more so to the sister's point. When you say you just question her and say, how could this be perceived as promoting anti-black bullshit, right? Oh, I forgot how she worded it. And by you even opening it up to a debate is promoting anti-black bullshit, where as a black man you're supposed to automatically dismiss that shit, like fuck this Chinese hoe, she ain't got no business even mentioning this, or even this ain't even the topic for debate or discussion. This bitch tripping. In the story.
I think it's up to the panel. I think it's up to the panel. Like I said, bro, this is a YouTube. This is a YouTube show. Hold on. Let me finish. This is a YouTube show. So if the panel members say, "Yo, we don't think this is a story, bro," go on to something else. This shouldn't even be a topic. Then I'm not gonna sit here and fight back with y'all. I'm gonna go to the next topic. I thought it was a topic, so I brought it as a topic on the show, and I throw it out there, and it's open for discussion.
Boom, can I just say one thing? I think what they're both saying, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the fact that you chose it is what the issue is. That's what they're saying. Like, I agree with what you're saying in that it's up to us to decide. You're not giving your opinion whether you think it's good or bad. They're just criticizing you for even fucking bringing it. That's what they're saying.
No, and the line of questioning and the premise of the question to say, is she wrong for what she said? When the question should be, why is this bitch even speaking on black women, period?
And that's why it's open for discussion for a person like Bo. For a person like Bo to even say it.
But a person like Bo, this is the difference though. This is what I'm.
To my comment. Watch my content though. Whether you like the content or like the channel or not. I've been doing this.
Listen, brother, I'm not questioning you, brother.
For the last 4-5 years.
I'm not questioning you. I'm not questioning you. What I'm saying is to ask the sister, why would she feel as though it can be perceived as if you're promoting a certain message? That's why. Because under real nigga rules and regulations, that shit's supposed to be automatically dismissed.
In your book. Yeah, in your book.
Yeah, under real. Yeah,
that's cool. That's cool.
Can I make one more point? Can I make one more point?
Any other time, I would be on that. This is a YouTube show where people come on the panel to discuss topics. So this is the topic I'm gonna put out here, and it's cool that it's cool that the topic even go this way, because now we talking about codes and real nigga rules. It still can be productive, and I understand what you're saying, Sosa.
Hey, Bun, can I say one thing to Sosa really quickly though? Do you know the only reason this is a bit different? I get what everyone's saying here, yeah. But it is a bit interesting, that topic, what she brought, because she was reading from the Bible. I guess it doesn't apply to me, you. I'm not sure if Bo's Christian or whatever. But anybody that does take from that Bible, it would be interesting to hear their opinion on how she's misinterpreting it, or if their argument is that
There's other groups of like other females do that as well. Whatever their kind of rationalization is, it would be interesting because it's biblical. Like if she was just chatting shit and hating, well, she is chatting shit, but if she was just hating without a kind of a corpus that she's reading from, it's kind of a bit different. If you caught a Christian with that shit and go, all right, cool, what do you think about that? Like a pro-black Christian, it's quite interesting question to ask them, innit? Like, what do they think? I mean, I don't know, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
it
I
was
think
something good
everybody
to
gonna
bring.
have their own. I think everybody gonna have their own interpretation anyway. So that's like when it comes to them books, people have their own interpret. People take what they want to take out of them. They use it and they apply whatever they want to apply. So that shit's subjective when it comes to them
Well, let
books
me
like
let
that.
me ask you though, Black Peace, because you probably the one on the panel that's been coming around, you know, and fucking with the show the longest, bro. So
For sure.
when I play a video like that, is that you? It's a promotion of black hate?
No, I wouldn't say so. This is a YouTube show. That's the purpose. And that the purpose of doing this is to get on here and ask
That's
these
what I
questions.
say.
I thought
And
like
it's crazy. I say this every night, but family, if we're going to build and build and build on some black shit, some ADOS shit, we're not going to do it here. You know, Black Peace. When me and you build, when me and you build boots on
No,
the
but
ground,
Rich, you're taking this out
we
of
don't
all
do it here.
proportion because at no point did I say, oh, you
I
know,
got you.
all I'm saying is literally you can't sit there, hear those words, and then throw it out there like it's a conversation to be had from my perspective. Because at the end of the day, you're a black man and you know the stereotypes that are thrown out there towards black women. So to me, it's like, couldn't you like I don't subscribe to promoting that sort of shit personally.
Another thing too, which I believe, and you know, like I say, I'm new here, right? So I'm just peeping the scene, right, and seeing what it's all about, right? So when you say, you know, when it come to building as far as ADOS and black, like to me, I feel like YouTube is for those real conversations, right? About issues pertaining to whichever respective community, right? And I believe that me personally, it becomes counterproductive to each of our respect when we use these platforms in such a way where as though it just becomes like I get discussions, but then at some point too, the discussions have to have a real purpose behind it and be meaningful to the overall, I would say, betterment or upliftment or even understanding of our respective communities, and not just be an open platform with anybody who want to just throw out any type of garbage or their own opinions on what we got going
You
on,
need to jump
right?
onto G Block, man. G Block is the best one for you,
Like
man.
we say, right? You got agents. We just gonna use the word agents, right? I don't even necessarily like that word, right? Who just come in to sow seeds of confusion within our respect and watch from the sideline, and we don't even know who they are or what they represent, what community they come from. But you just get, this is the platform where you can come and air out your grievances or give your opinions on whatever we got going on, or what, you know, brain rats who figure out how we think, and there's no like real vetting anyway. So it just creates a weird
Yeah, you need to jump on G
space.
Block one time, and you jump on G Block, man. You like that one? It's very organized.
What is called?
Oh, whatever, man.
G Block. G Block is very
Yeah,
organized.
I feel you, Bo.
You won't like G Block, Bo.
I understand what you're saying, Bo. I hear you. One thing about YouTube and these platforms, every channel ain't gonna be for everybody.
You're right.
But you're taking it
That's a fact.
personal, like a channel thing. All I'm saying
Yeah,
is
because I
that
ain't
video
gonna lie.
there,
I feel like
that video there
Go ahead.
is. I just feel like that video there
Uh-huh.
was a bad move. I'm not knocked your
Hey,
channel
man.
in any other way.
Well, I say what I want to say, and if he mad at what I said, I mean, he could address it to me. Ain't no point in jumping down the woman throat, you know, because I got my opinions from, you know, first impressions.
It ain't even that, bro. It's when she said you're taking it somewhere else. I'm saying, yeah, I am feeling the way. I just feel like
Well,
my channel
that comes with criticism.
been
Bro, let him
I feel
talk.
like my channel has been attacked. So yeah, of course I'm gonna get a little passionate about it. You feel me? Because it's my channel, and I've been having this conversation with Bo. That yeah, Bo, you've been here for this your second day here on the
That's it.
panel. It's your second day here on the panel, bro. So I understand you working out the kinks of what you like about the channel, what you don't like about the channel. I understand it, and you voicing it right here in real time. So You know what I mean?
Boom.
So what's the issue? Oh.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Yo, why you let so many black people threaten you, bro?
I don't, hey James, see that
What
type
are
of
you
shit
talking about,
is,
Jones,
yeah, I don't
man?
like it, James.
Sometimes
Like that type of shit
it's
is.
just
But
unnecessary.
why let anybody threaten
And
me?
also, it was you giggling at what the woman was saying that pissed me off, Jones. I let you know that as well.
Okay.
And I, because you, James, you know it ain't me to be the guy spitting on my laptop talking about I'm finna come and find you. Like, you know that ain't never been my style. So when somebody say, yeah, what you cuss me out, cool, bro. Because like I always say,
No, I'm joking,
listen,
bro.
man, no,
I'm
listen, I
joking.
always gotta say this. When I
All
close
right,
my
well, if
when I
you're
close my
joking
laptop, none of y'all exist. You know what I
Yes,
mean? Like,
you know, I'm playing no threaten you. I'm only
when my daughter is saying, "Yo, Dad, I'm hungry," none of y'all exist. So yeah, you can cuss me, threaten me, boycott the
So
channel,
I
whatever.
don't see nobody cussing you or threatening you.
You know
Like,
what,
where
Born?
we even going with this at?
I'm
I'm
just
gonna
answering his
jump
question.
on because
I
I
was
didn't
answering his
jump on to
question.
get. Hold on. I didn't jump on to get you upset or for you to be so take things so personally. I just came on to say what I had to say, and sorry you
No, I
took it the
respect
wrong
that.
way. I'm gonna leave you to do your show. Take it
I
easy.
think also, I think you should
Hold
say.
on, James. Hold on, James. Let me say that I respect what Sosa say because I do take pride in my last time I checked, my viewers was fucking 75% women. So I got to take pride into what the ladies saying. You feel me? It could be a sausage party somewhere else. So I understand that Sosa.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
I'll
yeah.
be more cognizant of it next time, and we'll just see how it go. I'll let it just it's noted, duly noted, sis, your complaint. No bull, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be the
I don't see the
stubborn.
issue
I
with
ain't
the
gonna be the
video.
stubborn guy that say, yeah, I'm gonna do it my way. No, when
Yeah,
75
bro,
I don't see the issue with that
you
video.
taking any more complaints? Is the complaint box still open or?
yeah, I hear you out. I hear everybody
Yeah.
out, man.
I don't feel like I don't feel like I get enough airtime. So I don't know. Can we improve that?
Well, I'll take it into consideration, man. You all right?
I want to see some results.
Other people feel different, James. I'll tell you that.
Really? Oh, I couldn't imagine why.
Other people feel like you shouldn't get any airtime. But
You think?
But you know, James, you've
But I
been
can't
coming
lie, Born
around.
Rich.
You've
I
been
don't see
coming
the issue.
around for a while. I know you do your trolling and shit, and I don't
Yo,
know.
Born Rich.
It's an acquired
I see
taste.
no
Put it
issue.
that way, James. You know that, right? You're an
Well, hold on,
acquired.
but hold on. People are too quick to dismiss trolling as like I don't want to say anyone's name. Nobody get upset, yeah. But before I jumped on the panel, I heard a few barbs being exchanged between some of the panelists, yeah, on exactly the same talking point I was on. When I jumped on the panel the other day, I was really accommodating. I like to inject a little bit of no homo, a bit of levity into the situation because we're not fucking old, boring men. Like, you know what I'm saying? We're young enough that we can still have a joke and a laugh. Everything doesn't have to be doom and gloom, the end of the world.
I agree.
But I'm not. But when people throw a shot and get one back and feel like they're losing the argument, and then the argument descends into just straight name calling, and now no one cares anymore about what the discussion's about. You can't blame it on me trolling. It's not me trolling. Like it's just you.
Let me say this, right? So by you having an open panel, right, and you having different people from all over the world or whatever, however this is, right, you got to take into consideration cultural differences, right? And by you being African American or born rich, I won't say you have to represent for African Americans, but you know what's, I would say, acceptable
It ain't that deep,
or
man.
expected. No, it's not that deep. I'm not saying it. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna have a open panel, right, the point of a moderator is to make sure that there's some type of continuity. You know what I'm saying? It runs smoothly. You don't want to just have an open panel where even the moderator got to scream at people to stop over talking them. Like that shit give people a headache. It's a turn off. It's
Bo, let me say something,
unproductive.
Bo. You know that's cool. But me and God Jacob was speaking earlier. We know our people. We're passionate. Bo, sometimes you're gonna interrupt people, and I can't stop you from talking, brother. Like we just passionate people. So
Yes, you can, brother. You got a mute button. You can stop me from, if you see me going off the deep end, you can hit the mute button, bro.
I try, and I do, but I try not to. You feel me?
But that's
I don't
what
want
I'm
to
saying.
silence. I don't want to silence nobody. If
But
it gets too rowdy, I don't even think he's been too rowdy yet, bro.
This is my point, though, right? So if you got a self-admitted troll, right, and he says he comes here in order to rile people up as a self-admitted troll, he has no position on nothing. He just comes here to bring in his own style of bullshit, whatever it may be, right? And you see other people have another, I won't even say agenda, right? But they're coming at the situation from a more serious, informative type bill type thing. And you see the chemistry, the energy is just turning into confusion. So I mean, at some point, it's like you got to make that call. Like, okay,
exactly. And
but I'm not, and this isn't a criticism of you, brother. I'm just saying, like, as far as just to have a
you're always complaining, bro. You are, man. You are always complaining.
Bro, I don't even know your bitch ass, bro. I don't even know your puss ass, bro.
See,
like,
that's what I'm saying.
out.
Because
You're
literally always complaining.
you coming with this. This what I'm trying to tell Born Rich. Like, I'm American, right? I don't play with no bitch ass nigga from the UK. Don't play with me.
I just said you're complaining. Look how much you're screaming.
You know what, man? You know what, man? You right, man. I just really don't want to be affiliated.
Are you gonna run off again?
I don't want to be on the panel with this.
Bro. You got the right to say that,
you
bro.
right, bro. You right, bro. I just.
You gonna run? You gonna run?
Y'all just don't get along, bro. Y'all don't get along. It's probably a guy. It's probably a guy in your neighborhood. It's probably a guy in your neighborhood.
And he won't play with me. A guy in my neighborhood won't play with me, right? And it's like this dude comes here to play with people.
Send him to G Block, man.
It's like he comes here to play with people.
He would die on the.
Hey, bro. Hey, I know they brought up G Block.
You right, man. You right, man. It's a good night, brother, dog. And I'm not gonna go there. And I appreciate what you got going on, brother. Now I respect the energy of your panel, dog, and how you run it, bro. It's no beef between me and you, bro. Just know that, brother. Bro, it's Born Rich.
Oh, let him go. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk, James. Go ahead, Bo.
All I'm saying, bro, there's no beef between me and you, bro. I just have a low tolerance for puss ass niggas, dog. And I'm not gonna sit on this shit and put up with this nigga.
I respect that, and I know, and you know what? I know a lot of. I know a lot of brothers like that. You feel me? I can hear my, you know what I mean? I heard a lot all the brothers get like that, and I respect that, man.
Yeah.
Look, Born, I know you're
neutral. G Block, man.
I know, yeah. I know you're neutral, Born. Yeah.
I want to hear Shaka. James, real quick. Let me hear Shaka. What you saying, Shaka?
Bro, he's lucky he's not. If he was on G Block, he would fucking lose his mind. He'd just be shouted, bro.
Like, that's what the people are saying. Shaka,
this is such a calm environment, so calm. Yes, obviously there's a bit of debates, but it's so calm compared to G Block, and he's acting like this has been chaos. This has been calm, man.
Do you know what's crazy though, bro? I swear to you, just as people talk about this man stuff all the time, man. Listen, like I don't know if you're so if you feel so emasculated, you need to tell me how much of a man you are. Cool, but if we're being honest and everyone's self-aware, how much a man complaining? This is like, you know that guy at the wreck, you know who I'm talking about. Every call is an argument. Every fucking thing is a foul. Everything, like, you know those guys, you're like, bro, why did you come here? Like, I get it.
Don't fuck with you. He just don't fuck
no,
with you.
No, it's not me, bro.
I know it's times people don't fuck with people. Sometimes you gotta work. Go ahead.
It's not just me, I'm saying. Like, every time I've heard this man, when I'm on, it's like, look at the thing with Sosa. What the fuck did that have to do with me? He heard her complaining and he jumped in his fucking feminine bag, straight out the nail salon, complaining. Just complaining. Everything's something wrong. Doom and gloom. Wrong with the black man, wrong with the white man.
You done threw the nail salon shot in there. Now you nail salon shot.
Okay. No, all right,
you know he's gonna come back. He's gonna come back and he's gonna, you know what I mean? He gets
all right, I'm sorry.
As long as, I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's as long as y'all gonna do it. Like I said,
no. Hold
on, James. Both of y'all are good panelists, bro. Both of y'all, and none of y'all have really shitted on me or disrespected or got out of line to the point where it's like, yeah, I'm banning them from the panel.
You my guy. You my guy, bro. I'm saying, all I'm saying is, I don't mind, bro. Bro, this is what you don't realize. Because I take this so not seriously. I even fuck with the people that hate me. The people that say they hate me and all of that, I like them. I'd speak positively about them when they're not there. Like, it's not personal. I think he's a funny guy.
Every now and again, he says some hilarious shit. A lot of what he espouses, I agree with. I'm just being honest now. Like, I'm self-aware. I do a lot of stupid shit, and when I hear myself back, sometimes that's cringy. I shouldn't have said this. Like, I'm self-aware. I know what I do wrong. Do you know what I mean? Even the N-word, like I said, I want to try to stop saying that, whatever. This man complains non-stop. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Non-stop. Every time I hear him, like a woman. Or, like I said, one of those guys, you know who I'm talking about as well. Everyone, I don't care, America or UK, these people that they come there to argue. They come there because they're stressed out with their wife or their girlfriend. They come to play basketball just to argue with you, just to tell you every call's a fucking, like, you know what I mean? You just have to give up calls and whatever. He's just one of those people. That's all I was saying. And he got super upset, called me a bitch and all that. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But we
Rich, Rich. I just think because I've been doing both for some years, man. But I think the type of environment or debate environment he come from is more kind of like point. There's no humor in it. You get what I'm saying? It's really to the point, state your point, and go back and forth. And I think he thought because you were an American brother, those guys, that it was gonna be that type of environment. You get what I'm saying? So I think he testing the water to see how it is and see how it's gonna go, because he is a great debater despite what other people may think.
No, great panelist, got it, Jacob. And I know, like I just told him, I know you're airing out your disagreements right here to my face in real time. You know what I'm saying? He either gonna grow with the channel and keep coming back, or he gonna say, you know what, this ain't for me. Either way, I still fuck with him. You know what I mean? I still fuck with him. And go ahead.
Yeah, I just think eventually he probably gonna go back to his comfort zone, which is the way he's used to formatting certain debates. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it ain't for everybody, man. You know that.
Yeah, and it's that structure. But that's all it is with him.
In a quiet taste, and respect to the brothers who setting up platforms and who got the platforms for that. You know what I mean? I think we all learning this shit. Like, okay, I don't like this on this platform. I don't like the way. So when I have my own shit, I'm gonna run it like this.
Exactly.
And I respect. I'm gonna support and all that. You ain't gonna never hear me come on here shitting on nobody else's channel. I don't do all that, man.
I'm gonna do that. You know,
and you've been coming around. Yeah, that's you, but that's you. You feel me? God, I know when I click that button on YouTube. Okay, let me hear what God of Jacob said. You ain't gonna see me say, man, come on, God of Jacob, stall him out. I'm gonna say, nah, this is his platform to say what the fuck he wanna say. And what else I was finna say?
God of Jacob, your God of Jacob, is the name like is it to do with religion or just like your name is Jacob?
It's still with the my family, put it like that.
Oh, I don't usually ask about family and stuff. But
well, just to be in layman, the Bible is coming out the Bible now. Young King Shaka, where's that coming from?
Well, Shaka Zulu, the king of the Zulu tribe.
Got it.
Well, that's interesting. I just wanted to understand what the name. Oh, that's interesting. Oh.
All right. Yeah.
So you're religious in that?
No, I'm not. I don't deal with religion.
Oh, you're mainly like biblical.
The Bible's not. I don't even want to get into it, but the Bible is not a religious book. It's for one family. It's for one blood.
You follow the Bible. I'm sorry, my bad. I mean, you follow the Bible.
Yeah, I take the records. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, man. But it's getting late, man, and I don't feel like going back and forth with.
No, I'm not here to debate. I was just curious. I'm not here to debate about. Well, that's always big and all that. Like, no, the Bible is the right one. No, it's not. I'm not really into that. But I hear you. I'm just understanding it. You get me?
God of Jacob, did you see the video I played of the Asian chick?
Nah, man. I just I was dozing off and I heard it.
Do you? I don't know, bro. You ever
play that shit again, bro?
Do you think I've ever promoted anything anti-black on the show?
Yeah, I have, and I ain't gonna even lie, man. When that time when Zubida came up here, and when you and when she was going at Sosa, I got kind of pissed off about that. You get what I'm saying? Because I feel like she was just supposed to get the axe. Just me, in my opinion, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, But damn, Sosa is a rider, man. She come, like, share, subscribe. She was just supposed to get the axe right off the rip. That's my opinion. But again, it kind of, well, I don't know. It's turning into
Into
it's
what?
turning into like what you call it, the G Block Part A. You get what I'm saying? And I thought it was about to happen. I was about to start laughing. I was like, he about to go ahead and give her the axe, but it never did happen. So I was like, well, god damn.
Was she mentioned? She was.
I don't give a damn. I'm talking about me. I know your policy. If you mention, but you know, when it comes to black people, man, I don't even play that, man.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm not negotiating. I don't care if she was mentioned, sent an email, whatever way the communication went there. I just thought that X was about to come, and I was like, damn, well, fuck it. You know, that's when I jumped on and talked my shit because I was like, nah, this shit ain't about to happen like that. So that's just probably one takeaway, but it is what it is, man. You know, and I'm seeing it's turning into a kind of open format.
And you guys from America, let me ask you guys a question. Why do you get offended by somebody having talking about, you know, black people's hair or racially abuse black people or anything to do with racism? Why does it offend you when none of you actually care about black betterment? You don't care about uplifting the black people. You want us to keep being it. You guys in it, I don't know. Of course, we need to set this straight in there. We need to find out.
Yeah, I think you got it, but I think you got it.
Hold on,
Let's get it. Yeah, you can't just keep running. You want to address it, God or Jacob?
First, you need to understand sentence structure. I don't understand what the fuck you just said. Like, slow that shit down. Subject, predicate, and then let me know what you're talking about.
Why do you get offended by white racist people or any other people when you truthfully don't really care about black betterment? You don't care about uplifting the black community.
Hold on. Now you gonna let me respond, or you gonna monologue me to death? Now all I do is talk about ADOS. So how is that not black betterment? The thing I don't do is do the all black is black. Now that's a you problem. But to tell me I don't subscribe to black betterment and I'm up here talking about hashtag ADOS and FBA, I don't think you listening.
ADOS. What's ADOS and FBA? Sorry.
Well, Foundational Black America and the American.
Can you guys hear me?
Unfortunately, we can.
Go ahead, Asgady. Go ahead, Asgady. We can hear you, man.
No, look, that's what I'm saying. Are we? So no one else is allowed to. If everyone is allowed to be funny, but James Jones. Okay, I see it.
That wasn't funny.
To me, it was.
Jay,
it was a jab. You got to admit it was a jab, though.
It was a jab.
It was a jab.
It was a play on to sentence structure, but everything ain't got to be. Man, go ahead, man. Whatever, Asgady. What was you saying, man?
Asgady.
Sosa left.
No, that's what I'm saying. Now, Sosa, you've been what y'all call a bad mind. Like for real, Sosa. If you disagree, you disagree, but you ain't gotta do all that, man. That's the type of shit y'all gonna say. Then you're gonna say I'm being sensitive, but then you want to throw shit out there like that to trigger me. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
I never get
that's weird. That's weird. That's weird.
I don't get when you do that.
I
Man.
mean,
when you disagree, but you're still commenting. I don't get when people do that.
She's joking, obviously, guys.
I know. I don't know. But anyway, I think what Asgady was trying to say to Gio was like, a lot of times, you what's it called? You say things that offend black people, but you don't really stand for black people. That's what he's trying to say.
Shaka, you cutting your nails right now?
What the hell is black people, man? I told you, if I'm up in supporting ADOS / Foundational Black Americans, then how am I disrespecting black people?
I think that's for him to defend his.
Yeah, I think it's still more of the Pan-Africanism ideology that y'all was speaking about earlier. As you know what I'm saying, as you can really tell, Asgady, I don't know if he labels himself a Pan-Africanist, but when I hear him talk, he's always saying we should build up Africa, take our money, go to Africa and shit like that. And I think God of Jacob is saying, yeah, but no, like we dealing with black people in America right now. So both of them is black betterment, though. You can't.
Yeah, that's why I'm at with it.
Even if you disagree with the Nation of Islam, that's a form of black betterment.
Yeah,
that's black betterment. So, you know what I mean? Everybody, it looks different. Black betterment looks different all around the world, man.
Yeah, but he want me to umbrella the thing and then come invest like I always hear in Africa. You get what I'm saying? So
Oxbetty, jump on, man. Jump on Oxbetty.
I'm not on that right now. It's 54 countries on that continent, I think. Y'all can do black betterment.
Can I ask a question? Yeah, like anyone that feels free. If you don't want to answer, don't feel like you have to. But when you say reparations, yeah, like I know what IC3 thinks. What do you think? Like, what's the best way that manifests? So how does it work? Does it work out like a check to you? Does it work out like it's like social improvement? You know, like schemes for kids and shit, school education systems, HBCUs or whatever. What do you mean by that? When you say, what do you think?
When we say, hold on, you talking to young? You must be talking about Africa, right? As you speak, you about to talk about the continent.
I mean DOS mainly, but obviously Africans can speak.
When we say reparations first and foremost is addressing the wealth gap. So there's many avenues or many places we can go to address the wealth gap. When hashtag ADOS rolled out its plan, money was the last thing on the list. We was talking about no taxes. I mean, for X amount of years. That's going to help. That's going to keep money in that black community. What we was talking about, free healthcare. There was a lot of things that was going to close that wealth gap. Money was just the last thing, and it took off. You get what I'm saying?
You know what's crazy though, God of Jacob? Reparations has been, well, I guess the word I'm looking for is rescinded down to just money, right?
Right.
The average person says, "Y'all begging for money. Y'all just want money," and we like, no. I even had somebody came on the panel the other day and was like, "No, I think Leo said it." Leo was like, "Nah, fuck money. We'll spend that money in 2 weeks."
Right.
money is a part of it, but like you saying, we gotta close it. We gotta catch up financially, man.
Right, and I just the dude Alio just told me JOG supports ADOS because he wants the reparation money.
Yeah.
Again, had he went to the conference, money was the last thing ever spoken because we know that was going to be the thing that everybody like, oh, they just want money. Half of the conference was talking about other programs that would keep money in our pockets. You get what I'm saying? And it was just a whole bunch of stuff, but money just took off some time away. Because it was part of her show one time when he was like, cut the check. But that was like,
I cut the check. I said, I was even running with that motto though. I ain't gonna lie.
Right. But the whole thing is she took that from Dr. Martin Luther King when he said, we are coming to get our check. And people, it was, if you don't understand America, or, you know, that was one of his favorite things. We're coming to collect our check.
But what would you say is the most important? So let's say society, healthcare, education, financial sector, whatever. What would you say is the most important? If you could, forget the financial thing. That made no sense. What's the most important thing that could be invested in that will benefit black people? So the most important element or whatever in society that if you were not going to get money, no one's getting a check now. So now we're investing in what's that word? Like initiatives and stuff. Yeah. What's the most important one?
I think the most, well, for me, and I'm just basing this on the way I see the community right now, would have to be the what you call it, home buying right now.
Okay.
And what it's going to do is take us out of a renter status. You get what I'm saying? Where we can, and when you buy a home, you automatically you're creating money anyway because you're going to pass that thing down. So when a person have a home, you're taking them out of a renter's status, and you're creating equity that you can pull and take out if you want to, and also you're creating an heirloom if everything is good. So just having a home by itself is gonna put you on the path to get, you know, where you need to be at. Most of the rich people in America got rich through real estate. You get what I'm saying? But we are a renters community now. Whereas in times past, we used to be owners. Our grandparents and stuff used to own their homes. And when they died, the kids came along and fucked it up.
We sold that.
Yeah, we sold it.
Sold that property.
Yeah, so that's one way. That's one way is if the government say pick a house, put a number on it.
Pretty much like they did, you know, with the white flight, right? Everybody speak about white flight, but white flight was allowed to happen because shit was cheap. It was like, yo,
on a realistic level, how realistic is How realistic is reparations?
Realistic is realistic as long as somebody got breath in their body. You get what I'm saying? It's always gonna be. It's been out there. Reparations. The thing about it is reparations is not a new thing. ADOS just came by and put it on the main stage. Reparations has always been around.
I'm
Always.
saying for it. I'm saying for it to actually happen where a Western governments will allow that shit.
Well, the thing about it is, we tried marching, sitting, and doing everything else. What we said, the last thing we haven't tried is to politically put ourselves in a seat to okay that check. Meaning, we want to be the loan officer, i.e., we have to get him decision-making capacities. And it's real easy. If we have a voting system, if we have a democracy, why not start politically educating ourselves to put ourselves in them seats, and we can say, cut the check from the bench, from Congress, from city council, from the mayor, from the governor. So we just haven't played that game yet. The only time we used to get politically involved is every 4 years when we was voting for a president. We neglected all the other really seats that affected us. You get what I'm saying? Like the district attorney. Nobody knew who that motherfucker was, but they knew who Barack Obama was. But the district attorney is the one who's gonna send your ass to jail. You get what I'm saying? So it was those positions that we ignored for a long time. And ADOS really came back to politically awaken a group of people to say, hey, let's start getting in these seats and affect change from that position.
So, but then I would say then the most important thing then based on that is education. But like what particular education? Obviously, there's going to be arguments over. But the education to be homeowners, like everything you just said, could essentially just be not boiled down. Obviously, it sounds cheap, but it could be the education to educate people on the political system, on the criminal justice system, on whatever. Obviously, there's difficulties in that. But let's say there was a party that you proper thought that proper represented you. Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, it's the ADOS party. Then reparations going directly to that party. Obviously, I know there's human corruption, mismanagement of funds, or whatever. But let's just assume everything goes perfectly, right? That would be the best money spent. Then that was where the money would be best spent on some kind of nationwide initiative to educate or to make sure that that all black people specifically get these facts directly to them. Because even if you give someone a home and they mismanage funds, because obviously they're still gonna have to pay taxes, and then they could end up getting their home foreclosed or whatever. But understanding the benefit of equity and then maybe having access to a kind of an institution,
So James, are you saying education? Because I've heard that. I even think Joe Biden was one of these congressmen or somebody said, the reparations need to come in the form of education. Is that what you're saying?
No, that sounds cheap. Don't get me wrong. I know how that sounds, and I don't know. I don't have any answers, by the way. I'm just thinking on the spot here. But I'm thinking
education, right? So you're saying if we get I don't know, homes or access to homes without no education, then we'll just
no. I mean, like for instance, if there was some kind of body, some kind of institution that could get the money, and that institution offered black people access to education. So you come in here and you could leave with a loan because we have access to money, but you don't have access to money. I know that leaves like opportunity for corruption and that, but then we could teach you why you need a home, how to get a home, and when you're responsible enough individually, so this could even be a young person, you can get a business loan, like you could get a housing loan, as opposed to somebody, and like at a favorable rate, because obviously there's an influx of cash from the government, as opposed to somebody getting a house, right, and then liquidating that house to buy a fucking brand new car. And I'm not saying only black people would do that. I'm saying people, young people, old people, like not everyone in this world is smart. And the only way to stop being stupid is to get educated, isn't it? Somehow, like it doesn't need to be.
Here's my thing. We don't want to attach the word loan to reparations. That's counterproductive for us. You get what I'm saying? But right now here in America, we do have sales, if you will, that's out there right now. It's just not public, and that's the way ADOS and a lot of these companies want orgs want to work right now. They don't want to be under the spotlight right now. as far as ADOS is concerned. They did their initial push, which make a lot of noise, get it out there, and that's what's all they needed. Now everything is being done undercover, if you will. So they have programs. We got one in Hampton. They stood up, and this one that they have is geared towards running for public office at the city local level. They train, they study, they do all of that. So there's a lot of splinter cells that has broken off, and they are doing X, Y, and Z. Everything is not geared towards home and stuff like that, because we got a lot of people who got master's degrees and they work at Walmart. So and they still owe $50,000 on the, you know what I'm saying? So getting this degree and then walking to a business, that's totally different. So
I'm off, people. I'm off. I'm going to sleep. But,
all right, Shaka. I appreciate you, young brother.
What time is it over there?
Before I go, James, have you liked the video? Have you liked the spun? Have you liked the video, James? Before I go,
what video?
This thing, the right now, the live. Have you liked it?
What Born Riches show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
James.
Talk to him, Shaka.
You mean hit the like? Yeah, I hit the like button as soon as I jumped in.
If you haven't hit the like button before I go, if you have not lit the like button, you are a fucking.
Look, shall I show you? I hit the like button. Look, shall I show you?
I don't listen. Anyone who doesn't like this thing is a fucking lesbian, and you are an inbred, and your father will fuck you. God bless you, people.
Fucking hell, bro.
Hey, I might have to clip that.
Oh my! Hey, you know what? I was just a lesbian, and my father was about to fuck me. Thankfully, I thought I clicked the like. Sorry, bro. I didn't, but I did not.
Damn.
I'm number 51. Wait, I did click the like. I'm dumb. Let me take back all that stuff. This is I got that old video.
That's my brother, Keisha.
This is yesterday's video I got up still on my fucking tabs. Moving like it. I like today's one. Yeah, that's what I thought I did.
Yeah. So
yesterday's video I got up still.
Yeah, I just think it was I thought it was just kind of crazy when I heard that got it, Jacob. I heard when the politicians say, yeah, reparations need to be in the form of education.
Right, that's the stupidest thing, and we used to fall for that back in the days. You get what I'm saying? So you went 4 years, got in debt, and then you got to go to the same people, to this white man to try to try to get hired at his company. What we trying to do is push entrepreneurship, and that's another sale that they got down here in Pensacola, the one I went to. I briefly stopped by, but they're teaching entrepreneurship and stuff like that. So it's a lot of splinter cells. You just got to get in. A lot of people don't know about it because they don't get out there and find it. ADOS ain't gonna come looking for you, brother.
That's
it's
a
not.
fact. I believe that.
You got to go to it.
Yeah, you got to get tapped in, man. I wish I can't wait to have Brother Mike on here, because Brother Mike was talking. I think Brother Mike had a bad experience with ADOS, so I got to get his thoughts on it. But yeah, man, he was riled up at first. He was riled up at first. Go ahead, Jay.
If you do one thing for me, I'm gonna leave Bo alone now. I feel like, I don't think he's not ready for this kind of what man's on. Still, he's a
Still
bit more.
mention this man's name. Come on, Jay.
I was gonna say, I'll be sick. No, I'm like, I wasn't even disrespectful, bro. You gotta stop being so sensitive, goddamn. You Americans, bro. And I was gonna say though, him and Shakara would be fucking fire. That would be cold.
But I was trying to get why so religious wouldn't stop focusing on you. I was gonna ask why so religious. Do he think black people ever gonna get reparations? I was trying to get it. I was trying to set it up.
He's turned into some super bro. You know when I first debate, you remember them times I used to debate this guy? He used to be talking about all them black people are overrepresented in crime statistics. Black people aren't shot at. Black people commit more. He used to be that guy. Now I see him in the chat agreeing with all the pro-black guys. I'm like, God damn, son. What happened to him? But yeah, let's Sosa's on to you, bro. You fucked up today. But yeah, no, differently. Let's try to do that, man.
And I hit Sosa.
No, I'm not even gonna take Bo in that direction. Bo is gonna do Bo, and he gonna find the platforms he like. He gonna test them out and see if it's a conversation and an environment that he like. He gonna stay there. But I ain't gonna tell him to go over there.
No.
You talking about G Block?
No, not on the G Block. Not on the G Block.
I'm talking about him and Shakara and all that stuff.
Yeah.
No, but hold on, wait. I'm an arsehole. I know that, right? But Shaka Ra's going to be respectful. He's not going to disrespect him. He's not going to, you know, especially if it's moderated. But I'm just saying that if his views, because Shaka Ra is super far left of where I am. So if he's got a problem with my take on reality, he's definitely going to clash with Shaka. And that's what these debates should be about. Should be two really polarized.
ADOS. It's just the ADOS argument.
He's not really gonna stay in the pocket too long with Shaka Ra because he's on Pan Africanism, and that's gonna really cut that whole conversation short quick. It's gonna be fruitless. Nothing's gonna come of it. He's gonna shut it down real quick. From the panels I've seen him.
You know what though, yeah, bro. Listen, yeah. I know you don't like. I know right now me and you ain't on great terms, but be honest, Scott and Jacob. You don't believe that there's no such thing as systemic racism in America, do you?
I don't believe in white supremacy in terms of systemic racism as a collective.
But you do believe that there's institutions in America that are racist, right? Like not in the Jim Crow way, but are racist though.
There's institutions in America that are racist towards white people, and I'm not caping for them. You get what I'm saying?
But like where? Give me an example of one.
Like me, I don't sell any homes to white people.
So you're not an institution.
I am an institution. I have my small business.
Yeah, but the fact that it's small business means that it's not in that sense.
The ISUPK, they really don't let white people in their facility unless it's business or they want to debate them, but they're not invited.
You know what it is about them? The ideological things, so like religions, faith groups, they're allowed, right? They're allowed their right to self-determination or whatever it is. They're allowed that. But I'm talking about institutions as in public institutions. So like you agree, bro, that racial profiling exists. Like there's independent reports, FBI reports, whatever, that prove that it exists, right?
I'm not privy to that data, but I'm pretty sure there's some paperwork floating around one of these agencies that's saying racial profiling exists.
Right. So even that, we don't even need to move past that. If there's a black guy that gets arrested, gets convicted, goes to prison, didn't do the crime, was in an impoverished area and fit a wide description that really was just his black skin, why can he not say that because of systemic racial issues in this country, I've been arrested and I've been discriminated against? Like that's
he can say that. He can say that all day, and I would believe him. But he would have to show me lawfully where that is. And what I'm trying to say is systemic racism or white supremacy doesn't exist because we can now go in these places that was off limits to us. Systematic racism ended in 1968, brother. When, like I said, I always use the example when there was Jim Crow laws, actual laws that said black people couldn't do this as a group, as a unit, as a society. We couldn't do X, Y, and Z. That was a systematic plan to marginalize African Americans at that time. That existed. Those Jim Crow laws are no longer gone. So, and I have my own family who's able-bodied to do shit. But when I hear them, I say, man, all you got to do is this. And I ain't doing that bullshit, nigga. Fuck all that, man. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, we can't have it both ways.
I'm not saying that's what I'm saying. I agree with all of that. I don't even disagree with that. All I'm saying is if you find a situation where like someone can dismiss the statistics all they like, a fair play, and it's up to you. But what the statistics prove is that there's a pattern of behavior. And the pattern of the behavior of these institutions and these systems seems to disadvantage some groups more than others. That's it. So you can definitely say, you know what, the buck stops with me. I don't give a shit about it. I don't care what they're doing. I'm going to make sure I go above and beyond the call of duty. And I make sure that I make sure that I'm accountable and I sort myself out. But regardless, they're still disadvantaging more black people than any other people. Like
and being 14% in a white country, pretty much white country, yeah, you're gonna have some disadvantages and some hurdles. You're going to have that. You get what I'm saying? But
they're not doing it to other people. They're not doing it to other migrants. They're not doing it to other citizens. They're not doing it to Italian Americans. They're not doing it to Polish Americans.
So what?
So it's obviously unfair, isn't it? It's like it's unfair to one group, clearly.
Man, yes, it's unfair, but you can still get there. I'm tired of hearing it's unfair, unfair. Like the brother said, white supremacy is stuck in our fucking mind and it's preventing us from just doing what we need to do. All we have to do is outperform these motherfuckers, and everything is going to take care. Yeah, you're going to have to go through some hurdles. It might not happen in your generation, but you might have to pass on your fight to your son or to your daughter. But my whole thing is there's no system in place to stop you from making money. There's no system right now in place that stops you from making money.
Let me put you like this in the UK context. Maybe you'll agree with me. And you've got kids, so you should definitely agree with what I'm saying. In where I went to school, like I guess it's majority white. I guess like there's a lot of black kids though, but it's just with 1,000 kids, there's like probably a lot more white people than black people. It seemed like, especially me, because obviously you can tell I wasn't the best behaved child. Yeah, it seemed like there was anything that I did that other kids that weren't like me, let's just say, I won't even talk about colors. It seems like the things that I did, I used to get in trouble more than other people. And I always, like all the time, it'd be the same thing. I'd say, but he didn't do that. I'd say, don't worry about him. Just worry about yourself. It's you that did this. And I'd be like, but he didn't get in trouble like that. And I got into a lot of trouble in school. If I'm now telling my child something, I would tell my child, especially if he's smart or she's smart, intelligent, I would say, like make sure you're extra, like you're better. Like if they say, oh, but this happened the other day to this kid and they got in trouble and they didn't get in trouble and I got in trouble, I would say to my child, you have to forget about them. You can't really compete with them on that level. You just got to make sure you're better. If now when I look at statistics in the UK, and this is a fact, I'm not making this up, that on average black kids are excluded way more than white kids, right? And then similarly, if you look at crime statistics, black people are convicted for the same crimes as white people more often than white people are convicted for the same exact crime. Why is it, even if I want to work hard and I'm going to tell my kid work hard, why can't I just be honest and say, bro, because clearly the system is biased a bit towards other people, and discriminates against my people more than other people. Why can't I notice that?
You can notice it, and I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm saying, baby, is dishonest, is this, that, and the third. But here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do in terms of school or whatever you was talking about. Man, we got a group that's putting together a homeschooling package right now. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not going to put my kids in, if I still had babies, we're going to use the same tools and products that they have, and we're going to use them and we're going to take them. Meaning, we got online schools that black kids can go to. You get what I'm saying? You create your own schools, meaning it ain't got to be a brick and mortar school. You can create an online school for your kid, and he can be in the most comfortable, productive environment, and he can get A's, B's, C's, whatever. You can go. You can open up an online school in your church. Ask your pastor. He taking all your money, but say, look, Monday through Friday, let me have a kitchen and put a couple computers in so I can bring about 10 kids in here and let's make this school. You can make things happen if you think outside the box and quit talking about white supremacy.
I think that's dope. No, but listen, bro, you know me already. I don't do that white supremacy, yada, yada, yada stuff. I'm the guy that argues against it. I was just saying to your man, like, we can't be calling people mentally ill. We can't be saying that people are overreacting when there's people that dedicate their lives to, like, pro bono lawyers, whatever, class action lawsuits. They dedicate their lives to research, to highlighting like these biased institutions and combating these biased institutions. Just because we're on some accountability stuff, we can't bury our head in the sand just to argue with other black people to say, listen, I've been accused of arguing with black people the most. But there's points that I won't. It's points of stupidity. I'm not going to say that. Like when I argue with Shakara, I'm not going to tell him racism doesn't exist or systemic injustice doesn't exist when the evidence is in front of me. I can't. Like I'm not just going to emotion.
Brother. The evidence can be in front of you all. I'm not about to sit here and argue what institution I can't get in. What institution is going to put me on the path to success? I'm already telling you. brother, there's programs out there now, today. The pandemic has already opened up these programs where you can get funding. Your institution of learning can be your upstairs bedroom. You get what I'm saying? I don't have to go that route. I don't have to make my kid feel like she's the dumbest person in the class or she ain't getting the full attention she needs. We were supposed to be that next generation that continued that intellectual progress or whatever. We failed that, but now we starting to come back to this shit. I'm ballyhooing to keep your kids out of school. You get what I'm saying? Keep your kids out of school and homeschool if you can. But there's situations where you can't. Again, go to your pork chop pastor and say, Pastor, I want to use the church Monday through Friday. You get what I'm saying? You can create this without having a technical big school with a gym and stuff like that. There's ways around this. We just got to stop falling or diverting back to this white supremacy thing. Yes, that shit exists. It's out there, but I believe I'm smarter than the white man. Therefore, I can get ahead of that white man.
And I think that's what black empowerment comes in, right? That's what the word empowerment, right? I can acknowledge that white supremacy exists and then still be for the empowerment and do everything I can do to empower my people. Like you, I guess that's what you was just saying at the end, got it, Jacob. Okay, it's there, it exists, but we're not gonna let that hold us back.
Fuck no, I'm tired of the white man. Held me back.
Yeah, but I
fuck
just
that
think
shit.
for debate, if you just drop this question on the table and say, does white supremacy exist? Then that's what causes the nuance. You know what I mean? And what like we were saying, like I was saying yesterday is, yeah, every person who mentions white supremacy is not letting it affect their life to the point where they can't move around and do what they need to do. You know what I mean? I'm actually showing the brother Q Butter School, the Zayex Institute. I always vouch.
Exactly.
I always vouch for this. But if you go to his YouTube page, he's talking, he's pointing out white supremacy. He's talking out, he's pointing out everybody who's on the bullshit. Not only white supremacy, but black people who don't want to see you strive. But he's an example of how you can move. God, Jacob was talking about schools and online schools because of the COVID. My brother had to go to an online platform, and it worked great. He had to go to virtual classes, and that just worked great for him, man. So yeah, shout out to the Zayex.
And Rich, you will find out that your students or your kids or your nephew, whoever he is going to do better in that environment. So why throw him back in there? I'm gonna be like, hold on, the motherfucker is studying, he getting me right. There's no way I'm about to commit him back to some other people. I'm gonna find out every program, every situation that's gonna allow me to keep this kid right here.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. My son didn't want to go back. My son went back one day, but my son was 17. Right. But he went back one day and was like, nah, I opt out. I'm going back home. You know what I mean? My daughter, on the other hand, she was anxious to get back in there. But I've been chopping it up with my brother Q, and in August, I think this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. Like, fuck it. We've already did it. We figured it out. You know
look, what I'm saying? Rich, you the perfect guy for this type of setup. You know in your community. You can go to that pork chop pastor and be like, yo, pastor, I think I got a way to get our kids competitive again in regards to education. Take the bad ones out. Let me borrow your church Monday through Friday. Shit, I pay enough tithes. My family been paying tithes to your ass for 50, 60 years. Give me that goddamn building. Give me that room upstairs. Let me throw some computers in that.
Like I don't got to. I can't though, bro. I ain't gonna. You know what I mean? I never want to shoot that idea down. But I've done events. I've done events in church, boy, and they like, yo, Born, where that money at? Where that money at?
Yeah, tell them to charge the Lord. This the Lord's doing. You take it up with the Lord.
But we could, we could figure.
But I'm just saying, I'm throwing that on the wall. But there's other ways. I'm saying we got to be creative with
make it happen. If you
want to
make it happen, this guy made it happen out of a fucking apartment. I think it's from Brooklyn, out of Brooklyn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if a nigga tell me the white man helped me back, man, get away from me, man. Get the fuck away from me. I don't want you by me. I don't.
Yeah, no. I'll discuss the history of them, and I'll discuss the history with people. You know what I mean? If you want to, but you're right. I don't want to hit too much of that. No, I don't think nobody does. Nobody does though, really. But I'm gonna be honest though. I do. I do enjoy listening to certain people who may talk about white supremacy a lot, but it's for entertainment. It's for entertainment. You know what I mean?
He's saying it's soothing to your ears, yeah.
You said what?
So it's soothing to your ears, yeah. Just listening to
I ain't gonna lie, I say his name is Tyreek, man. You know what I mean? I fucking with Tyreek on talking this shit. I
Oh,
listen.
Tariq funny. Now Tariq
Yeah, I
funny.
listen.
He's more of a comedian than me, but he will throw that knowledge in there and keep you on point.
And he's a guy who, everybody's gonna say, you just complain about white supremacy, but man, he live in a big ass house, man.
But can I say one thing though? Like, I think, yeah, we're human, yeah. So everybody, like I was saying about that man was complaining earlier. I complain too. I probably complain a lot because I speak a lot. So guess what? Invariably, I'm gonna end up probably complaining a lot because some of my speech is gonna be complaining. I know some people that I respect in this world that literally cannot complain. You'll never hear them voice these things. I'm not one of them. I complain, but I think it's natural for people, especially if you guys always talk about building and stuff. It's natural for people to in a conversation to create a scenario in which it's like me and God Jacob just speaking now. A lot of what you're saying now is a solution, right? So as I'm putting complaints to you, you're coming up with solutions. It might be another day where I've got some solutions, not necessarily me and you, but whatever. But someone's bringing complaints to me, and I'm telling you, well, this is how you resolve this issue. I just feel like it's stifling, man. In my opinion, it's my humble opinion. It's stifling to just dismiss things outright. When me and some people debate, like Shaq and that, we're doing, like you say, hypothetical, some real theoretical, hypothetical issues. So it may seem that we're not giving each other an inch of ground, but it's because none of this is really like, we're not talking about real practical things as that much. Maybe I'm more practical than him sometimes. But when it's stuff like this, I feel like it's a bit weird, especially when you're DOS and you're trying to build amongst your brothers. And I'm not shitting on no one. I just think it's a bit weird to just like not even give man an inch, no homo. I just say to man, all right, cool, yeah. I'd see how you can see this as white supremacy, this as thing, but this is clouding our judgment, brother. This is what we should be focusing on. This doesn't allow us to get to solutions, brother. You're right. You're not mentally ill. You're very right about that. But we've done this to death. There's no help for us here in indulging in this shit. Let's look at it like this. Let's look at that. In my opinion, that's a better approach than dismissing it. Because then
Brother, I'm gonna let you niggas look while I go take care of business. You get what I'm saying? There's a lot of people I know in my sort of kind of circle who's doing good right now, and they navigated around this narrative of the white man holding me back. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to Wyoming next month to one of my mentors who brought me up in this thing, and Rich. I used to always say, put a number on Rich. Well, that motherfucker can. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And he came from the mud just like us. So I've seen too many people who come from our situations to do what they needed to do, man. So you can't convince me. I don't need to hear another motherfucking story. The only stories I want to hear is from motherfuckers who made it, because they already got the solution. I'm tired of hashing it out. I'm tired of doing all the shit. I have people that I know who had the solution. I'm talking to them folks. Now, online is one thing, but I don't need a hypothetical no more, because I got niggas who already done pulled the shit off. They did the hypotheticals a long time ago, and they worked their shit out, and I'm going to find out and talk to them, and they've been in my life and have continued to help me do what I need to do. So I don't need a hypothetical at this point. Maybe them young boys behind you need one to kind of engage them and help them along the way. But right now, I'm past hypotheticals, man. I'm to the point where I'm making shit happen. Y'all can keep talking about that white man hold you back, but I know a lot of people, we must have pushed some of them down, because them niggas doing good. So
yeah, no, Bob, to be honest, I'm the opposite of you in the way you say that. I look at white people like they're gonna help me get off.
Let's not forget something. You guys all voted for Joe Biden, who said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
What do you say?
He said, don't forget. He said, don't forget these are all voted for Joe Biden.
Yeah, but we did. I don't know who D's lot is. I can speak for myself.
I don't say D's lot.
I know I did.
Don't talk like white people. But listen, what I'm saying is, there is white people holding you back, fam. There is white people. You know what? Promise your own county somewhere in America, your own state. You still haven't been given no state. I'm not gonna go into details, but the whole world knows that you guys built America, innit, for what it stands on. It's like we know Europe was built from Africa, innit?
And when you look into it, you cannot say you guys. You have to say African built America and the Europe that we know today.
Africa ain't built shit, nigga.
Bro, nigga, man. Your Africa built before. Back in the days, your people were called African. They called themselves African. But you today don't call them yourself African, innit? That's a difference, man.
You know, the first time we got called African was in the 80s. What the hell are you talking about?
No, back in those days, people calling themselves African. You had African traditions. You had African games. You used to play games, in the slaves yard, yeah? In the plantation.
I don't know what kind of goddamn rice you done ate this morning. What kind of jollof you done choked on, but I don't know what the fuck you talking about, man. So
I eat ugali. The fufu, the West African call the fufu.
I don't know about no fufu. I tried it. It wasn't my cup of tea. Well, one of them was, but go ahead, man, because I barely can.
Don't disrespect.
Man, you just gonna tell me don't disrespect the thing, and you up here calling me African. I told you I ain't no goddamn African a long time ago, but you keep calling me a motherfucking African. So don't tell me about disrespecting the thing, man.
But you are disrespecting it. Those people knew they were African when they left. Almina Castle and Cape Castles and that. Them man knew they were African when they were walking through the gate.
They didn't know they was African. I don't give a. You can't prove that.
No return, yeah.
You can't prove that they was calling themselves African, man. Shut that shit up.
You today are disrespecting their struggles, their fight. Them wanted to go back to their tribes. Them wanted to be known as somebody. Today,
but why don't you want to go back to your goddamn tribe? What time does your flight leave, motherfucker? You keep talking about going back to goddamn what?
The American African tribe. At least make yourself a tribe. That's
we gonna call. Look, that's the problem. We done with having everybody having an input on what the fuck we want to be called. Now you call yourself what the fuck you want to call yourself, but we don't need no goddamn.
But you can't call yourself if you're not African,
I don't need no vote from you, motherfucker. I'm ADOS. That's what the fuck I'm gonna be.
You're not black. You cannot call yourself black. The only people the whole world knows the black people come from Africa, and you know Africa, innit?
So did I call myself black? I just told you what the fuck I am. You can't hear.
Oh shit! Those short words. I forgot, man.
ADOS. Oh. You can be black. You can have that shit. I ain't gonna argue with you.
African descendant of. All right. I get it, man.
Right. So yeah, I don't need you to tell me who the fuck I am. Do I tell you who you is?
But listen though, what I'm trying to say to you is, the whole world knows Africa built Europe. The whole world knows African people built America. Those people that was building America those time were claiming to be African. You guys before today, all the privilege and that you were born into today, you forgot about who you are. It's fine though, it's fine, innit? But we need to put a line between who is black, who is not black. You guys need to call yourself American black, not African American. Why are you putting African in front of
Are you deaf? You don't have you can't tell us what to do, man. What is wrong with you?
So this is what the problem
wrong with you. We didn't put out any flyer to ask for recommendations on what to be called, and we definitely ain't gonna ask you motherfuckers. So let us do what the fuck we want to do. Let us be called how we want to be called. That's the bottom line.
Have you noticed this word Somali is used all over? Have you noticed this population?
That's Somali's problem. I don't give a fuck about Somali and what they call them goddamn things.
They're taking over everything. We even taking over the America soon as well, mate.
Well, come on and take it over. I know what you ain't taking over. Actual Somalia. You ain't taking over that shit. Why don't you try taking over actual Somalia? Y'all taking over the whole goddamn world except Somalia. Make that make sense, motherfucker.
Well, I'm trying to say,
I ain't even on that shit right now. I was
those people called Somali is the most spoken
retard
of people. The most spoken nation of people. On everybody, white people, black people, you American.
Rich, man, come get this dude out of here.
American black. You know, you shouldn't be called African American. Your name should be American black. American, not African, American black. Why African in front of American?
Listen, I done told you. It's our business. It ain't got shit to do with you. It ain't got shit to do with you. If you want to, you should know what? If you want to be African black, you call yourself that. Ain't nobody gonna stop you. but you're not
Some
about
of
to
you want
tell
to be
me what the
African.
fuck to
It's
call
only
myself.
minority. There's only a few of you, mate. You only like one.
But go
one
talk to
side,
them few.
the
The
apple, man.
rest of us gonna do what the fuck we wanted to.
No,
You
no,
just said it
no.
was a
You're using
few.
the wrong
Go
cause.
talk to them few
The
motherfuckers
majority
who
wants
want
to
to be
be
called
African.
whatever the fuck you feel like calling them.
Bro, allow it, man. Majority
Yeah,
of
you
you
allow it.
want to be African. It's only people like you, bro. And I don't know where the hate is. You know, you're
There's
working for
no hate. The hate, it's disrespect. You keep trying to label me with what you want me to be. And I'm telling you, fuck you.
Nigga, please. Nigga, please.
Yeah, all that shit. You said it.
Don't worry, man.
Look,
Don't
brother,
worry.
let's just bring this down. You go be what the fuck you want to be. You call
Yeah.
yourself what the fuck you want to call yourself. Worry about your shit, and then let us get on with our shit.
Nah, I mean.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah,
I mean. Right,
Yeah,
right.
girl.
All right,
Right.
let's get it. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back, man. I mean, let's bring it back now. Now, ask Getty.
I'm here, G. I'm here, G.
What's the problem? What's the problem with Americans, right? Black Americans getting in their own little corner and saying, "All right, listen, we've tried to deal with Africa. We don't think it's being reciprocated from the continent. So we need to get in our own little corners and identify with ourselves to really go at and demand things from the government that we feel like oppressed us." What's wrong with that, SJ?
Bro, but you're not in your corner. You're always here talking about racism. You're always dragging us down with you. The problem is you're dragging us down with you. We
dragging who? Who is us? Who is us?
African people. Because you're bringing us into the problem is we need to understand. We need to establish who is what. We are African and you guys are Black Americans, right? That it needs to be two different things in it because it's like we can't be on the same thing, bro. If this is just gonna delay our progress, you know. We here talking about we want to uplift the whole black color, the race, you know. But you mans the Africans see us like this. Even the African people don't, bro. If the African people sees a white man like a god, fam. When you go to Africa, even me and the white man came off the same plane. They're running to the white man, fam. I'm gonna get arrested in the airport. I'm getting harassed. They want some pocket money out of me. The white man is getting red carpet treatment into Africa. Welcome. So that shit, bro, is a problem, is a disease, man. And I know I see it for what it is, isn't it, bro? That shit is not just because impoverished African sees white people as special people, right? It's at the same time you guys pushing the heat on this side, making the white man think, you know what, we got these motherfuckers by the neck. You see, 300 million of them, you know, in the diaspora, at least a big percentage of them, they're confused. They don't even know where they stand for.
Well, let me ask you this,
You know?
though, Ask Getty. Now,
This
Ask
is a big
Getty,
problem.
hold on, Ask Getty. I want to build with the Bantu tribe when I come to Africa. Do you have a problem with that?
You're most welcome to do that, bro. I'm telling you like this, bro. Yeah.
Bantu's not a tribe, though, boy. No.
Well, what's that? What's that? A
No,
language?
that's cool though. That's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a language.
I ain't gonna lie.
Even though the Ethiopian people
What's the one that
accept
Ask
you
Getty
the
always goes hard on?
You
Nah,
get me?
no,
Like,
you're
get
trying
me
to troll you.
No, I'm not. I'm not. But
Yeah,
I'm
you
trying to make a bigger point.
Why is it so much disrespectful? Listen,
The
you know,
bigger
pick up the
point,
brother
dog,
Shaka, right?
but the bigger point is gonna be that why should we in America try to cling on to this African and go back to
Bro,
Africa and build up Africa when
because
the
you complain
Africans
about
can't even
racism.
get
You're
along,
dragging
right?
us down when you talk about racism. You act like, bro, it's not a victimhood. You must want us to be racistly abused because of your ideology and your bullshit. We all on the same boat, fam. The white man disrespect us because of humans. You know, if it was it was only for us African, bro. At the time of in the 1400, the richest people came from Africa, Mansa Musa and these people. White people talk about, well, we brought this and we brought that, and you know, we made your roads better, your infrastructure, this and that. We talking about we were on a race. You were nowhere near us. You were nowhere to be seen. Just because you built a couple of ships and you made a couple of deals with tribal leaders here. This is the thing, you know, brother Shaka earlier. He was honest, brother. He was saying to us, look at the Pan-African Parliament, you know. The South African, Julius Malema and them man there, they're talking about the freedom for Africa and that, yeah, the East African understand they're keeping their mouth shut. Even the Arab people are not getting involved in this shit. They're all sitting in the parliament, but the only
hold on, that's getting my brother.
I haven't got to the point. The West African.
That's getting machine gun, man, please. Man.
Anyways,
One second, please,
go on. My point.
You always talk about Julius Malema, yeah? But this man is a convicted money launderer, fraudster, and he actively...
What do you get out of this?
We've done this before. We've done this before. The man is a convicted
James, you don't understand, brother.
Man, hold on, man. All right, but wait. You haven't stopped talking since you got... Just relax for a second. He's a convicted embezzler. The man drives Bentleys, Mercedes, Maybach, God knows what else, has champagne parties, living in one of the most... coming from one of the most poorest regions in South Africa, bro. He talks about he's an economic freedom fighter, a socialist, and he fucking he buys Gucci and Versace and Louis Vuitton and Fendi to his heart's content. Like, this guy's one of the biggest contradictions in the world, and clearly someone has money through donation. So you can't use him as an example of someone.
Bro, let's just stop it there before I go too far. Look, James, first the question is, and don't answer the question till I'm finished, yeah? The question is, who pays you for this shit? What are you getting out of this shit? I don't get that. Yeah?
So if I Google Julius Malema now, I'm not going to see him in a fucking Versace suit driving a fucking Bentley GT Continental.
Okay. The second thing is, bro, the other question.
And he's a socialist. He's a Marxist.
Let him go, no, James. Go ahead, address
that country called South Africa, that wealth, yeah. Because James, you take this information for white people, media, white South African people, racist people who hate Julius Malema because he's fighting for his people. That's the problem with you, you know. You're not even thinking of the point.
That's why he's fighting for his people.
This mineral, this stuff you're talking about, this wealth is his, fam. Nobody can tell you.
If you understand, listen, one second, please. Pause for 1 second. If you understand anything, hold on, man. I'll pick you, bro. 1 second, man.
But you just jump in, bro. You don't want to hear the thing.
You're screaming. You're not saying. I can't hear what you're saying. You're screaming.
Right. Bro, you got.
What I'm saying is, if you understand anything, all right. If you understand anything about politics and campaign, it is all perception. It is all optics. There is no way you're telling me that this guy has $1 million, $2 million, $5 million a year fucking lavish lifestyle, and yet that money, he doesn't need more money for campaigning. He doesn't, bro. This man's never won an election, so I don't know what you're talking about. He's no closer now than when he was the junior leader of the ANC or whatever it is to being president of. Hold on, to being the president of South Africa, and yet he still takes money from his people while claiming to be a socialist, while claiming to have all these fucking grand designs for what he's going to do once he eventually is in office, fighting in fucking parliament and God knows whatever else, all these little publicity stunts, and embezzling money and taking money from very poor South Africans and using it for this champagne lifestyle, bro. Like you can't be that naive.
White man because your brain is like a white man. You have to believe in this shit. The white man told you this because the white man knows he's about.
So I can't see if I Google it. I'm not gonna see it.
No, listen, bro. The white man knows he's about to lose everything. He knows he's about to lose the grip of these black people in South Africa, where that 90% of the black people are not even on a $1 a day, you know. And the white man there owns 90% of the economy, 90% of the land, 90% of the media. Bro, the law is the Jordan puppet who was raised by white people, Ramaphosa, who was raised by white people to be the president and say, look, we put a black man in power. Even though even before that there was another one. But bro, the problem is why don't you
came from the he was with ANC leader.
Hold on, why don't you think like Africans saying, you know what? Big up Julius Malema. He's dressed. He came from a poverty family. Yeah, he was living in Soweto and that. Today, my man is buying Gucci and that. He's driving nice cars and that.
How is he doing it? How is he doing it? How is he doing it? With public money. With public money. With public money.
It belongs to him, brother.
With public money, though.
bro. What public money, bro? You just read the media.
What's his business? How do you make money then?
Now, Allah, you change it.
Yeah, let me judge it.
How do you
Hey,
make
You need to
money?
go to Africa,
yeah,
man.
nah, that's cool. That's cool,
You need to
y'all.
tell me, man. I was
Yeah,
stranded.
I don't want to debate Julius Malema. I want to get it
from you,
I
man.
want to bring it. I want to bring it to the African and American. Bring it back to that. Bring it back to that topic.
Hold on, no, wait 1 second before you move
Yeah,
on.
I don't, but I want to know. Hold on, James.
One second though, yeah. But hey,
James,
Boone,
what
let
I
me ask you
want
one
to
quick
know is
question.
how is Julius Malema, right? How is Junior? If you're saying that Julius Malema is corrupt, right? And so that's gonna say.
Can I ask you that question before you ask me this one question? Mine's quick, really
Brother,
quick.
white man told him, white man media.
If you saw Bernie Sanders, if you
his
saw
own
Bernie
people don't even
Sanders,
say this shit.
please,
How
I beg
come
you,
he's
ask
not hearing
me.
this
Let me
shit
ask you a question.
from his own
Let me
people
ask you
though?
a question. You'll be interested to hear it. If you've seen Bernie Sanders fucking living like fucking BMF or something, having some BMF lifestyle, right? Going super parties and that, God knows whatever, driving the biggest Bentleys, you know what I'm saying, buying private jet after private jet after private jet. Would you think that was a bit counterintuitive, given that he's campaigning on some kind of socialist light fucking what do you call it, ideology? Or
Bro, what's more important than all of this shit is the
Maybe,
message,
James,
right?
but I
It's
try
the
not to
message.
watch people's pockets, right?
But we're gonna go back to the American.
Stop being gay, man. That's just some. That's gay. Stop. That's just gay. What do you mean?
It's like the pastor, right? I don't fuck with the pastor, but if people are crazy enough to keep giving the pastor this money to where he can drive the biggest fucking Range Rover, what can I really say in the long run, James?
But you can say he's not sincere, though, innit? You can say the man's not sincere.
I can say, but I don't know that for Julius Malema. I can't speak for that. I
But
can't
he's
speak
just
for his
a hater,
people.
James, bro. I
And
don't
when you say
understand this.
socialist, like I don't know what socialist means.
Like James, you in
I mean,
danger.
is he taking from the poor?
Yeah.
Bro,
No,
you're in
let
danger
me
of
say
trouble,
this
brother,
though.
man.
Hold on, Ask Getty.
Fucking hell,
James, hold on, Ask Getty. James, I'm gonna say this, man. If I don't have any proof, so I don't know. But if you can prove to me that he's taking money from poor people to buy his Range Rover and Gucci, then I'm gonna say, yeah, that's wrong. I disagree.
But if you
I
haven't
don't
heard
know
it from
enough
the poor
about
people,
Malema to know.
Bonrich, if you haven't heard his complaint coming from those people he's talking about, the poor people, the people living in the slums and that, they're not complaining. 2 million of them protest from him whenever he holds he just walks through the city to talk. Because you know Julius Malema is always on TV, right, in South Africa. 2 million of the minimum are wearing all red. These people, bro, who was earning $1 a day, spend majority of that money on buying a red T-shirt and protesting, campaigning for Julius Malema. But those people are not talking for him. Those filthy white and racist thieving bastard who's been there for 400 years and came with a language called Arikana. Look at the disrespect, fam. These men coming with a language called Arikana. They're hiring game reserve for white people to come in and shoot in rhinos and elephants for fun, fam. These men come and hunt lions. Who gives you the right to give somebody a license to go and hunt African wildlife, fam? White man thinking that's normal to them because they don't give a fuck about us, bro. Like you have James. That I'm more surprised with what makes you think, bro, James, that the message Julius Malema is giving to the people. Forget about the way he looks, you know. Look at Ilhan Omar, right? He's an American, that, and sometimes, bro, I don't want to disrespect the sister, bro, but there's pictures of there seeing white man grabbing her ass, and you know she's going into this, you know, she's become liberal, right? And majority of the Somalians are saying that this is how she got into power, right? But then when you listen to her message, you know, she stands for Palestine, she stands for oppression, she stands for people, she stands for Muslim people, bro. She speaks the truth, right? And all we need, bro, who's grown up people today, we just need to take those messages, bro. And bro, you have to understand, you look at somebody like Joe Biden, yeah? How can you accept anything he tells you, bro? Like Kamala Harris. How can we, you know, people of this planet, you know, that wants to be controlled by America, bro? It's a government, you know, a government we don't even know who controls them in the first place, you know. This is where the problem is, James, bro. James, we don't care about what people are wearing and that. Especially, James, when you hear a black man is wearing something nice, driving nice car, you should big them up, fam. You should be happy for them. Especially an African.
Bro, man's a fucking Marxist in Gucci, bro. Just take a moment. Take a moment, bro. It's deep, man.
You know what my family did? Yeah, me when
I can wear Gucci, I can wear Louis, I can wear whatever I want because I don't claim to be a fucking socialist.
James, you know why I speak Swahili, James, and why back in the days I had a British accent. You know, I used to speak fluent in it. I used to speak it like normal. But around 2008, 2000 and around 2009, yeah, my family told me you're going on a holiday to Kenya. You're just going there to visit your grandmother, right? I went there, fam. They took my passport. They said, "What you talk about Europe? You're not from Europe. You are from here. You're not going nowhere." I was stranded there for 7 years, brother. I was stranded there like 7 years. The trouble I used to get in here, I was thinking, I wish to God I even went to prison for that shit. 7 years of, bro, and I was in the worst part of Africa, like real poverty and that. You know, people are privileged to having $1, £1 a day. You're privileged to earning that. You know, these mothers on the street who selling tomatoes and that, the city council are coming to tax them. Imagine that. People in Africa pay.
What's the main point
The
that you're
point is,
making?
you need that shit, James. You need your family need to trick you, take you to Africa, say that's it, mate. Until you learn the language, you learn your
Oh,
tribe, you
you're
learn who
talking to
you are.
me. You're telling me that.
Yeah, mate. You're not coming back nowhere. You can forget about this.
I speak my language. I speak my language.
Yeah, well, haram al haram.
You're lost. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Oh, James, well, like what I'm trying to say to you is, don't look at the point as the black man. Look at the message he's brought. Look at when this Julius Malema says EFF is in every African child. He doesn't mean any party. He's talking about economic. What does EFF stand for? Why do all Africans
Economic freedom
support EFF?
fighters. Freedom
Economic
fight.
freedom for Africa, man. When he said these whites, how you let these whites take your country
Jesus.
like this? These whites.
Cyril Ramaphosa.
Ramaphosa. How you believe this?
Cyril Ramaphosa. Hey man,
Anyways,
like,
bro.
jeez, the goat. Come on, I ain't
What?
brother. The past
We
3 nights, I ain't
enough this
slept
time.
all night.
But brother, let me just finish. Shifa, my brother, let me
Working,
just
man.
finish
Well, I'm supposed to be working.
my
I'm not
sentence.
doing anything, bro.
You man, let me
Nothing.
just finish my
Doing
sentence,
nothing.
right? And I know obviously you man's gonna go into different territories, yeah. I know you man's gonna go into different topics in that, right? But brother Shaka was saying something very important. You know, I was talking about this Pan-African Parliament, right? And the only reason Pan-African Parliament was established was to unite the whole of Africa, right? So there's taxpayers in each African country who's paying tax, who's sending a representative into this parliament, right? Imagine this, brother. These African people are quiet. And James, I know you're about to interrupt me again. I was coming to a very important point. The other people are quiet. Everybody's on the same book, the same plan. They know Africa without us African uniting and having one army, one unit, you know, and you know, when white man wants to take minerals out of Africa, we need to tax him 10 times the price. Not just one time, 10 times. So that even there's no point of him getting the minerals. Because look at it, bro. Look, talk about diamond, this and that. Majority of the people buying diamonds are black people in America. And that. These men are a million here, one chain, a million, this watch, 3 million, 4 million for this. And bro, it's like, and it's not only those Americans, it's even these young rappers in the UK. Somebody wants to buy a grill, 40,000 on this. Anyways, back to the story is, everybody agreed. Oh shit, man. Yo, okay. Everybody was quiet. Everybody was on the same page. Why was the West African backing and caping for white racist people, saying no, white people, we need the white people. We need to follow the system. We need to still use the currency, brother. Imagine this white man from France came with a currency, yeah, that African people have to use in Africa, and the money goes back to France bank every year. They take the money back. They give you back a little percentage.
Well, let me ask you this though, man. Let me ask you this though, Asgedi. If you're a guy, you're a Somali guy, and you're saying all of the shit that West Africa is doing and how corrupt they are and how they following the white man, how would it benefit Black Americans to move their family and go back and move to Africa and help Africa if Africa ain't even on the same page? Yeah, Asgedi, where you at?
Sorry, I was just talking to the mic, bro. I was muted. I was just telling you, bro. Look, the other people are quiet. Even the Somali representative from Somalia was backing Julius Malema. But the West African wants to start a fight. They want to destroy the Pan-African Parliament. They want to. This is the problem with Nigerians. I told you, fam. These men are the biggest sellout, and they want to run what's. They want to control what's happening most. That man wants to imagine somebody wants to lead you into your ditch. and tell you, yeah, man, we are the right one. You should listen to us. And I'm not disrespecting, fam. I'm just finding it odd why is always when it comes to Salarism, South Africa, no, Nigerian and Kenyan. Kenyan are number 2, but Kenyan again back on the track. When it comes to corruption in Africa, Nigeria is number 1, Kenya is number 2, right? But Kenyans are getting back to track. But a lot of you people are disrespecting Arabs and that. But the Arab people are not against United Africa. The Somalis are not against United Africa. The East African
Yeah, but
Kenyans,
we have a
they're not
different,
against-
but
the
we
West
have a
Africans
different
are against
experience. But we
that.
have but we got a different experience with the Arabs and in America.
Why you have? But today the Arab man is telling
Yeah,
you we want the minerals not to leave Africa. We want the raw material to be built here.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in America though. Like in America, they just come in our community and become leeches and just like
Yeah, but bro, again,
blood
you
suck
saying
off
your
the
community. America's open
community.
for business. America's open for business, brother. It's like the UK. An Arab man can just come. If the Queen's house is on sale, an Arab man can buy it tomorrow, bro. That's how it is. This is business. These these white people don't talk. They don't think about that. They don't think about this
Yeah,
effort.
but they still come over with a supremacist mentality though, where it's like, yeah, we're gonna set up build businesses in this community, and we're just gonna take, and you know what I mean, like we still look at the people that we sell to as less. You know what I mean,
I
it's
see
coming in
that.
like a crack dealer,
I'm
right?
not gonna.
Like I sell
I'm not
crack,
gonna
but I
defend that.
don't smoke crack, so I'm gonna naturally
No,
look
I'm
at
trying
you
to
as
say I'm
lesser
not
than me.
going to defend that, bro. I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to defend that, and I know what you're talking about, right? And I'm not going to be the people who's denying the type of shit. I know for a fact these people think they're superior, especially to black people. I've seen it in my own eyes, fam. I'm in Dubai walking around. The Arab police want to harass me. Some Arab guy punched the guy. Why you want to arrest me for this? This is the reality of that. What's going on, right? And
Can
people want
somebody
to
else
hide
get in, man? 'Cause like, God, we gotta have
some big corruption, man. These people, I don't know. But at the same time, bro, you lot letting the main perpetrator, the man who fought these people at the 21st century. I'm not talking about the past, how to treat black people. We talk about in the 21st century. I'm talking about 19th century, 20th
Rich,
century.
I'm
Yeah,
about to
even
fall
the
out of
end
here
of the
because this
18th
dude, I
century.
can't
Yeah,
listen to this dude that ramble
bro,
on
you
about
fuck
nothing,
up,
man.
man. You fucking traitor.
It gotta have an exchange, man.
Yeah, I want to know.
Everybody come in here. Ain't nobody come up here
I
to
want to know
see
where you're
him
going to.
monologue all day. You
Yeah, I
get what
want
I'm
to know
saying?
where you're going,
I'm telling you,
Eddie,
man, I got shit going.
so somebody can respond. Like, where you going? Where you going with it? Like, who's the main? You said the main person that was
No
doing what?
disrespect, God of Jacob, man. My bad, G. What I'm trying to say is, bro, the Arab has been made. It's like that. That's a code, bro. That's a code. It's an industry. That's a code on how to treat black people. Because when you treat black people in a bad way, you benefit, bro. You take their minerals. You take their people as slaves. You take their wildlife. You see an Arab man with a lion in. How did a fucking lion come to? You get me? Like you man killed the mother of the lion, the cheetah of the mother of the cheetah. This is the reality. China man there, and the greed he has for ivory. He eliminated the white rhino population. White people came with that shit. It wasn't the Chinese man who came with the shit of hunting rhinos in the game reserve, hunting elephants. It's
So
the
you're
white
saying
man.
it's the white. So you're saying it's the white man. You know what I mean?
He's the
So
teacher of this
let
brother.
me see. Is this what you're saying? So you're
And
saying
today they talk about Chinese
hold
people.
on, ask Getty. Hold on, shit. Please let me try to wrap it up,
bad.
bro. So you're saying that we talk. I don't know. I guess we talk shit, or we feel a certain type of way about the Arab man when it's the white man the whole time. That we should be keeping an eye on. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's a business. The white man just teaching the Arabs how to carry on doing it. Because the Arab man, but you don't see the Arab people in Africa and directly and having a mining or this and that. You don't see them doing that. But you have to understand, like even for the Arab to be on this level, right? To open the country to the world, right? Who got them to this level? White people got them to this
Come
level.
on, Jay. Come on,
It's
Jay.
the white people who got them to the level, right? And who is the one who's suffering the most? It's the black man, fam. The one who has the most mineral on the planet, who's got the best land on the planet, the most fertile land on the planet, with the youngest 1.8 billion people. But the
All right,
youngest
so what we
population
saying is,
come on, man.
all right. So what we saying is, as Getty, like is, ADOS. Okay, yes, we understand the white man is doing all of that. So what we need to do in America is get in our own corner, get ourselves together, and maybe we can acquire some land, some power, some resources.
Bro, if Africa becomes economic free, right? Don't you think we're gonna be trading with you guys first? When it comes to sending any stuff to America, you the one we're gonna give the stuff to, and you're not gonna sell it out in the open, right? This is how it's supposed to be, you know. Not that white man comes to
Thank you, thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Solutions.
Africa, put a Indian man there. Suddenly now,
whinging.
Solutions. That's what I'm on.
5 hours of whinging.
Yeah, man.
That's what black people would do, man. Just talking. We know all the problems, man. What is the solution? What's the suggestion?
Very
what
simple.
Solutions is it? We know all these problems. I mean, how long will we keep going on about the problems? The white man's doing this, the Chinese man's doing that, the white man. Yes, we know about the problems, but what are you going to do about it? What's the plan? What's the plan?
I'm gonna tell you step by step. You know.
All right. Step one. Go on. Let's get it. Step one. What is it?
My family owns almost 1,000 acres of land in Kenya, right? I'm gonna tell my family to sell some of it, do my own business, you know, buy a ship, you know, buy a big ship and start transporting. With my British passport and my European privilege and that, I just stuck on the ship and transport.
He said, "No, hold on. Money. Hold on. Let's break it down to the simplest point. Let's break it down to the simplest point. You saying making some money.
Slow down, man. What's wrong with you?
Ask Getty. So you saying making some money is the first part of the solution?
I'll be honest, man. I have a lot of passion for different stuff.
Ain't nobody selling you Somalis no shit. Y'all fuck that up.
Nigga, you fuck you up in the black hole down. Skinny niggas, you know, with no technology, with no
the black hole down.
That man was standing on the roof.
Why talk about black holes down? Is that the solution? Is that the solution?
That's the military right there, man. That black hole down, boy.
Is that the solution? That's
AK-47.
Can you slow down a minute? 1 second. Can we slow down? That's Getty. Hello.
Slow down, y'all. Shit, I'm getting tired, man. Slow down.
Slow down.
Somalis, you know, all you talk about as
I can't believe this. Can you see why the white supremacy works?
Bro, you're swimming in there, man. You're like Nemo, man.
I got a solution. I got a solution.
I got a
solution.
You're the payroll, man. I got a solution.
I got a solution.
Yeah, go on.
Copy them,
bro. We already copied them. We already did it there. But
we don't copy them. We do no.
Well, we're not great. We don't copy them. Are not our artifacts in their museum? Why is there not none of their artifacts our museums? Even though why
are you asking that question?
Very simple, bro. Because the guy saying copy us. Is it not them who copy us?
Copy them.
University, we had the math. We were the richest people on the planet.
Yeah, who cares what you were? Who cares? What's the way forward? We was this, we was that, we was kings.
Yeah, man.
But you're whinging what we were. What is the way forward?
You don't care about moving forward, I see. You don't care. You just want to.
Okay, forget me. What is your suggestion?
My suggestion
is your solution.
He's going to build a ship. He's going to build a ship and he's going to put 2 of every animal on it.
If we talk about racism, if we talk about nothing, economic freedom. We want to know where our minerals are going. We want to know where the
But
vegetable.
hey, Born.
Hold on,
That's
James.
why.
Hold on, James. No. Hold on, James. Hold on, James. Let him go because he said he wants economic freedom. That's something a lot of people are saying. Hold on. Yo. But
I beg you, James, man. James,
1 second. Take a break for 1 second, please. I beg you. Yeah.
You always divert the thing, man.
I want this. I want that. We had this. We had that.
Let me say. I just want to say something. I want to say something. Hey, wait, please. I beg you, Asketi. Stop talking for 1 second, Asketi, man. Please, for 1 second.
You gotta go one at a time.
The reason, that's why I don't even dislike Julius Malema. I think his speech was one of the best speeches ever for Winnie Mandela. Yeah, I'm just saying that. Listen to the joke. Man's calling himself, wait for it, an economic freedom fighter, and he's living a hip hop lifestyle with champagne parties. When I say champagne parties, it's not a phrase, you know. They're literally called champagne parties. He's got Bentleys, mad Lambos and shit. He's got mad Gucci, whatever, and he's speaking for the poorest people some of the poorest people in the world, talking about he's a socialist economic freedom fighter. The irony is it's not lost on me.
When it comes to economic freedom, it's only Julius Malema, yeah? When it comes to economic freedom,
what does that mean, economic freedom? What does that mean? What do you mean?
Let him go. He's trying to explain it, James.
Ownership of our own land, ownership of our own oceans, our fish, our rice, our resources, human resources. Bro, these people supply us seed, you know, that to farm with outside, right? These seed are called fertile seed. Back in the days in Africa, right? Once you put, you only have to change the seed. Once you plant a seed in your back garden, right? You don't have to come and plant every season a new seed in there. These people supply stuff. I beg you, stop interrupting, man. We respect you as an old man, bro. Please, man. You don't even care about the black people, bro. You're only here to bring fucking codes, bro. Allow it, man. So what I'm trying to say is these people brought hybrid seed that fucked up the land of Africa, bro. Like now this thing has spread all over Africa. Like we have to bring in some new fertilizer shit and
Schiffer. Is that you, Schiffer?
How our ancestors used to do it.
Say that again.
All right, no. Just want to make sure you go ahead, again.
New shit, you know, because these people hate us. They do the same thing to Jamaica. Jamaica, they're telling you have to buy food of America. Look at the land of Jamaica, bro. Why can't they not grow their own food there, bro? And I'm not trying to talk for the Jamaican and that. Everybody's got their own voice, but I'm just seeing this thing of why these people hate us for no reason, bro. They want to control how we eat food, how we plant our own food, what type of vegetable. And on top of that,
I see free. You see where I'm at? I'm in your spot. Man's at your base, you get me? Base camp. You see it? See them man there with guns at the gate and them thing there. Gunman at the gate and them thing there. You get me? I big up man like Ask Getty. Ask Getty. You know what you're supposed to tell them, brother?
Yeah, man. I'm just on the PowerPoint, fam. I'm being as honest as possible. I'm not trying to hide nothing.
Ask Getty. I rate you, brother. But you know what you have to tell them? Every time you come on the panel, you have to say this line. You have to say, look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain.
That's right. I remember that scene.
I'm telling you, it's a takeover, B. It's a takeover. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah.
Hey, listen, I gotta do some work, so I'm jumping off. But big up, you lot. Big up. I'm listening.
Shiffer, let me say this, yeah. These people hate Somalis, right? But Somali people are defending their land, fam. Somali people are defending their honor. Somali people are defending their rights as human, bro, on this planet. And you man, what
look, Somali people are good fighters. Yeah, they're good fighters, but they're not.
I ask Getty. You know that film is funny though.
Yeah.
I know you've seen that film.
Yeah.
Which one? Captain.
The one when he goes, look at me, look at me.
Look at me.
I'm the captain now. That's my line.
As Getty.
Listen, if I ever see that guy, I'm recruiting him into my team.
Well,
hold on.
Man was a cab driver, man.
Hold on, y'all. As Getty, all right. All right, as Getty. Now, if just say I'm in America.
But I didn't finish my point, brother. I just got interrupted. I just had 2 more seconds of it. These people want to control the food we put in our mouth. And on top of that, they want to use Africa as, bro, these people, bro, we don't even have the access to this vegetable that comes to the European market.
What's the solution? What's the solution, though, as Getty? How do we control
better food than African people, where the food comes from Africa? Like, how come the African people don't eat good food, bro? When I go to the African market in the village and that, yeah, some looks like expired bananas and that, expired fruits and that. But when I come to Tesco and that, the fruit looks banging, fam. Why? How come? What are we not human beings, bro? Are we not? Where's our human right? Where's the
No,
United Nations?
no,
No, yeah, you're not. You're not a human being. You're a
you're not.
second class
You're not.
citizen.
That's what I'm
You're
Yeah,
saying, bro.
asking
you're a
And
second
we
class
should just
citizen. Now,
understand that,
what are you
bro.
gonna
exactly,
do about it? Now that you know
exact right.
Okay,
now that
when I
you know
know
you're a
when I know
second
this
class
today,
citizen, what are you
it's
gonna do
bro
about it?
that all black people, when it comes to minerals, talking about minerals, talk about the land of Africa, talk about all of these things, right? We should be on the same page, brother. You know, this is our wealth, right? You know, and people think it's not just about the mineral, bro. But this thing could start up, bro. I'm telling you, anybody who comes with a good business idea in Africa can be a future billionaire. Let's say you want to open a carpet factory, you want to open a vegetable farming, you want to open a strawberry farming. Anything you do has the potential to be $1 billion industry. Because you have to understand, look, 1.8 billion people, majority, 80% of them are under 25 years old, youths, right? And they're the future of Africa, right? But people don't look at it like that, bro. They look at Europe and these trains and these buses and this and that. And don't understand, bro. We have what it takes to build the whole world 3 times over again. 3 times. At least.
So a lot of people are gonna say
Nobody
ask
cares.
Getty, but a lot of people ask Getty is
He's
gonna say you
so
listen though. Listen, ask Getty, come on, man. You can't machine gun through the whole damn, bro. You just machine gunning through the whole conversation,
Yeah,
bro.
man.
Any fucking normal person is gonna say, okay, ask Getty, go do it, right? And
Okay.
then we'll help, right? I always say this, been saying it for years.
So
Nobody
who we talking
believes.
about?
No, listen, nobody believes in your movement until it's moving. So if you want to say, look, we need to grow food in Africa to make sure our people get the sufficient food, we just want to see an example. Just
Brother,
show us an
can
example
you
of
share
it
a
happening.
screen? Can you share a screen and we could just look into, because you guys, I don't understand. I don't think you guys understand what's going on in Africa, right? So I want to prove it to you guys in here. You talk
Yeah,
about
but I don't. I'm okay. But only thing about that, as Getty,
yeah. Couple strikes.
I mean, it's Americans on this panel that's gonna say, why the fuck should a black American, give a fuck about what's going on in
But
Africa?
don't talk about racists. Don't talk about you get offended by racist people. Don't talk about the N-word offends you. Don't talk about you feel oppressed and that. Don't talk about that shit.
How does
'Cause
that correlate? How
you
does that
deserve that
correlate?
shit. In fact, you deserve that shit. You're the one who wants it in it. So you are gonna get that shit, bro. Because you can't say, you don't want to uplift the black people. You don't want to bring the black people, on a better level when it comes to economy. Where people don't have to disrespect you. Because you have
Yeah,
to understand,
they do
a
though. But
hungry
they
man
do
is a
though.
hungry man.
As Getty, you can't say that because these brothers
Why,
that
brother?
want
Why?
now listen. These brothers on the panel are talking about yes, we want to make black people. We want to better black people, but we only want to focus on black American people.
That's fine, brother. That's fine. That's fine. In fact, you have the right to that, right?
Yeah.
But then, at the same time, you don't have the right to that because majority of black American people want to be African. They want to be part of us. It's only few percentage of you guys. It's only some confused one of you. But when you look into the black American people, like when I look into it, all of them wants to actually go back to Africa, build up Africa. They'll support Africa economic, if freedom
I
for
gotta
Africa.
ask you this though, as Getty. I gotta ask you this though, as Getty. Now you're saying majority of black Americans want to go back to Africa. It's hard for you to say, as Getty. I mean, you saying, hold on, no, you're saying Americans. You saying a lot of black Americans want to go back to Africa. It's hard for you to say that, as Getty, and you're not
I
in
know.
America. Yeah, like you in the UK, as Getty. So it's hard for you can't prove that. You know what I mean? If I said prove that, you can't prove that. Because if I'm honest, I don't know anybody personally in my 30+ years of living that moved to Africa.
Okay, let's say that, yeah.
I mean, if I'm
When you look
honest.
at African people moving back to Africa, diasporan people moving back to Africa, majority of them are American. When you look at people buying lands and puts them on YouTube, how they build their land and the houses and that, they all have American accent. I came from America, yeah. I moved from the Seattle and that, and the UK as well. They'll tell you, yeah, I moved from Seattle. I'm sick and tired of this racism I'm going through. I know here, when I'm here, I can't be racistly abused. I know here, it won't affect me, innit? That's what they're saying to you, bro.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Back, brother. And they're never gonna regret that because, bro, might not see this full, bro. I'm telling you something, right? The plan for Africa is to be 3 times better than America and Europe by 2050 or 2045. Yeah. where, bro, we have superior technology. When I'm talking about superior minerals, we have some minerals we haven't taken out that could even make cars fly in the sky, bro. We could come out with flying cars. These people talk about that. Listen, these people benefited from stealing petrol from people, and then after they benefited so much, and now when people are, the world is changing, brother. The world is becoming slowly more like a revolutionary. People are becoming. There's more people becoming freedom fighters for different causes, right? And these people understand this now. They want to come with this thing called electric cars. But when you look into electric cars, what you need to make electric cars come from Africa again. So you want to fuck us over again in the future, and again, because we already know Microsoft and Apple and all these motherfuckers are fucking in Congo and that. Everybody wants to be in Congo, but they want to tell you Congo is the poorest country on the planet, bro. This is the problem, brother. And the only problem we have is because of you American people like that, fam, who somehow. No, sorry, bro. Why am I even saying this, man? Our leaders is as much to be blamed. Us Africans as much to be blamed. So we have this disease. That's a disease of being black. You know that? That's a disease, fam. That's an illness, fam. Being black, like you want to care about next race and this and that more than your own people. Why is that happening? Why are we like that? This though, I don't understand this though. Why we are rolling our carpet for next people, and we don't care about somebody who's about to die 3 hours from now of hunger, bro. We don't care about that. It's a big, big problem, bro. This is a big problem we have,
Yeah, I mean, just to speak on that, man, I think a lot of people are more concerned with the area that they're in. Now, you can call it tribalism. You can call it what you want, but most people are just concerned about their immediate area first and foremost, right? It's like you can't change the world if your house ain't in order, right? So you're gonna take care of family, your house first, and then you can go out and help your neighbor. So that,
but bro, imagine, let's say like this, you are a millionaire, right? And everybody, you found a land, but you want to live in the middle of the land, yeah? But around the land, everybody living like slum. There's no water system, there's no nothing. But you want to live amongst these poor people, and you want to live the best life, fam. It doesn't make sense, innit? We can't only black people do that to only black people do that to their own people and Indian people. That's the only people I say in this planet I've seen like that.
No, I hear you.
They get happy of seeing another black man suffering. They get happy to pull the trigger and shoot another black man, ending his life. They get happy to selling drugs to black people. That's the only thing we're good at, That's what these people for us. That's what we're the best at. Killing people, going to prison, and having no jobs, have to commit more crimes to support your life, bear baby mothers, And I want to know, bro, you say,
man, hold on. Shout out, hold on, man. Shout out to my baby mamas, man. Hold on, what are you talking about? All right, man. I'm tired, Ask Getty, man. I'm done, y'all. I ain't gonna lie, fam. Thank y'all for tuning in, man. It's been fucking 6.5 hours, man. Appreciate you. Thanks, Ask Getty. I see three. James Jones got a Jacob. Bo came through earlier.
You make a show, yeah? Can you try?
Great show. Take care. Thanks, panel.
Thanks, man.
All good, I see, man. Next time, I've been going too long. I gotta take my ass to bed now. Thank you, I see.
Free. Can I just say something? Yeah, Free. I want you to take the argument to this Ethernet, the other when you go on the panels, right? Tell them like this, yeah. You talk about you want your country and this and that, yeah. But why don't you guys go and protest outside the Natural History Museum, outside the Stock Exchange? Why don't you want to unite with the black people's struggle? We never want to go back. We don't want to go back.
I'm teaming up with a Somali team, and we're going to do things. So while you are
always
talking with your team, I'm going to team up with the real Somali fighters, the ones that says, "I'm the captain now."
Don't worry about it.
That's the kind of Somalis I'm dealing with.
That choppers in the air, man.
You continue to complain when you're doing your job. But I'm dealing with the Somali fighters, the real ones. I'm dealing with the real Somalis.
They got a
IC3, hey, it was a great show today. Great show. IC3, we're gonna have to talk about this piece of this segment right here on the other side. Now, this is a good something we need to talk about.
Okay. Take care. Have
All
a
right,
good day.
Rich. We out of here.
Bless
Bye.
up, man.
All right, y'all take it easy, man.
Hey,
I'm
brother,
gonna leave.
let me ask you a question though. How did it go after that tornado that hit you and that? You remember that tornado? 2
Yeah,
years
yeah,
ago.
yeah. Nah, we back. Everything back to
You're back,
normal,
yeah?
man. Yeah, everything back to normal, man. You know, we
God
had
bless,
to.
man.
Yeah, we had to get, a lot of repairs had to be done, but yeah, it's normal now. We good. We good. That was
Brother, obviously,
what
I
was
don't
that?
want
Oh,
to.
that was a little bit over a year ago, about a year, couple months ago. Yeah. Damn, as Getty ran out, he jumped out. All right, family, y'all with this, man. You know, this is how I'm gonna do. It's late. Y'all don't get the fuck off of my property. You know what I mean? This what's gonna happen to y'all, man. Get out of here.
Get the fuck over there. What are you gonna fucking do? You do something. Put your fucking hands on me. Do something. I want you to touch me. I want you to put me out of this fucking bad. Put me. I have a question. When y'all got out of the car the other day, and my old man was right here, why was y'all being rude? Because that right there made him cry all motherfucking night. Rude about what? Laughing at him. About what? I don't know. Y'all were sitting, your old lady was sitting right here staring at him, and so were y'all's friends, and y'all were cracking up. When you came out, you looked at him too. Oh, no. We just got back. Well, don't answer no stupid ass question. That's not stupid. I'm just asking. I promise you that every day I come out here from now on, I'm going to make fun of you every time I walk out the door. Every time I go in the door, I'm going to make fun of you. Well, I don't just care. Like I'm going to do you. I don't care if you sit over there and cry yourself to sleep every night. Well, you don't have to. But if you don't break your ass over there. I want you to put me out. I want you to do it. Leanne, he can't put you in jail. I know we can't. Go to hell, you son. Get the hell out of this yard. No, you put me out. You got 5 minutes. Get the fuck out of this yard, you stupid fucking bitch. Hey, you need to quit calling get the fuck over there. Hey, you call now, you sorry son of a bitch. What are you gonna fucking do? You do something. Put your fucking hands on me. You got him do something. I want you to touch me. I want you to put me out of the yard. Put me out of the yard. Touch me. Put you in jail. You want me out of the yard? Put me out. I'm not prissy. You guys just need to shut up. Just be quiet. I asked a simple question. Get the fuck out of the fucking yard. Come on. No, I want him to put his hands on me. Get the fuck out. I'm telling you. Fine. Get the fuck out of the fucking yard. Get the fuck out of here. Put your hands on me. Come on. Come on. Get the fuck out. Oh, your voice got deep. But now it's back. Come on. Come on. Get the fuck. You put your hands up. Fuck you. Let's go. You two. Let's go. Put me out. No. Whoa. Put your hands on. No, you're all gonna you back the fuck up. Get the fuck out. Keep going. No. Keep going. You. I'm not. Oh, she just touched me. I'm hurt. Come on. Come on. Hey, you touch my mama. I'm fucking you up. Keep recording. Keep recording. Oreo, come here now. Go. Oreo. Get over. Or, babe, get Oreo now. Come here, boy. Oreo. Come here, boy. Get along and go over and see the and put diapers on. Put diapers on. I am going to sue you for that. I lost my ring in your yard. No, I don't care. Get the fuck out. What the fuck is this? Guys, please. Come on. Get the fuck out. Let's go. No, let her find her ring. I'm getting my motherfucking car. Don't. Stop. Babe, stop. God. Oh, really? Get the fuck out. Everybody's going. Stop. Please stop. Say what you got. Stop. Babe, please come here. Just stop. I'm getting my ring. Get the fuck out of here. No, I'm getting my goddamn ring. Go. You hit my wife, boy. Yep. Go get him now. I'm taking you with me. We call it the law. Babe, come on. Get the fuck over there.